Malcolm in the Middle is one of those rare shows that I can talk about with anyone and they have fond memories of it. Unlike other TV series that I can think of where they started out well but eventually divided people along the way. I have never heard anyone say anything negative about Malcolm in the Middle. It has relatable and likeable characters, it has Bryan Cranston.
Hey there, what's your pleasure? Nature dog, health patty, tofu square? Good God.
And the creative filmmaking was impressive for its time, and I think it's still fun to watch today. But here's a question for you. If you had to pick out your top 5 episodes, what would they be? Well, today I'm going to find out my top 5 by reviewing every single episode of all 7 seasons. And to pick these top 5, I'm going to apply this leaderboard knockout system, a system that will make total sense as you see it happening. Alright, let's do this. Malcolm is in the middle. He's the middle brother and he's a genius who wants to be treated as a normal kid. Because when you're special, you get special punches. This seemingly everlasting childhood struggle is why he believes life is unfair. On top of that, he's part of this dysfunctional family who will fight over the smallest thing. Like who's going to get the door?
Somebody get the door!
I'm not getting it, you get it, butt munch. Shut up. You shut up.
No, you shut up.
Make me!
Here, I'll make you right now!
The mum Lois is an ill-tempered nag who always seems like she's on the verge of a mental breakdown. Her character can sometimes come across as really grating, but she serves as a counterbalance to the crazy, wacky characters around her.
You are going to march right up to that coffin and apologize to that poor dead woman. We all are.
So this episode focuses primarily on getting to know Malcolm. He's an overachiever without having to try hard to be so, and his genius is picked up by the teachers at school. They decide he's a good candidate to be placed into the advanced class, so Lois breaks the good news to the family.
What?
Malcolm's special? Where do you think that came from?
But Malcolm doesn't see it as good news. He sees it as another reason to get bullied.
No, I want to stay in my own class. I don't want to be a Krellboy. Mom, seriously, Krellboys get their butts kicked.
Oh, wait, just stop 1 minute.
Yep, couldn't agree more, Lois. We need to stop right here because we need to find out what Krellboy means. It's a term that the school kids use to reference the geeky class. And after doing some research, it turns out the show made this term up. It references Seymour Krellboy, the nerd from Little Shop of Horrors. And you just gotta wonder if teenage boys of the early noughties were into campy musicals so much that they would adopt this character's name as an insult. Malcolm joins the special class with his new friend Stevie, who he's honestly such a dick to in this scene.
You're okay because it doesn't make any difference to you. You've always been a freak. I used to be normal. You suck.
Later, when Malcolm throws pudding at the school bully, Stevie is right by Malcolm's side, ready to pull off this amazing stunt as the bully swings a punch.
Dude, you're a cripple.
This right here makes Stevie a top tier character, because he's the kind of good friend that will still help you out, even after you've spat in their face. This episode was a solid start, and because it has no competition yet, of course it gets first place. Oh, but wait, I can't move on just yet without mentioning this scene right here. It's Hal getting a full body hair trim in the kitchen. God, it's just so gross, but what a great way to show a typical day in this bizarre household. This episode is awesome. It's Hal and Lois's wedding anniversary, but when Lois goes to put on her special red dress, she sees it's been burnt, and she spends the whole episode punishing the boys until one of them confesses to who did it. They seek out the help of older brother Francis, who was shipped off to military school to set him on a less rebellious path. And because Francis has a long history of fallouts with his mum, he becomes invested in keeping the boys out of trouble by giving them advice on how to survive the next stages of her investigation and punishments.
Okay, good. I think I know where she's going. Separate interviews. Listen, when she gets you alone, she's gonna pretend she's on your side. She's not.
The best thing about this episode, however, is Hal, because despite being stood up on his own anniversary dinner, he makes the most of this situation by befriending the staff, and he ends up having a great night.
There it is! Oh, that's our song! Not our song. No.
What I love here is the implication that he's so used to family plans going to ruin that he's not really affected by it anymore. He shows no anger towards the situation. He's just learnt to simply play the cards he's dealt.
See, in our family, we have a saying: after an hour, eat without her. If it's any longer, something's wronger.
Very catchy, sir.
As the night progresses, the boys try to outplay her, cheered along by a gathering crowd of Francis's school friends. We get to see Lois's cunning side here too, as the boys' plans to outfox her punishment backfires in a major way. The episode ends with Hal arriving home, and we get a really funny and clever twist, where it shows Hal was actually responsible for this dress burning the whole time.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, jeez, not again.
And I simply can't skip past the introduction we get to Craig, Lois's work colleague at the grocery store who is infatuated with her to a creepy level. And oh boy, I just think it's peachy that the creepy character is named Craig. That's just great. Thank you, Malcolm in the Middle. Despite that, this episode takes top spots. This probably won't be an interesting fact, but this episode was made before the movie of this same title, Home Alone 4, existed. Although I'd much rather have this episode of Malcolm in the Middle be a part of the Home Alone universe rather than that terrible movie. So in this episode, Francis comes back home to babysit his brothers. And where Francis usually takes this opportunity to get into crazy shenanigans with his brothers, Malcolm convinces him to keep everything in order because he believes his mum's going to allow him back home if he performs well and the kids stay out of trouble.
Okay, let's clean up.
Unfortunately, this only reinforces to Lois and Hal that military school has been the best choice they made, because look how it straightened out his behaviour. It's an okay episode, but not as good as the first two. This is the first episode which I didn't enjoy very much, but the ending scene is pretty good. It goes from a heartwarming conversation between Malcolm and Lois and pans round to show Hal has been taking a dump this entire time. The main story of this one is Malcolm feels shame that he beat up an annoying kid at school, only to then realise he's much younger than he looks. There are a few funny parts, like Stevie getting fed up with Malcolm's whining.
Even you're supposed to be my friend and you don't even care.
And yet, you keep talking.
It goes at the bottom of the list. Malcolm wants to buy a robot, but Lois insists that he uses his babysitting money to pay for it. When Malcolm complains about the uncertainty of how much he's going to be paid for the next job, Lois comes out with this gem of a statement.
I don't even know what they're gonna pay me.
I'll tell you what they're gonna pay you. They're gonna pay you what all jobs pay. Less than you're worth and just enough to keep you crawling back for more.
Malcolm, however, does end up being paid handsomely, and he also happens to really enjoy the time he spends at the posh house while babysitting, having a much better time than he would be spending it with his family.
The muscles in my face keep pulling on my mouth. Oh, I think I'm happy.
But he later comes to realise this paradise has its dark side, discovering a video camera has been recording all of his actions. Back home, the rest of the family have to camp outside their own house due to an infestation, and this puts a strain on Lois and Hal's marriage. We have another plot line where Francis discovers a secret room at the academy, and within this room they find a skeleton of a janitor. This becomes a kept secret between the cadets, and they eventually decide to send him off with a belated Viking-style funeral.
Farewell, noble Lester.
Look, it's heading toward the boathouse.
Hal realises the reason his marriage is falling apart is the lack of sex since being in the trailer.
You'd yell, then I'd yell, but then we would, well, see, we haven't had a chance to because, we're in a trailer with kids and we can't.
Oh my God, Hal, you're right.
The episode ends with Bryan Cranston and his partner wearing gas masks and going into a house that's being fumigated. Oh my God, it's all connected. Not a bad episode at all. It sits just under Red Dress. Stevie has his very first sleepover, and Malcolm witnesses how absurdly protective Stevie's parents are.
Everything all right in there, boys?
So he decides to bust him out and take him to the arcades for some real fun. This plan quickly falls apart, however, when his wheelchair gets stolen, and they have to spend the rest of the night roaming around this dark and dangerous town trying to find it. This episode isn't all that memorable, but it was nice to see their friendship grow, having to overcome this situation with arguments.
You never stop bitching.
And when all is said and done, Stevie appreciates the effort that Malcolm went to give him a good time. What drags this episode down for me is the Francis subplot. The other cadets have formed a cult around this cursed doll's head. It's pretty dumb and not very funny.
Just stop. Just stop.
But the sleepover part means that Shame is going to be knocked out of the top 5. And you see, we have a little grey relegation zone here. Francis escapes military school to run away with his trashy girlfriend BB, and the episode focuses on Francis making his getaway plans with the help of his most trusted brother. Malcolm, however, cracks under the pressure of Lois's questions and reveals Francis's plans.
He came here to see BB. He's meeting her tonight. Oh my god, how'd you do that?
But it doesn't matter anyway because BB dumps him before they even set off.
Ow!
Francis decides to go back to school, and we get a nice little moment of Hal sympathetically giving him a ride back, because like all dads, he remembers being young and stupid too. This episode's fine, but so far I'm not enjoying these Francis episodes as much as the others. I like the relationship he's formed with his brothers because in a less extreme way it does remind me of my own, and that to me is the magic of this show in general. When the story is grounded by realism and the story feels relatable, the episodes are naturally better. That's why this Francis episode is much better than the previous. This level of silliness makes it too absurd to be relatable, so this episode is an improvement on the last, and for now it gets position 5. The school runs a picnic where the main event is a Krellboyne talent show. Before that, the family has to mingle with the other parents, with Hal talking to the other dads about the upsetting absence of meat on this barbecue.
Wow. Looks like I got here just in time.
Then we get my favourite Francis moment so far, because he immediately hooks up with this girl, and they act like they've been together for years. Being nervous about her finally meeting Dad.
Oh, it's so great to finally meet you. Francis talks about you all the time.
Oh, yeah?
And then moments later breaking up like they're getting divorced.
Your Depeche Mode tape? Oh, and here's your gum.
And then bumping into each other mere hours later like they're long-lost lovers. I anticipate and remember that there are more funny Francis episodes to come. After some hell breaks loose, Malcolm's teacher's crying because the barbecue was a disaster, so Malcolm brings her a hamburger.
Want another hamburger?
Yeah!
The episode ends with Malcolm swallowing his pride to put on a really nerdy display of superior memory.
Could somebody please show me some credit cards? The numbers on them are 3699, 7412, 6823, 9140.
This shows that Malcolm does have a slight altruistic side, and I can appreciate the growing depth of his character. This episode is the new number 3. Lois loses her job after Dewey steals an expensive bottle of cognac, and her boss will only give her job back if she apologises and takes a pay cut, something she is unwilling to do out of principle. Malcolm feels the effect of his family being temporarily poor as he tries to hide it from his school crush Julie.
I have a Chinese chicken salad, tangerine, and Jordan almonds. What do you have?
Leftover eggs from breakfast.
He's further humiliated when Julie arranges for the class to pitch in together and buy him some groceries. Malcolm, blinded by this embarrassment, lashes out at Julie at the end of the episode.
Look, we're not poor anymore, so I don't want any more of your stupid pity, okay?
We also get another funny Francis story as he pretends to be gay to get closer with these pageant girls. This backfires when the Texan girl tries to remedy these confused feelings he's having by taking him to a conservative preacher.
And when Satan tempts us, what do? Pray out the gay. Get to it!
It's an alright episode, and this guy on Reddit gave a good explanation why he feels it's his favourite, but for me it didn't hit the spot. Hal lets the boys skip school for a day so he can take them to stock car racing, which at first seems exciting, but the boys quickly realise how boring it is to watch cars do the same loop for hundreds of laps.
How many laps are there?
Oh, hundreds! We've got 4 hours of this.
4 hours?
Uh-huh.
So they get bored, wander off and cause havoc.
Come on. What's the worst that can happen?
We didn't do anything!
The B plot line is Francis at the academy, and he has a pet snake now. You can imagine that Spangler isn't a fan of this whole situation. Yeah, it's really not interesting. The opening skit of this episode was pretty good, where Dewey gets Reese's spot on the sofa by beating himself up. And then at the end, where Hal tries to play it cool pretending they had a regular day of work and school, while he has the word NASCAR sunburnt onto his forehead. Little moments like this do resonate with me, but the episode is mostly forgettable, and no way is it getting in the top 5. All of the episodes which aren't on the leaderboard or get eliminated from the leaderboard are going to be kept on an Excel sheet. So if you want to go see how every episode was ranked, there's going to be a link to that Excel sheet in the description. Lois's aunt dies and the family cause drama about going. Malcolm selfishly wants to go to a concert instead because Julie's going.
Well, Malcolm, I'm sorry that my mother's sister, the woman who took care of me every day after school, had to die and inconvenience your social life.
The family being douchey about this funeral calls Lois to give up on everyone, feeling they have no respect for her and everything she does.
I have had it. From now on, no one has to do anything. We can all just do whatever we want. And I want to take a bubble bath!
There's quite a few funny moments, like a strange kid appearing out of nowhere, and he just kind of stays in the house as Dewey's weird sidekick. And I like how by the end of the episode, Lois isn't even fazed by this kid being here, and even starts to treat him as one of her own. Malcolm is humiliated once more as Julie walks in on him in his pants. When she goes to run away, she gets caught in the chaos caused by the housework being unmanaged.
We're not supposed to let people see me in my underpants. We're supposed to be there for each other.
Like when a family member dies and we're supposed to go to their funeral?
This episode was better than I remembered. I am placing it above the pilots. Reese joins the cheer squad at school because he wants to impress a girl he likes. And it ends up working in his favour. It's an okay episode. I like the segments where we get to see the world through Dewey's eyes.
Boring, boring, boring. I'm incredibly boring. Do you know who's boring? Me.
There's also a really good joke when Hal gives the boys the sex talk.
There's a certain thing that happens between normal, healthy people. It's called chemistry. No, that doesn't happen. Except maybe the first time.
We get this scene of a heartwarming connection where Spangler and Francis share their feelings together and find out they have similar relationships with their mothers. And this heartwarming scene is further complemented by this buttery afternoon lighting we see. Warm buttery things please me. But this episode would need more than that to make the top 5. It's time for that legendary scene of Hal's roller skate routine. And it's just a shame I can't play it to you because this sound is copyrighted. So you're just going to have to imagine watching this scene with the song Funky Town in your head. Do 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 do. You know how it goes. The rest of the episode is just kinda whatever. Malcolm and his nerdy friends want to build their own robots, so they can enter it in the TV show BattleBots, something every teenage boy in the early noughties wanted to do. I specifically remember drawing terrible robot ideas with my friends, deluding ourselves with the dream of being part of the UK version of this show called Robot Wars. The bestest robot was Matilda because it looked like a dinosaur.
Her spinning rear flywheel is 27 kilos in weight, the matriarch of mayhem, the mistress of mischief, Matilda.
Hal gets involved in the construction of the robot, but goes mad with power and obsessively wants this creation to be an actual killing machine, even going as far to put live bees in a cannon. On the less ridiculous side, Lois visits Francis because his appendix burst or something. Lois quickly becomes a respected presence within the academy, so much so that Spangler kinda fears her, and that's quite a funny twist to watch, but still an average episode. Lois has the flu, and taking advantage of her drowsiness, the boys convince her it's still Sunday so they can skip school. Hal gets distracted on the way to work by a Porsche, and we get a sexually charged dream vision of Hal washing this Porsche. If this was any other man but Bryan Cranston, I would be scarred for life right now. Back at home, the kids hide a letter for Francis that would get him in serious hot water if Lois was to find it. But she does end up finding it in the end because Dewey accidentally hid it under her pillow.
You what?
Another average episode. Now this is classic Malcolm in the Middle. Everybody loves this episode, and for good reason. There are many memorable moments with so many impactful interactions.
Good playing. Yeah.
Same to you, sir.
Man, I just love this episode. So the family are getting ready to go to the water park for the day, but Dewey has to stay behind because of an ear infection. The babysitter that they choose is this cantankerous old lady who at first insists that they sit in silence for the whole time. But eventually they end up becoming good friends, finding common ground over colourful buttons, talking about imaginary friends, dancing to ABBA, and then it suddenly cuts to her being carted off in an ambulance. This was so unexpected and unexplained, and it's amazing how Dewey is so sweet and naive throughout this whole sequence. And then, to make it even funnier, he immediately starts chasing a balloon. At the water park, Reese and Malcolm fight with each other trying to get even on the last prank. And this situation just keeps escalating to the point where Malcolm pulls down Reese's shorts in front of a whole bunch of kids, including the one girl he likes.
Now we're...
It's such a raw humiliation that reminds you of the embarrassing feelings you had as a teenager. Lois chases them to put an end to their war, and while giving them the verbal dress down of their lives, we get arguably the best moment of collaboration between Malcolm and Reese in the entire show.
Don't you dare!
But we're not done yet. There's even a great Francis storyline too. Spangler realises that Francis lets him win at pool because he doesn't want him to be embarrassed, a situation that usually results in punishment for the cadets. Spangler threatens punishment on Francis if he lets him win again on the next game. When they do play again, Spangler realises that Francis is messing up some of his shots, so the competition begins to see who can lose the hardest. I like this, not only because it humanises the authority figure, but it reminds us that Francis is capable of doing things for the greater good, rather than upholding his rebel status. His only goal here is to keep the peace, and not allow the cadets to be unfairly punished.
Good playing. Yeah.
Same to you, sir.
Hey, who won? Who cares, man?
And again, we have this warm, buttery afternoon lighting, so this episode just keeps on earning points with me. And without a doubt, no question, Water Park takes the #1 spot, setting a pretty high bar for the arrival of Season 2.
There's something you have to see.
If you loved the Season 1 finale, you're going to love this episode, because it's a part 2 of the Water Park adventure. With that whole day being a disaster, you can imagine the only thing being worse is to then be stuck in traffic on the way back home, which is what happens. But let's rewind a little, as it's important to note that Hal indirectly caused this crash.
All right, Silver Toyota, you win this round? Go ahead, get there 2 seconds sooner!
Hal feels the burden of taking another man's life and begins having an existential crisis.
When I keep rolling it around in my head, how much time do I have left? And what have I done with my life?
This pays off in a great way at the end of the episode. This episode also has a great Lois story, a great Malcolm story, a great Dewey story, which is a continuation of the balloon skit, a great Reese story, and a great Francis story. This is definitely a contender for the #1 spot. So let's dig in and find out who wins. Malcolm meets a girl in the traffic jam, and it turns out she's actually a really good match for him, teaching him things like manipulating adults to pretend to be your dad.
Here's a little secret, Malcolm. Whenever you want something, everybody's your dad. Hi, Daddy! Hi, Daddy!
No! No!
and she doesn't tolerate his constant whining, so it seems they were pretty much made for each other, but with the slight snag that she lives in Canada. Will this relationship work? Well, again, this answer is paid off in a great way towards the end. Elsewhere, Dewey is hijacking his way home in a funny sequence of changeovers between lifts. Most notably and most hilariously, he stresses out this kind old lady so much with his constant questions and infuriating nursery rhyme singing.
A, B, C, D.
It's E, dear. A, B, C, D, E, E.
I know. A, B, C, D.
That it causes her to go buy a packet of cigarettes. While she's gone, a robber takes the car as a getaway and soon realises that Dewey's in the back seat. And of course he's unfazed by this potentially dangerous new stranger. At the academy, we have this really simple but entertaining story of Francis proving he can eat 100 marshmallow peeps. Well, not peeps as such, but the version that the show created called quacks. The really funny part of this is the cadets counting each of the quacks being swallowed.
63, 62, 61, 62.
This is a perfect demonstration of how gross out humour can still be effective without being visually disturbing. And back at the scene of the traffic, we have Reese's story. And this is the first time I found myself rooting for Reese to succeed. A selfish ice cream truck driver is refusing to sell ice creams to the kids, who are desperate for a cool snack to cope with this heat. We then get this super funny moment. Wow, what an excessively douchey thing to do. Reese formulates a plan with the other kids and a fellow ice cream lover who pretends to catch Reese attempting to break in. While the driver's distracted by this, the kids ransack the van and Reese becomes the Robin Hood of ice creams.
And here's your share, Mr. Wells.
That man left us no choice.
I'm going to leave most of Lois's story as a thing for you to experience yourself. I like to try and not give everything away to preserve the entertainment factor, but I will reveal that the story concludes in an explosion of rage.
Okay, it is nobody's damn dog, then I guess nobody's gonna mind if I just do this.
With the dog now free to roam wild, it eats the pigeon that Hal just freed in his attempts at redemption. It then eats the girl's phone number as she's about to hand it over to Malcolm. So the answer from earlier is no, this relationship won't last. Now we have the difficult question of where to place this episode. It's such a strong contender for number one. If Walter Park didn't have the Dewey and the babysitter sequence, or the collaborative defiance moment with Malcolm and Reese, Traffic would definitely be number one. This episode is so smart, but Walter Park just feels more at home with me. So Traffic gets a well-deserved number 2 slot.
There's something you have to see.
A great opening skit. It's just Reese and Malcolm daring each other to eat increasingly expired food. It's the kind of dumb, made-up game that I used to play as a kid. Me and my friend used to try and make the most gross sandwich with whatever weird condiment we could find. I remember once I made a peanut butter, vinegar and mustard sandwich. Opening skits like this remind me of those times, and I love it for that reason. Also, I love how the show stays consistent in demonstrating the family's financial status. Having this much expired food in the house is obviously a saddening sign of a lower income household, but the kids are making the most of it. The episode has 2 good plot lines. The first is Francis coming home a week late and missing Halloween. The boys are pretty bummed out about it, but Francis makes it up to them by showing them the blueprints to a slingshot, capable of lobbing rotten eggs and whatever else they can think of, as far as they could possibly wish.
Reese, are you crying? No.
This plan backfires when the Krellboynes build their own, mechanically superior slingshot, and start to return fire.
We're gonna fight. They're Krellboynes. They're nothing. We can fight. We can fight. We can fight. We can fight.
The other plot line is Hal trying to stop a local boy racer from driving his muscle car too fast past the house. This ends up with Hal and Lois stealing the car and then realising what a rush it was to own such a powerful vehicle, imagining the possibilities of running away to Mexico.
I'd be Raul. You'd be Consuela.
Consuela?
See.
I always like it when Hal and Lois's separate dysfunctions join together and form this bizarre but functional harmony. It's a solid episode and it takes the number 3 spot. And that means Pilot has been pushed out of the table. We salute you, King. Goodbye.
There's something you have to see.
I have really mixed feelings about this one. It's heartbreaking, it's funny, and it's also a bit dumb. So let's break it down. The heartbreaking stuff is that Lois gives the boys some money to buy her a birthday present, and instead of getting her something she would like, such as this foot massager, they instead spend the majority of it on candy. Furthermore, they struggle to understand why she might be upset about this.
She said she'd be happy with whatever we got her.
And was she happy?
Oh man, we suck.
Hey, isn't this guy supposed to be a genius? It turns back to funny for a short while when Hal comes home, because he realises he's just as bad because he completely forgot it was even her birthday. And then we get this funny scene of Hal shouting the thing he was supposed to whisper.
I can't believe that you could be so thoughtless! We all screwed up really big this time.
Why are you yelling at us?
Sorry isn't good enough, mister. I forgot your mom's birthday!
Now this may be funny, but man, what a bunch of arseholes. Lois storms out of the house and runs off to a baseball batting cage to let off some steam. When the family catch up to her, she demands that in order to be forgiven, they must start treating her with some respect.
No problem.
It's just that easy, huh?
Yes, it's just that easy.
Then why do I even have to ask? If it's so obvious I need a little human consideration, I shouldn't even have to ask.
Yeah, that's a pretty good question. I wonder how these lads are going to respond.
Oh, geez, honey, that's never gonna happen.
What?
We're not smart enough to do that.
What a bloody cop-out. Look, I know this is a comedy, but saying we're too stupid is a massive contradiction. We have a boy genius who can memorise credit card numbers, and really this even contradicts basic human relationships. I really do refuse to believe that this family can remember every other birthday and every seasonal event, like Christmas and Halloween, but collectively somehow all manage to forget the mum's birthday. It really just feels heartless. And I do appreciate how well Jane... surname acted in this scene. Oh, I should probably mention too that Francis temporarily dates a girl from Mozambique. It's kind of a nothing story and it has no continuation in future episodes. Now when it comes to ranking, I'm actually having a difficult time with this one. It for sure won't stay in the top 5 forever, but I think it's fair to place it above Malcolm Babysits, purely because of Lois's dialogue reminding us all that she's a human being with feelings.
There's something you have to see.
Reese and Malcolm play the now famous circle game, where you get punched if you look at someone doing this. Many sources online claim that this episode of Malcolm in the Middle is behind this game's surge in popularity, which is just another reason to praise the show. This game carries on through the entire day, and they even include Stevie while both families go out to dinner.
Now remember, Stevie, don't look at this. Or this.
He's good.
At the academy, Francis is throwing a party with some girls, but they turn out to be trashy, and not in the sexy trashy way. Despite an awkward start, Hal and Stevie's dad Abe form a bond talking about their marriages. And we also see this same bonding with Lois. It's rare to see Lois interacting with Kitty as a normal human being. Not shouting, not causing a scene. It was a good episode to see character development with some of these side characters for a change.
To being whipped.
Like butter, my brother.
And just like this circle, this episode is below the table. And now I owe you one punch.
There's something you have to see.
I love this opening skit. It's another simple but solid joke.
Oh, I have this terrible feeling we've forgotten something. Oh well. Whatever it is, I'm sure it can wait till morning. Oh boy.
The family travel to a casino resort, and Hal offers to take Malcolm and Reese to a ghost town, but he gets lost along the way and they end up in an army artillery range. It's kind of funny when they see a puma blow up. Other than that, the sequence of events isn't all that clever or interesting. The B plotline of this episode involves Francis and Craig. They bond over a joint agreement not to rat on each other for being in the house while the family is away. The problem is this plotline doesn't conclude with any sort of funny consequence. The episode just kind of ends, and there's no closure to anything. The episode overall is kind of forgettable, with the only thing that sticks in my memory is the exploding puma.
There's something you have to see.
Hal takes Lois to a work convention, but he can't help getting into fights with a rival who goes there too. This guy stole his formula for meth or something, I don't know. Back at home, the boys compete for attention from their attractive babysitter, where Dewey, being the most adorable of the three, keeps winning her over.
Boopy, 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 boopy.
Oh my god, you little angel. That is the cutest thing.
Boopy, boopy, boo.
A mostly boring episode, but I did chuckle at this bit.
I had a nightmare.
Oh, you poor baby. Want to sleep with me?
Yep, otherwise this one isn't for me.
There's something you have to see.
Lucky Aid gets held up at gunpoint, and despite Lois's efforts to calmly send the robbers on their way with their takings, Craig ruins it all by telling them about a safe in the back. Meanwhile, at home, Hal brings home a dusty old closet to restore, only to then realise it's filled with bats. They end up having to camp out in the living room waiting for the bats to disperse through the open windows.
Anybody want my baked potato? It's kind of burnt.
No thanks. Reese, we aren't having baked potatoes.
US intelligence officials are now redoubling efforts to investigate the origins of COVID-19.
I like this episode because Lois takes complete control of the robbery situation, and then she finally tells Craig some home truths about his constant flirting with her.
Ow! Remember that pain. Whenever a thought creeps into your head wondering if there's anything more to the hello I gave you in the morning, you remember that pain.
I like it, but I don't like it enough to be on the leaderboard. Malcolm fakes a mental breakdown to get out of this medieval dance show at the school.
I can't do it. I'm stupid and I'm terrible. I suck at everything.
The school place him into therapy, where he retreats to every time dance practice takes place.
Okay, so I faked it. But with the family I have, it would have only been a matter of time anyway.
Francis becomes everyone's favourite cadet because he knows how to do laundry well. Turns out the years of his mother getting him to do chores paid off. Yeah, that sounds like a fun plot line, doesn't it? What do you mean, no? Oh, okay, moving on then. The only thing I like about this episode is Lois and Hal discovering a second bathroom after clearing out a junk cupboard. And they decide to keep it a secret from the boys.
If we don't tell them, they won't know. It'll just be our little secret.
Well, it seems like there's been no change to this leaderboard in a while, so this season is starting to worry me a little bit. Yeah, this episode goes down here.
There's something you have to see.
Oh no. Oh god, no. Well, it's not getting better yet. In this one, Malcolm ditches out on his friend's project to take part in a school play, as it means he gets to skip classes. He's honestly such a bad friend to these guys. Why do they still want to be around him? He's always trying to ditch them in some way. Malcolm starts enjoying this theatre because he gets to hang around with pretty girls. But the story doesn't really go anywhere from here. Lois gets addicted to stress relief massages, but when the masseuse leaves town, her stress levels return. There's a slight funny reference to Godzilla as she comes home and, blinded by rage, accidentally stumbles into Dewey's Lego City. Not a good episode, so still no change.
You have to see. There's something...
Okay, so things are looking up. I mean, this one isn't amazing, but I do like it a tiny bit. So Reese loses to a girl in a wrestling competition, and he loses his spirit for bullying.
People looked up to me, and it's gone now and I've got nothing.
So without a sheriff in town to fear, the playground turns into chaos.
Don't you see? The whole school needs you back.
It's a fairly basic plot line, which isn't all that funny, but I did like how we got to see how important Reese is to the schoolyard hierarchy. And it's a clever concept that shows how organised chaos can work. To give you an idea of where I'll be placing this, I'm thinking somewhere here, just below roller skates and sleepover. really like this one, and no, it's not just because of the afternoon buttery lighting again. It's just an all-round solid episode. So Malcolm accidentally breaks this old woman's arm when he tries to get his ball back from the garden. So he's forced into helping her out while she recovers. This old woman is a cantankerous, xenophobic old cow with gross feet that Malcolm has to massage. She also has a drinking problem and is on heavy medication, which eventually causes her to pass out. Malcolm invites the Krellboyns over, and we get to see their intellect do something useful for once, and not just for some silly gag.
Pernabutol. What's the dosage? 100 milligrams, 2x3.
You taking Vermitran? What's that?
No, this seems like a pretty straightforward alcohol sedative reaction.
So it does at least show that Malcolm cares enough to make sure this woman is alive still, but just not enough to respect her possessions. They're eating her entire supply of ice cream while using her cats to put on a stage play.
I've always depended on the kindness of strangers.
Stella!
It's goofy, but I like it. There's an unexpected twist at the end. After Malcolm is spotted joyriding the old lady's car in this famous clip. Instead of allowing Lois to rip into him, she takes advantage of this situation by blackmailing him into giving longer hours of care.
I made a mistake with my medication and he drove me to the hospital.
Huh?
In fact, he's so kind. He offered to come help me before school every day, too.
She's a devious old bag, and again, I kinda like it. There's a cool story at the academy too. Spangler is being deliberately soft on Francis's friend and newly enrolled cadet, Richie.
You're keeping your eye on me? You know you got only one eye? Like Popeye.
That's amusing. I've never heard that before. Carry on.
When Francis confronts Spangler about this, he lets slip his intentions to let the other cadets punish him for getting this special treatment, thus forcing him to quit the academy. A plan which Francis tries to go against at first to be a good friend, but then caves the second Richie acts smugly towards him.
Whatever, man. Sour grapes. Hey, dudes. Cool hoods.
It's not the best Francis story, but it's decent enough. This one is iconic enough to make the top 5. Ah, see, I told you Lois's birthday wouldn't stay there too long.
Something you have to see.
That disgusting sandwich game I mentioned earlier is essentially the opening to this episode.
Give me that. He never gets old.
I had no idea consciously that this was a thing in Malcolm in the Middle. It may well have been the inspiration for me and my friend back in the day, but I have no memory of watching this. The story in this one is that there's a new girl in the Krellboyne class who develops a crush on Malcolm. And at first Malcolm finds her annoying, but then develops a crush on her too. But I can't emphasize enough that she is annoying.
The truth is, nothing's been the same since my brother died in the boating accident. Just kidding.
Her laugh being the most grating part of her personality.
Just kidding.
No! No!
She's an interesting character, and it's funny to watch Malcolm get all angsty around her. There's also a good part later on when Malcolm gets in trouble for throwing a brick through her window. Lois steps in to give a reasonable defense. As she puts it, hormone-riddled teenagers do dumb things that make no sense to adults, and we should remind ourselves of the dumb, cringy things we used to do at that age. At the academy, we get this touching moment of Hal trying his best to do right by Francis, stuck in the balance of trying to protect him from punishment, or should he allow it to happen to develop his behaviour?
Francis, you wrecked Commandant Spangler's car and you weren't punished for it. Another cadet was, and that just isn't right. I love you, son.
Quick editor's note, there's something that Hal says earlier in the episode too, which is really funny.
So, Cynthia, you're in Malcolm's class.
Yeah.
I like how he feels obliged to say something but gives up after the first question. Well, good episode, but it just falls short of the leaderboard.
There's you thing to see.
New neighbours arrive and they host a barbecue. Most members of the two families quickly form rivalries, such as Malcolm and this new kid who keeps getting him into trouble.
Hey, quit staring at my mom's chest.
What? I'm not. Malcolm, knock it off.
But I wasn't.
Get away.
Now hear me out. I don't want to sound rude here, but Lois's top is hideous. Lois and this mum form a bitter rivalry too, but it doesn't really have any funny consequences. On the flip side, Hal actually forms a strong friendship with the husband.
To friendship.
To friendship. I'm straight. Me too.
The Francis storyline isn't interesting enough to bring up. Another average episode.
There's something you have to see.
To the best of my memory, this is my favourite Hal episode. He has a midlife crisis and selfishly quits his job so he can paint his dream painting. This renewed freedom makes him a better father figure and more attractive? Maybe, yeah? I mean, hell yeah, take a look at this guy. If you subscribe to me right now and I earn enough money to be a full-time YouTuber, this is how I'm gonna look. So come on, keep those numbers rising up. You know you want it.
I'm straight. Me too.
Malcolm, seeing this midlife crisis, worries that he hasn't mapped out the rest of his own life yet. So he starts dreaming about all of the miserable jobs he could end up in. I really like this dream sequence. There's just something so funny watching him worry about this stage of life while still being in school. Again, this is kinda relatable. I had this same worry until about 5 years ago, because I still had no idea what I wanted to be. But I do know now, I want to be this. Most people remember this satisfying moment, when Hal finally finishes the painting, and the family look upon it with awe and pride.
I did it. I really did it.
It's one of those rare moments where the family stop fighting for 1 minute and just enjoy something together. And we as the audience never get to see this painting because it collapses. That is a brilliant decision.
Okay.
I really like this episode, it's gotta be top 5. And I say that with the justification that so far it's my favourite Hal episode.
There's something you have to see.
Lois's parents drop in unexpectedly, and they are just the worst kind of people. Rude, imposing, unjustly judgmental. They treat Malcolm like an outcast because he's smart.
Well, today we finished reading Grapes of Wrath and we're studying advanced algebra.
What is that? Shot at me? I no study algebra. That's because I go to war when I was your age.
They treat Hal like a loser because he can't afford to get a new fridge for the family.
When you can provide for your family, you can have last piece of pizza.
And weirdly, they treat Reese like he's a golden boy, for reasons we can only speculate on. In an attempt to humiliate Hal, they offer to buy the family a new fridge. But when Hal picks one up and asks for the money, they change their mind, meaning they now have a fridge they can't afford to pay for. What a pair of dicks. Later on, Grandpa gifts a live grenade to Reese, causing everyone to panic as Reese stupidly pulls the pin out.
What was what?
Finally, Hal stands up for himself and says you can either pay for a new fridge or you can go to jail for endangering the lives of our children. Also in this episode we have Francis going to Mardi Gras but is too ill to party. This part of the episode isn't brilliantly funny, but I did smile at least. It's a fine episode, not good enough for the top 5.
There's something you have to see.
In this episode, Lois gets a traffic violation ticket from a cop, who she believes is victimising her because she refused to give him a policeman's discount earlier. This isn't a particularly funny episode, but it has such a great message. So Lois is stubborn, as we all know, and she believes 100% that she did nothing wrong and doesn't deserve this ticket. But then Craig finds security footage that shows she did cause a car to slam on its brakes, meaning that she is in the wrong. The family pussyfoot around the idea of showing her this tape because even though it brings them great joy to prove that she can be wrong sometimes, they also know how much it will crush her ego and possibly cause one of her famous meltdowns. Now here's where I see the lesson. In my opinion, there is no greater power than having the willpower to accept that you can be wrong. Your opinion can be wrong, your perspective is sometimes wrong. No matter how intelligent you are or justified you feel on your position, if you can't accept the possibility mentality of being wrong, you will never grow. And worse still, you prevent yourself from ever connecting with anyone outside of your echo chamber, never allowing a scenario where a constructive discussion can happen. Hal is now forced into that constructive discussion.
In the past 20 years, you have never admitted that you were wrong, and as far as I know, you never needed to. But the facts are right there in front of your eyes, and this time you are wrong.
And then Craig comes along with a new security tape from a different angle showing she was actually right. But the family know it's in everyone's best interest that she continues to believe she was wrong.
You will never, ever tell her of this. But not ever.
Having said that, I do want my episodes to be as funny as they are thought-provoking. This episode to me belongs in the same area of ranking as Red Dress, but I'm going to have to rewatch that one to see how this episode measures up. Okay, decision has been made. This one goes above Red Dress. I feel it's justified, but hey, I could be wrong.
There's something you have to see.
Malcolm has suspected appendicitis, and while he's staying at the hospital, the family can finally play board games and not worry about Malcolm always winning. The Francis plotline is pretty entertaining. He and the other cadets are staging a hunger strike because they got their TV taken away. So Spangler wheels in this omelette station, and it looks incredible, I've got to say.
Oh, what the heck? Give me the works.
Francis gets so hungry that he starts hallucinating, and then mistakenly barters for Spangler's magical hat to end the strike.
We got his magic hat! What about the television? Huh?
This part I liked, the rest is just okay. Hal signs Reese up to cooking classes to give him a constructive hobby. He finds out that he's a natural cook and quickly becomes the best in class. Also, the Krellboyne girl is back, and it looks like she might be a recurring character. I honestly can't remember though. What's her name again? I probably should know this by now. Let's look it up. Okay, Cynthia. God, what a nerdy name. So Cynthia organises a party, but Malcolm tries to convince her that no one will show up, so she should probably stop sending so many invites.
I'm afraid you're setting yourself up for a giant disappointment. I mean, when 10 people don't show up, it's a drag. When 300 people don't show up, it's like total humiliation.
On the surface, this would appear to be an act of kindness from Malcolm, but on a deeper level, I think he's projecting his own insecurities, based on his own experiences as a Krellboyne, and he actually doesn't want the school to have another reason to laugh at the group that he belongs to. But then a ton of people show up to her party anyway, for the simple reason of teenagers love parties?
I guess Cynthia was right. If you invite people to a party, they'll show up.
I don't know, I feel like kids do value social status very highly. They wouldn't want to tarnish their reputation by attending a Krellboyne party. The episode ends with Reese returning to his old ways, as he spoils the other food in this cooking competition so he can win, even though he was clearly going to win anyway. I'd rank this episode around the same level as the last.
There's something you have to see.
Reese is convinced his teacher is deliberately marking down his work, so Malcolm reluctantly helps him to study to keep him from being put in the special needs class. But this attempt fails and he gets an F. Malcolm and the Krellboyne gang help him to cheat, and yet again he gets an F. This is where it turns out Reese was right all along.
You let him cheat for you? You gave something he wrote an F? You are out to get him!
We also have a funny Francis story. He gets kicked out of the house for disobeying Lois when she told him to fix the roof. So he crashes at Richie's basement. It's filthy, cold, and Richie watches porn all day long, which is funny to imagine any guy wanting to watch porn with another guy friend. Isn't this some weird taboo? It's like a personal thing, right? Is it just me? What if you got a boner while watching your friend's porn? And what if you both got boners? What if your friend gets a boner because you have a boner? And they only got a boner because it seemed like the polite thing to do as a guest? It's a very uncomfortable situation. I don't like this. Having said that, I do like this episode overall, especially as it ends with everyone who disrespected Lois helping to fix the roof. It's not a top 5, but it's close.
You have to see.
Absolutely iconic episode. But is it the best? Well, let's see. They were quite ambitious with this one, creating 2 separate timelines where a different parent takes the kids to a bowling party. In each of these scenarios, we see how little changes makes a big impact to the experience, comically resulting in both parents wishing that the other one had taken them.
Next time, you take them.
Now, it would take a lifetime to explain each storyline, so I'll just focus on the two most memorable, which is Hal's perfect bowling game from the Hal timeline, and Malcolm's miserable bowling score from the Lois timeline. Hal discovers a routine for scoring strikes every time, and just as he's about to score his last strike, getting the perfect game score, Malcolm falls out of the pin dispenser and ruins it.
That counts, right? 300. Has to count.
He ended up there because he was just about to kiss this girl called Beth, but then he got caught up in the machinery of this pin collector machine thing. Fun fact about the actress who played Beth, she went on to voice Sadie Adler from the Red Dead Redemption game. Back to the Lois timeline, Malcolm gets frustrated by his mum's insistence on him doing well at the game, which only makes him perform worse. At Malcolm's breaking point, we get this absolutely classic scene.
Here's your damn strike!
In this same timeline, however, Malcolm does get the kiss he wanted because Beth felt sorry for him. In each timeline, we also get to see how the parent who stayed at home coped with babysitting Dewey. This whole timeline idea was such a clever concept for an episode, and I think the execution is perfect. Now, as much as I love the traffic episode, I have to factor in the fact that the value of that episode is tied into the story of the previous episode, Water Park, whereas this bowling episode really stands on its own. It does kill me slightly to do this, but I think it's the right thing to do. We're moving traffic down, and bowling is going to sit right above it. A tough decision for sure, but position 2 feels right. Francis is home and buys 2 tickets to go see wrestling, meaning he can only take one brother with him, giving him the opportunity to see which brother will go to the greatest lengths to demonstrate their love for him. Yep, a real dick move. And this is why I really don't like Francis in this episode. He comes across so arrogant, which contradicts his typical collaborative nature with the brothers. The rest of the episode I like more. It's a funny story of Dewey babysitting Craig's cat called Jellybean, but things quickly go downhill after Dewey accidentally lets the cat escape.
Don't be scared, Jellybean. They're just eardrops. See? Jellybean!
Hal then leaves sedatives in the cat food with the window open, but this attracts a ton of cats who all pass out after trashing the house.
We'll make 3 piles. Probably not Jellybean, definitely not Jellybean, and not even a cat. Let's start with that possum.
The next disastrous event leads to the house being burnt down, so Craig has to come live with the family. The episode unexpectedly ends with a clip reel of outtakes for this season. Nothing hysterically funny, but I loved seeing somebody behind the scenes stuff. It's a nice way to end the episode, but that's not enough to make it to the top table. The boys find a mini bike and restore it, but Lois forbids them to ride it despite hours of pleading their case to allow it. Reese later reveals that he secretly rode it and then broke his leg, so they have to hide this from their mum. To get Reese a ride to the hospital without giving up the game, they set Craig up with a trap.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Oh my God, what did I do? What did I do?
Craig, reeling from the guilt, decides to leave town, and here's the clip.
Jellybean and I are leaving now. Once again, I'm very sorry. I can't even look you people in the eye.
Yeah, so for this scene, my internet cut out and I couldn't capture the footage. Don't worry, you're not missing anything funny because it's not a great episode anyway. The episode does have a positive spin towards the end though, because Francis redeems himself. And he does so by showing how he looks out for the other cadets, often to his own detriment, giving Hal a reason to be proud. But you've got to be kidding if you think this episode's anywhere near the leaderboard. The carnival's in town, so the boys form a plan with Stevie to pretend they're sleeping over at the other person's house, meaning they can all sneak off in secret and be unleashed from their parents' control. At the carnival, they get into trouble with the security staff. A bit too similar to the stock car episode for my liking, and that's why I found this episode kinda boring. Giving this episode some credit, the scene with Hal and Lois getting horny really made me laugh as Hal does this. That's so disturbing, how could you not laugh at this? Regardless, this episode belongs on the same level as Stock Car, but I think I enjoyed that one a little more than this.
あなたが見なければならない何かがあります。
On the way to the city dump to dispose of a couch, Hal realises that it came off the car roof on the way. He later finds out that it fell on some train tracks and caused a train to derail.
Evacuating? Why?
There's been a toxic chemical spill about a mile away. A train derailed.
How'd that happen?
Some idiot left a couch on the railroad tracks.
Now I've got to wonder if anyone writing this took 1 second to think about what happens when a train hits something like a couch. The couch would have just been obliterated. It's not made of heavy rocks. It's a soft thing. It would never in a million years cause a train to derail. At the evacuation centre, Reese begins a black market trade for supplies, and Dewey pretends his parents were killed to get sympathy hugs from MILFs, and also a Game Boy Color.
What is wrong with you? Give that to him!
Hal hears news of some mystery boy orphaned by his sofa mishap and goes crazy with guilt. He collects a ton of charity cash from people to give to the boy when Dewey reveals that it was him all along.
You are both going to apologize to these nice, generous people like you have never apologized before. Do you hear me?
The clever joke here is when Hal demands that he apologises to everyone for this deceit, Dewey instead apologises for the one thing Hal didn't want them to know.
We're sorry we left the couch on the tracks and wrecked the train.
The Francis plotline in this episode is that his friend Eric forces him to go on a double date, with the twist being that the other girl is the 12-year-old sister of Eric's date. But don't worry, Francis isn't on a date with this 12-year-old girl. That would be pretty messed up. It's played off as like a babysitting date. I know it's strange, but amusingly, Francis has a lot in common with a whiny 12-year-old girl.
Some nights, I lock myself in my room and spin my globe, and wherever I point my finger, I just pretend that's where I really live.
I do that too!
Yeah, it's an average episode overall, so it gets an average placement. Lois thinks she might be pregnant, and they mentally collapse at the idea of having yet another kid to deal with. This sets up the episode's gimmick of having flashbacks, sequentially showing her pregnancies over the years. There's some really funny character setups, like seeing an unborn Dewey rubbing up against a dangerously unsafe microwave. Maybe this is why we haven't seen him since being in Malcolm in the Middle. My favourite part of this episode was seeing Hal fail over and over again to be a good, attentive husband.
You know, I think that I should go for a drive before I say something I'll regret.
Oh no. Oh no, not now.
But during the final pregnancy, he pours out his heart to let Lois know that he does actually care about her and love her a great deal. And as they lovingly watch over their destructive boys fighting, they take a look at the pregnancy test and see that it's false anyway. It was a good episode, and I think it deserves to be just under the top 10. Malcolm's family go for a summer holiday on Abe's houseboat, and Malcolm becomes conflicted between spending time with his dad and chasing horny cheerleaders. Malcolm despairs at the idea of missing out on the action, but eventually realises the opportunity to build bridges with his father, before quickly burning them down again when the horniness takes over.
You are in so much trouble! I know!
Francis' storyline bears some significance in this episode, as he witnesses Eric turning 18, an important event because it means Eric is legally allowed to leave military school and start a new life in Alaska, inspiring Francis to do the same thing. We'll cover that more in a few episodes' time. The funniest part of this episode is Dewey getting sunburnt when he refuses to let go of the rope swing and hangs around in the sun all day.
You let go of that rope and you come in for dinner! Oh, come on, honey!
No! Ow!
And yeah, this isn't even that funny really. Fairly unremarkable as episodes go, but by no means the worst. Francis is now legally emancipated, meaning he can make his own life decisions to leave Marlin Academy, just like his friend Eric. The opening of this episode is darkly funny. Spangler rewards Francis with a sword for bringing a new challenge to Spangler's life with his constant disobedience. This moment of pride is soured when Francis accidentally chops off Spangler's one remaining hand. Yeah, you gotta feel awful for laughing at this, but it is funny. The very second Francis arrives home, all hell breaks loose. Or should I say, all hell breaks loose. As Hal chases him down the street like a rabid dog, and Lois just coldly refuses to interact with Francis at all. That's when you know he's applied one insult too many. This episode is quite good for character building because we see Francis try to desperately get his mum to speak to him before he leaves for a very long time and also 5,000 miles away. Even the boys are disappointed with him, claiming that what he's doing is abandoning the family.
I'm not abandoning her. I'm just going to Alaska.
That's 5,000 miles away.
It is not 5,000 miles. Are you serious?
Just before he's about to get in the cab and start his journey, Lois finally caves in and agrees to hear him out. And instead of leaving on a nice note,
This is what you get. This is what you get for the way you treated me. I'm going to Alaska, and you're going to be left without a son, and the horrible way you treated me is now a matter of public record.
oh, Jesus Christ, Francis really is a bit of a douche sometimes, isn't he? Malcolm has a cool storyline in this too. The Krellboyne class gets a new teacher, an overqualified Harvard snob who takes his misfortune out on the students, manipulating them to compete with each other on an unhealthy level of try-hard. Also setting up a points board to make each moment of failure burn their ego.
But I thought you said we all got A's.
Oh, you did. But some of you got better A's than others.
This leads to the entire class having a nervous breakdown.
It's hot! It's hot and I'm stupid!
And ultimately collapses the corrupt system set up by this teacher. I really enjoyed this episode, not only for the comedy of watching the Krellboyne class collapse, but also because this marks a pivotal point in Francis' story, and watching the family come to terms with this in their own way.
Fine. I've lost a son, but gained a baby.
So I'm going to place this episode in the top 10. Number 9 I think is fair. Lois gets tired of being the only woman in this sausage factory of a household, so she joins the ladies' book club, where it turns out they have no interest in reading books at all, and they just want to get loose with some wine and cheese, and then get into drunken shenanigans out on the street. Hal struggles to keep his mentality in check while at home with the boys, constantly questioning his own choices, paranoid about his babysitting duties not going well. He does this to such an extreme that he starts imagining miniature versions of his personalities.
These are precious years!
I just find it amusing to think about the amount of costume changes and work that must have gone into green screen in all of these different versions of Hal.
Shut up!
On the road to Alaska, Francis hitches a ride with a strange truck driver, revealing himself to be a wannabe psychiatrist who enjoys testing people's limits, such as the experiment of what will Francis do to remain in the truck and not have to walk outside in the cold.
Mademoiselle Prerogative, pour the boat! Mademoiselle Prerogative!
Not too bad, not too good. Malcolm gets a girlfriend and gets obsessive with her, eventually pushing her to dump him for being too overbearing.
I gave you my soul, Sarah! I gave it to you! My soul! You gotta tear me apart, Sarah!
For Francis, the Alaska trip takes an unexpected break when he's arrested for dumpster diving. A situation which seems depressing at first, but then he witnesses a budding love affair drama between the police officers and gets heavily invested in finding out more.
How can I trust you, Brock, when you haven't even told Cassandra about us yet?
Have a heart, Vanessa. The woman's still in a coma.
It's pretty funny to see him unwilling to leave prison just as the story's getting good.
No, hang on. Wait, it was the mayor, right? No, the widow Farthington. And what about the creepy janitor? Oh, no. He's an amnesiac brother.
Dewey has a humorous storyline where he takes over his friend's birthday party by making suggestions to his mum that cater to his interests instead. It's nothing side-splittingly funny. It's another middle-of-the-road episode. Lois forces the boys to do charity work because she doesn't want them to grow up as, and I quote, selfish little pigs.
I could never live with myself if my boys grew up to be selfish little pigs.
Tactical nuke incoming!
So they choose to help out with the church donations, discovering that the stuff people donate is better than the stuff they own. So in their minds, they are the ones who could benefit from these donations the most. And this would also be payment for them helping out. And well, I can't really argue with their logic. They are a low-income family, so I don't think they're entirely wrong for doing this, maybe? who knows? But of course they take it too far by selling donations and pocketing the profit. It's funny to watch them continually stretching their morals to excuse what they're doing, with Reese being the driving force pushing them deeper into the scheme.
This way we pick it up, Stevie gets a game he wants, and the church gets an extra $10 donation.
No, the church would get an extra $15.
Well, I think we deserve something for our trouble.
The boys eventually get caught out despite Hal trying his best to return the stuff back to the church. But when Lois inevitably finds out what happened, she donates all of their stuff to teach them a lesson. A lesson they're definitely not going to learn. So that was a pretty entertaining sequence of events, but even better is seeing Francis finally arriving in Alaska, only to find his dream logging job is instead a janitorial job, mixed in with some general dirty work, under the employment of this miserable old sock of a woman. Her name is Lavernia.
And quit staring at my bosom. No, you...
It's strange, isn't it? No matter how unappealing a woman is, we boys do be staring anyway. Look, I know you glanced at them too. You're a man watching this, probably. We literally cannot help it. Francis realises too that Eric is stuck in this same hellhole, feeling guilty for accidentally trapping Francis here with him.
10 hours of scouring deep fat fryers with a 20-minute break to de-tick sled dogs? What's wrong with that woman?
To my memory, this is the most miserable chapter of Francis' story. But then again, I don't think I've seen much past season 5, so I could be in for a surprise later. For now though, this is a great establishing episode for this Francis chapter, and the charity story is just above average, placing the episode above the pilot at number 17. The opening skit is one of my favourites. It starts with Hal trying to fix a light bulb before getting distracted by other jobs.
Al, did you replace that light bulb in the kitchen?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Such a relatable joke that still feels fresh after all these years. This episode has 3 storylines, with the actual health scare storyline being more in the background of everything else happening, which is appropriately done because Hal and Lois want to keep Hal's potential cancer diagnosis secret from the boys. I don't think the show outright says the word cancer, but it's implied. And no, I'm not going to make a lazy reference joke to Breaking Bad, because I've already done that. There's a classic moment later where Hal believes he's having a heartfelt discussion with the boys, not realising they've snuck out and replaced themselves with decoys.
Sleep well, my little angels.
The second storyline is Dewey looking after the school hamster Bernard, who he becomes increasingly protective over as the day goes on, coming to the conclusion that he won't even be safe when he's back at school. So he fills his balls to the brim with food and sets Bernard free. I'm pretty sure that hamster's gonna drown in its own food. The third storyline is Francis butting heads with Lavernia, not realising that in her world, any insult is resolved with a fist fight, regardless of gender.
This is insane. There's no way I'm gonna fight a woman.
If I don't mind, why should you?
They end up knocking each other out, and Eric comes out with this great line.
All right, I'll get the camera.
It goes without saying, but of course Hal's results come back negative, so he gets to carry on his life as an underappreciated chemistry teacher. Good episode this. I'm placing it at number 10. I always look forward to Christmas episodes in sitcoms and TV in general. They rarely ever disappoint in my experience.
So, son, what would you like for Christmas, huh?
Did you fuck my mom?
And Malcolm in the Middle certainly delivered on this Christmas joy as well. It was quite a jolly old time, but of course mixed in with the usual depressing tones of this show.
This is supposed to be a happy time!
Lois demands that Francis spends Christmas with his grandma, who is now alone due to the grandpa dying. She's still as grumpy and seemingly spiteful as her first appearance on the show.
Can't you do the entire family a favor and just die? All you have ever done is treat us like dirt. You shouldn't even be allowed to be a grandma.
A really funny part for me was when she tells Francis to leave the Rice Krispie squares alone, because she made those for the Christmas carolers.
Stop your rockets! Decent people are trying to sleep! You stupid music!
Frances discovers that she's kept all of the Christmas presents that she didn't hand out over the years, withholding them anytime the family did something she didn't like. And as Frances tries to convince her into changing her ways, we get this great moment of sarcasm.
Grandma? My heart, I think it's melting.
Quick, go get my magic sled, and me and my reindeers will go and give Christmas to all the mean, stupid, rude people.
Back at home, the boys decide to open up all their presents early, fed up of being treated unfairly as they see it. And as they start tearing away the gift paper, they see they got exactly what they wanted for Christmas, despite the arguments and threats they got from Lois, which gives them a moment of realisation as to how much they are loved, despite being truly awful sons at times. Lois, feeling beat down by every Christmas being the same argument-filled, stressful time, decides not to punish the boys for opening the gifts early, instead asking them to pretend as if they haven't opened them.
Present here for Reese. I wonder what it is.
On a personal note, I love seeing the presents in this episode because it's a time capsule of all the boyhood things I was into, being around the same age as the boys when this was made. I am 99% sure I had that exact WWF skateboard, and this just brings me back happy memories. I will say this isn't a particularly clever episode. The storylines are kinda basic, and the comedy for the most part is average, but it was nice to get some context for why the grandma has grown so resentful over the years.
Right before Christmas, your mommy put you on the phone, you call me poopy and hung up.
I like deeper character development like this, so I'm placing it just above Krellboyne Picnic. Didn't like this one too much. Hal gets invited to a poker game but gets absolutely humiliated by losing. He later tries to prove to Abe that he can win when given another chance. There's quite a clever insight to Hal's innocence here when it comes to racial differences, where Abe starts to suspect that Hal felt outnumbered by being the only white guy in the group, when it turns out that he only felt like an outsider because he earns less than they do.
You and your poker buddies all ganged up on me because I'm not a professional.
Right out, you got £500.
A cool message for not jumping to conclusions, but overall the episode bored me if I'm being honest. In the Francis storyline, he and his group get snowed in and start going stir crazy as they wait for the storm to clear.
Look, if we don't come up with something to do, I'm gonna go insane!
It's alright, I guess, but it's going pretty far down on the list. You know, it's funny, as I'm recording this, I'm catching myself making certain sounds at the end of each episode. At the end, if I sit back and make this sound, yeah, it means the episode was okay, but nothing special. And if I make this sound, it means the episode goes lower on the list. This episode, Season 3, Episode 9, Reese's Job, is a, episode. It's the story of Reese getting a job at a burger place, and Richie, who also works there, tries to convince him to steal some money from the register. But Reese resists doing this because he really needs this job to work out, knowing how much trouble he'll be in if Lois finds out he got fired for stealing. The other notable storyline ties into Reese's one. There's a new Krellboyne boy who's intellectually superior to the others, and later on uses his massive brain to solve the mystery of who's been stealing from the cash register, clearing Reese's name and pinning it on Richie's girlfriend. My reaction sound of places it right here on the list. This opening skit is gross, but it led to me finding out something quite interesting. Lois serves up this weird looking dinner and calls it leftover parfait, a layered dish containing leftovers from the week. It just looks like 7 layers of hell. Each layer looks worse than the one above it. But I was quite confused by this because I thought parfait was a dessert. And then I found out apparently this leftover parfait is a dish made up by the show. So in this episode, Lois gets a makeover, feeling pressured by her job to appear more friendly and appealing to customers. The results of which I do not like. I'm no makeup expert, but this just seems way over the top. They made her look like a drag queen.
Close your eyes, Marge. And now you're ready for a night on the town.
Homer, you've got it set on whore.
Even more disturbing is the rapey way Hal looks at her. I know it's a comedy and he's supposed to have these exaggerated reactions, but this just weirds me out so much. This is the episode where the meme "Future's now, old man" comes from. Basically, Hal kept beating the boys at basketball and played dirty to win. So the boys play dirty too by setting up a human totem and they punch him in the nutsack to secure their victory. In Alaska, Francis becomes a renowned rat killer in the community. But just as he's getting a name for himself, this creepy as hell guy shows up and does the whole Jaws thing, where he's like, "That's no rat. If you want to kill a real rat, you want to kill this specific one." Now, I've seen a lot of horrors in my life, and yet nothing scares me quite like this guy's eyes. Ugh, why are you like this? When Francis hunts down the famous rat, he accidentally bursts open a rat nest. And you can't help but notice the dummy they used in place of Francis. I can't really understand why they need a dummy here. Aren't domesticated rats supposed to be super harmless? Maybe the actor's scared of rats. I don't know, I just thought it looked funny. Not a big fan of this episode, but it is slightly better than Poker. We have 2 episodes for this company picnic event, and because they both take place at the same location and the important stories overlap, I'm going to rank them as a singular episode. And what a classic episode this is. It really highlights the writing talent behind this show, and when you give these stories the breathing room to stretch out over 2 episodes, the plot lines have the capacity to reach the next level of brilliance.
So great to have somebody to talk to. I'm really so bad at social situations.
My psychiatrist says that I'm emotionally detached and that I have paranoid fantasies about what people are thinking about me. Yeah, sometimes it can get really ugly.
This really isn't a good time.
And every year.
He has to go to the stupid get-together for his old friends from college.
Your problem is you both see yourselves as victims. You've got to talk to each other.
Hal's company is hosting a picnic where he'll get to meet his new boss, and he spends the entire build-up nervously trying to avoid him, worrying that he will make a fool of himself like he usually does. In examples we get to see in the form of flashbacks, one of which really surprised me because I wasn't expecting Tom Green to make a cameo.
She's gushing blood! For God's sake, somebody put a tourniquet on her neck!
Doing so when the man was at the height of his fame in 2003. If I was going to cover every character subplot for these 2 episodes, this recording would drag on forever. And trust me, there's a lot of good things they managed to pack into these 2 episodes. So as much as it would be cool to cover them all, we don't want to be here forever, so I'm going to focus on the 3 which I enjoyed the most. 1. Malcolm being cringy with his crush. 2. Francis becoming the equipment manager for Lavernia's hockey team. And 3. Reese making a temporary best friend. A girl that Malcolm has a crush on is going to the same picnic, so he does his best to try and impress her, and they actually end up getting along really well, giving Malcolm hope that they might have a chance of being together. But then this happens.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
If you liked somebody, and you had no idea if they liked you back, would you say something?
I like you too, Lori. I really, really like you. Honestly, you have no idea. I've liked you for years.
Oh no.
What?
Oh my God. I was talking about Gary Spindler. Oh no.
Just when Malcolm wants to run away from the situation, they get paired together in a scavenger hunt, tied at the ankles to make sure they really can't run away. And he spends the rest of the episode bitching at her for not being her #1 choice.
Gary Spindler?
Malcolm?
Just tell me what you see in that jerk.
Pushing her to give him some much needed real talk.
Malcolm, I don't like you. Can you get that through your head? Before, I just didn't have a crush on you. And now, I can't stand you.
It ends with him accidentally wiping his tears with poison oak, and his face balloons up as a final humiliation. Now for the Francis story. He becomes the equipment manager for Lavernia's ice hockey team. Being in a tough spot financially, he steals money from the wallets of the team and uses the money to trick Lavernia into making a bet for the game, knowing that he can sway the odds by tampering with their skates and stuff.
I got Vaseline all over my grip tape.
This plan backfires on him in the end when he feels guilty and ultimately helps the team to win.
Let me collect my money so we can treat Francis the way he deserves.
You know, there's a funny story about that money.
Lastly, we have Reese's story. He gets teamed up with an ogre. No brains, all brawn. And he combines his brute strength with Reese's cunning to bully the other kids into offering their clues which they're collecting for the game. When they win and go to collect their prize, Ogre Boy realises he can just punch Reese and take all the winnings. Something which Reese totally respects.
Nice.
The whole day has been a wonderfully disastrous event, except for Hal, who managed to get through the picnic without yet again damaging his reputation.
I'm Hal.
Hi, Hal. It's so nice.
This is such a solid two-parter episode for me, and the advantage they get by being a pair might seem unfair to you, but this is my game, and this is how I want to play. And based on how much I like this entry, it's going to be in the top 5 for sure, and I'm going to place it just above Hal Quits at number 4, taking out the episode Halloween approximately. The Reese driving of this Reese Drives episode is the only thing I found entertaining, so it's the only part I'm going to cover. Reese is now old enough to drive, so he takes his test at the DMV, and getting frustrated waiting for his turn, he takes the wheel when the instructor leaves the car, leading him into a car chase with the police when he doesn't immediately pull over for being too slow on the highway.
You can handle one stupid cop. Oh man.
This event gets televised and the whole family gets to see what a great driver he is. Driving for Reese will have to wait, however, as he gets arrested. Probably wouldn't bother watching this one again, but it's not the worst. Cynthia has returned, and I didn't even know she went away. But apparently she lived in New York for a while, and it seems like the snootiness of living in the nice part of New York has rubbed off on her. Or so the boys think, because all of a sudden she's being really rude to everyone.
Is my coffee ready yet? I can't believe you only have instant.
I'm sorry, our Folgers isn't up to your standards.
Turns out the reason for her mood change is because she has boobs now, and we all know what happens to boys when they discover boobs for the first time. Upon Reese discovering these boobs, he goes ape mode, but he tries to be clever with it, flirting with her and getting closer to her, with only one thing in mind, of course. Malcolm destroys his plans by asking Reese one simple question.
What's her name? What? What's her name? I know what her name is. And I'm not gonna dignify that with a response.
Oh! How can you be so creepy?
The other plot lines are kind of weird and forgettable. Hal has a fear of flying kites because he could never get them to fly and he usually hurts himself. And Francis worships a totem pole that Eric and friends stole while they were out drinking. It's kinda dumb. Cynthia's back alright. Back of the list, that is. Oh no, I messed up, guys. Rewind back to season 2 episode 3 and you'll hear me criticising how the boys managed to remember every other birthday apart from Lois's. But it turns out that was wrong, because the boys have managed to somehow also forget Hal's birthday. But you know what? I don't feel too bad about this, because clearly Lois has forgotten about her birthday event too, purely based on the way she reacts here.
Or could it be that tomorrow is your father's birthday? We talked about this!
In her position, I would definitely bring up the fact they've forgotten about both parents' birthdays now, just to make them realise what terrible sons they are. Despite that, I think this episode is great.
This is so unfair. Dad has tons of birthdays, but there's only one demolition derby. We never get to do anything good.
Lois has a surprise for Hal, and when the surprise finally arrives, it's Francis.
Happy birthday, Dad! Francis! Oh my god, it's Francis!
Hal's reaction here is really sweet, and a stark contrast to his reaction the last time Francis turned up. It just goes to show the unbreakable love this family has, until it does get broken as Francis reveals he got married to a woman the family has never met.
What do you mean you're married?
Piyama and I are husband and wife. We got married last week.
Last week?
Francis, who is this woman?
She's my wife.
What the fuck. This is also the audience's first introduction to Pyama, a strong-willed, overly protective new wife character to add to the family dynamic. Naturally, she butts heads with Lois, defending Francis's position, even though Francis is totally in the wrong here. He's somehow surprised at the family's shock and confusion as to who this woman is. Why have they never met her? Why has she never even been mentioned before? And then to bring her along without a heads up, and on your father's birthday, is a dick move. Naturally, Hal is the mediator here, but he does express his disappointment in Francis.
All my life... I would have come, Francis.
What?
If you had invited me, I would have come.
In the background of this happening, the boys are growing increasingly stressed with the constant arguments in the house, which only gets ramped up with the whole Pyama situation. At breaking point, they steal Hal's credit card and treat themselves to a pampered evening in a lavish hotel. When the family catch the boys red-handed, Lois does apologise for the constant yelling, and she tries to rationalise her frustration.
I get a little emotional when I learned that my oldest son was acting like an idiot and throwing his life away. Now that doesn't mean...
Okay, we're even. Everyone's fine and there's no need for escalation.
Our hero Hal once again stepping in to level out the scores. The fact that this episode has some actual story development, with surprising twists and funny moments, it puts it above Lois's birthday episode. But I don't quite feel it's as good as Emancipation, so let's place it in the middle of these two, at number 11. 3 average storylines in this one, and I'll start with the one I like the best. Francis is complaining about being treated like dirt by his boss Lavernia, when all of a sudden she starts treating him really nice. Francis eventually finds out the reason why is that Pyama stole her parakeet.
I figured you'd do the same for me.
But I would tell you! If I was gonna grab someone's parakeet and hold it hostage, well, I wouldn't do that!
Francis then goes to return her parakeet, but forgot to put a blanket over the cage on the journey there. I really like this moment of Francis trying to do the right thing, but his idiocy once again gets in the way. Malcolm gets given an old laptop, a very, very old laptop, and he gets addicted to playing a knockoff version of The Sims, growing frustrated that his character is always miserable when failing at life, while the rest of his computer-generated family are doing really well for themselves.
You stupid fat bastard!
Lastly, the Hal story is that he coaches Dewey's football team, and it doesn't go particularly well because Dewey's team sucks. So, Hal tries to inspire them by getting them to think about how great of a team the X-Men are. When he then tells them to play again, but this time with the spirit of the X-Men, they jump the team and give them a beatdown. We're looking at yet another middle-of-the-road episode. Dewey finds a stray dog and wonders if he can keep him.
Dewey, you're not allowed to have a dog, remember? We want you to be miserable.
That's right, son. It's our job to make sure we're as unfair as possible to you.
I love how this show has stayed consistent in showing you Dewey's bizarre imagination. It makes for really good moments of comedy just like this.
Don't listen to them, Dewey. I've studied the matter thoroughly and I'm convinced you can get away with it.
Meanwhile, Lois and Hal try to organise a romantic night out. On the first attempt, Lois has to work late because Craig is sick with the flu. On the second attempt, Lois and Reese prepare a lovely roast dinner, utilising Reese's cooking skills from season 2. Good to see some continuation here. This is where Dewey's dog comes back into the show. Smelling the delicious roast, Marshmallow, which is the dog's name by the way, charges into the kitchen and wolfs down half of the roast joint, in an impressively short amount of time too.
Marshmallow!
To keep the dog a secret, Dewey shoos him away from the crime scene and takes his place on the table. As a third and final attempt, Lois and Hal book a restaurant to go to, but they now both have the flu. Determined not to let it ruin the evening, they hide it from each other. And they both end up at hospital where a surgeon reads out Hal's wedding vows. Vows he never got to read at the wedding because Lois was in labour. Yeah, that's a nice throwback. Back at home, Dewey gets tired of the brothers threatening to reveal his secret dog, so he trains Marshmallow to protect him. Now fully in control, he makes them wear makeup and stuff, and manages to trap Craig into the situation too, ending up with Craig running away as bait to get the dog out of the house. Spangler has travelled all the way to Alaska to find Francis, blaming him for his downward spiral, where Francis was his only failing student at the academy.
Die! Die!
Sir, cut it out. Your hooks are cold.
Spangler's in such bad shape that Francis and Eric take pity on him, nursing him back to health and putting him in a situation where he can command people again.
I'm sorry, I have arthritis.
That's it. You have just lost pudding for the whole group.
I quite enjoyed this one, and I think it deserves to be above Krellboy Girl. Wow, really? Another poker episode within the same season? I sure hope they're not running out of ideas this early on. We still have 3 more seasons to get through. I didn't think the first poker episode was good enough to warrant a second version, but I guess the showrunners did, so here we are. And it is marginally better, I guess. It's Hal's turn to host, and he wants everything to go perfectly, which means the boys have to stay in their room. But this is no problem for them, as they get to hang out with one of the guy's daughters, and also her friend. The boys' hopes of getting somewhere with the girls quickly get shot down, but then Stevie wheels in the room and they show him all the attention in the world. Naturally, he leans into this and pretends he's dying.
I've been told I'm very brave.
Malcolm gets preoccupied with hiding the gun that the blonde girl brought over, and I suppose that's a semi-entertaining thing that happens. But I'm certainly not going to go into Francis' story because that's really not interesting. It's basically him thinking Pyama is seeing her ex-boyfriend, but it turns out she was just reconnecting with her dad. Not good. Not good at all. Well, just when it couldn't get worse. We now have an episode that only exists to be a highlight reel for previous episodes, so we're essentially wasting our time here. And at first I held on to some optimism because it appeared that the driving force of this story was a therapy session for the boys, and I thought the episode might focus more on revealing some of their psychological problems. But as it turns out, this episode really just exists to show clips from previous episodes. So yeah, for me this episode had nothing to offer, and that's why it's going to the very bottom of the list. Lois is called for jury duty, and Hal goes crazy when she refuses to tell him details about the case. So he predicts what the case is based on a water ring that Lois accidentally left on a news article.
Thank you very much.
For what?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You didn't say a word.
He then spends the whole episode obsessing over the wrong case, arguing with Abe, who gets sucked into it somehow.
Means, motive, and opportunity. It's all a little too neat because he's guilty.
The boys explore some tunnels for no good reason other than they promised Dewey they would. And just like these tunnels, this part of the story has no satisfying ending. They end up just getting embarrassed because they were having a heartfelt conversation that echoed all the way to the kids outside. Francis goes ice fishing with his cabin pals, and they can't get out because there's a bear outside. That's it. That's pretty much the start and the end of that storyline. So we're looking quite far down the list for this one. The Krellboyne class gets separated when a chemistry assignment goes wrong, and each of the Krellboynes find new homes in different cliques. Dabney with the jocks, Lloyd with the goths, and so on. This reminds me of when kids at school would randomly join in with new fads, and then take it way too seriously. I know because it happened to me when I discovered Linkin Park. Finally, music that understands my pain. I have no regrets, I still love Linkin Park. Dewey has to stay home because he has chickenpox, and gets so bored that he resorts to setting up an elaborate domino chain. Hal, again with his weird obsessions, craves for the dominoes to be pushed over, and Neron freaks out when Dewey decides to tidy them away instead. I swear Hal has OCD or something. He becomes so obsessed with the dominoes that he starts dreaming about them. And based on the other obsessions he's had in the show, I think we have enough evidence to send his ass to therapy. In the end, he sets up his own elaborate domino chain, but when he goes to get the camera, the wind knocks them all down and he misses it. The clique thing doesn't go anywhere that interesting. They all get outed as posers within their new groups by Malcolm. So in defence, the Krellboynes out Malcolm as their leader, leading them to getting their trousers stolen. Is that a thing kids do to each other? This is not something millennials used to do in school, trust me. The domino part was okay, and seeing Dabney as a goth was pretty funny, keeping this episode away from the bottom of the pile. Craig is in a wheelchair recovering from the Dewey's dog incident, and Lois gets fed up of his annoying, weird requests.
Did you get the extra mail?
Yes.
From which place?
When are you getting the nurse?
So to replace Lois, he gets a helper monkey, who eventually tries killing him, most likely sharing in Lois's frustration with his demands. There's a really messed up but funny part, where the monkey makes him a milkshake, but puts drain unblocker in it. So Craig has to pretend to drink it to keep Monkey happy.
Mmm, good.
Another perfect way.
Like I said, it's messed up. At the start of the episode, the family home gets robbed, and Reese saves the day where Hal is unable to escape his tight bedsheets. Reese gets a kick out of his hero status and decides to become a policeman. When the power ultimately gets to his head, he foolishly tries to power play Lois.
Officer in need of assistance! Repeat! Officer in need of assistance!
Everything about this bit is weird to me. Lois has a weird looking body double that looks like a monkey in a wig, and the added reverb to Reese's voice really bothers me.
Officer in need of assistance! Repeat! Officer in need of assistance!
Why does it sound like his ADR was recorded in the bottom of a well? It makes no sense. Francis and Pyama get forced out of Alaska when their land gets bought out. And with good timing too, because the whole Alaska thing was getting a bit played out for my liking, and I much prefer where they go to next. Before we move on, I found this scene quite funny, where Dewey is scared that the robber will come back.
It's alright, it's alright. It was just me turning off the light.
Where are you? Let me be back somewhere.
I love Hal, but just imagine living with this fucking lunatic. Quite enjoyed this episode. It had a good variety of things to keep me interested.
How do we know which one's the Komodo 3000?
The family visit the zoo, and Hal has trouble containing his insecurities, knowing that Lois's ex works there. Hal awkwardly tries to wedge himself between the two by taking her place as a volunteer in his show.
I'm Hal, Lois's husband.
Well, Hal, are you feeling adventurous?
And he ends up being bit by a tarantula.
I am so sorry. Victor's never done anything like that before. Once the swelling goes down, the fangs should fall out.
I love how comically large this bump is. Reese is also having a swell time with the animals, as he manages to anger a goat that terrorizes him for the rest of the visit.
Go away!
Eventually, Reese kicks the goat into the tiger enclosure, which is the perfect distraction for the tigers who are about to eat Malcolm and Dewey. On the road to find new pastures, Francis and Pyama meet this quirky German couple, Gretchen and Otto. And within a few minutes of meeting, they ask Francis to come manage their ranch, getting decent pay and free accommodation.
Look me in the eye. Yeah, I can tell. It is the job for you. Pays $200 a week plus free room and board. Done.
And I think this is such a nice change of tone, where he's now going to be working for the sweetest couple who have ever existed on sitcom television, and also who happen to be really funny at times.
I love horses. Their bodies are so big and their feet are so tiny, they make me laugh.
Otto is a lovable nitwit, and Francis quickly sees that one of the employees is taking advantage of Otto's naivety, and with his power of managing the ranch, he fires him, because no one fucks with our sweet Otto and gets away with it. This episode acts as a checkpoint for the change in Francis' story, so it feels like an important episode, and the structure of these intertwining character stories at the zoo was well done. I am going to place it just above Monkey, the last episode from the previous season. This opening is funny. Francis is ringing back with the good news that he can now start paying back the money he owes. But Lois and Hal are so used to him asking for money that they don't even listen to what he's saying.
Francis, I can't spare $50.
No, I'm sending you the money to start.
Just give him the $50. We have to go.
All right, your mother says it's okay, but we have to go.
Malcolm anticipates a fresh start in senior year, hoping to be rid of the Krellboyne image, despite the Krellboynes being consistently good friends to him. He ignores them on the playground, and I won't grandstand too much against his shitty attitude here, because I do recall the crazy amount of pressure you felt at school to fit in. You want nothing more than to fit in with the crowd that isn't picked on, so you pretend to be cooler than you are. Who at that age can safely say they embraced the idea of just being yourself? No one, that's who, because being yourself is the worst at this age. And I too would feel like distancing myself from the Krellboyne kids, especially with their constant whiny, crackling voice.
Where are you going?
I I told you we should have taken a dry run last week, but no, Daphne's an alarmist. Well, now look where we are.
Oh, doesn't that sound just great on you? I haven't mentioned this annoyance up until now, because for many episodes I was able to tolerate it, but I'm losing my tolerance levels fast.
Here he comes! Here he comes! I'm nothing! I'm invisible!
With the new routine, Dewey gets the house to himself for 15 minutes before the brothers come home. And I like this moment here, where Dewey's defensive programming kicks in.
Mine!
He uses these 15 minutes to do Dewey things, like play the piano. Malcolm's popularity plans are dead on arrival, as Lois and Hal were there helping out, and Lois embarrasses Malcolm in front of the whole school.
Oh, for crying out loud, how did you get a stain there already?
Mom, come on.
It wasn't there this morning.
Mom, stop. It's no big deal.
In his desperation to still have a chance at a fresh start, he vows to crash Lois's car. But then Cynthia comes in with this alpha Chad move.
If you do this, I will never have sex with you again.
Again?
They had sex? You had sex with her?
You had sex?
Seriously, Malcolm, why isn't she your girlfriend? Come on. Francis is struggling to get Otto to see how his kindness bites him on the arse, with most of his staff constantly taking time off and Otto allowing it to happen. But in the end, when Otto buys Francis a truck, he realises that you can lead a friendly German horse to water, but you can't make it drink. An inoffensive episode that I'm unlikely to watch again in a hurry.
How do we know which one's the Komodo 3000?
If I had to guess, I would say this is the most well-remembered episode by fans. This image of the boys sinking in the swimming pool riding the golf cart is still a popular meme today. It's Hal's dad's birthday, so he's having a party for the whole family. And at first his dad seems like a jolly old man, while the rest of the family are total dicks. But it's soon revealed that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. For some inexplicable reason, Hal's family treat Lois like total crap, going as far as to deliberately leave her out of the family picture.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody.
That's just so cold. Hal tries his best to confront his dad about the problem, but he never takes anything Hal says seriously, and avoids the conversation by making Hal laugh with silly faces.
I'm not kidding! Then why are you laughing? There's nothing funny here.
I would hate this character if he wasn't played by the legend himself, Christopher Lloyd.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Hal gets fed up of the tickle fights and layers up in jackets so he can have his say uninterrupted. And I like that he gets carried away here making his points.
Hal, stop it! You haven't helped me while my family has been habitually tormenting my wife to the point where I've had to avoid both them and you!
The best part of this episode is seeing the boys stick up for Lois when she gets pushed into locking herself away and crying from her mean treatment.
What are you gonna do?
We don't know. We never know.
If it wasn't for the copyrighted music here, I would play this iconic scene with sound. But we're just going to have to enjoy this scene of the boys trashing the birthday meal in total silence. Yep. This is good, isn't it? Alright, let's just score the episode. It's going to be high up on the list for sure, as it was a fun episode to watch, and even the depressing parts had a funny and heartwarming conclusion. It definitely has more to offer than Hal Quits, and I've revisited the Company Picnic episodes to make a decision, and the decision is that Company Picnic will hold its place, meaning Family Reunion takes fifth.
Allison's a moron.
Malcolm tries way too hard to impress a stupid girl at school called Allison, and that's not me being a woman-hating incel, she really is stupid.
I'm glad we finally talked after a month of being locker neighbors.
Locker neighbors?
Yeah, we're...
Stevie reacts to the situation with the sickest burn.
What is wrong with me?
How long you got?
Hal wins $1,000 on a scratch card, and instead of putting into Dewey's college fund like he said he would, he rents a steamroller, and he only uses it once.
I can do better.
Yes, it's another fad for Hal to become obsessive over. Dewey eventually catches him out and helps him to overcome his addiction. Next time on Malcolm in the Middle, Hal smokes crystal meth and Dewey rolls him onto his side to keep him choking on his own vomit. Rated T for teens. In all seriousness, I didn't find the steamroller thing that funny. It was just getting kinda sad towards the end. Malcolm learns that if he switches his brain off, he's able to have fun just like Reese. And more importantly, he can be on the same brave wave frequency as Allison, who according to Malcolm dumped him as soon as he used the long word again, breaking the illusion. And weirdly, Reese ends up getting with her at the end of the episode. Isn't there some unwritten bro law forbidding this kind of relationship? Oh well, it's at least nice to see Reese happy. To finish off, Francis once again defends Otto's naivety as he fights a shady salesman who conned Otto into thinking that cows need sunblock. It's not that interesting or funny, so let's move on. Again, an inoffensive, casual episode that gets a casual position. The opening skits that involve food always make me shudder, but this one I found especially funny.
Give Reese a slice from the fuzzy side, and I didn't see a thing.
Deal.
Lois tries to stop the prank war between Malcolm and Reese, shown in many flashbacks. Not the bad kind of flashbacks like the clip show episode, as these flashbacks contain new material. Some of these flashbacks were very amusing. Hal is trying to buy a comic book for Malcolm's birthday, but the guy at the shop is treating him like crap for not knowing anything about comics.
You're in the league for Mr. Incredible.
I don't think he's ready for that.
And for only $20? Have you lost your mind?
Hey, you guys shut up. No, tell me about him. I think I read that one.
Sir, there is no Mr. Incredible.
I like this for two reasons. The first is that I hate it. I hate people who act superior to you because you're new at something. It's happened to me before, and it's satisfying to see how this mistreatment is resolved. The second reason is that Hal isn't being a psychopath in this episode. He's just trying to buy his son a present, and his goofy antics aren't helping his cause. I like this well-meaning but failing version of Hal. I like this much more than the fucking nutcase Hal episodes. But of course, there are a few exceptional episodes to this rule. Anyway, Craig gets his moment to shine here, as Hal bargains with him to help at the comic book shop. And he shows these jerks who the real comic book god is.
I'd like to see the novelty shop that carries an original Spider-Man number 14 with the first appearance of the Green Goblin.
You're kidding.
What are you doing?
Fear not. It is the 1993 reprint. If it had been an original, he would have thrown himself in front of it. Now, let's talk business.
Dewey is stressing out about his role as Abraham Lincoln in the school play. He knows he will do well, but Lois doesn't seem to be taking it seriously, made evident by the fact that she and Hal failed to show up for it. Dewey, being used to this disappointment, imagines his parents are someone else, and he feels the confidence to put on a great performance. Lastly, at the ranch, Otto tries to dispel the rumours of a devil cow terrorising the livestock. That is, until he's approached by the devil cow while sunbathing.
Wow!
What?
I have seen it, Francis, the devil cow!
Seeing his flabby, sweaty, sunburnt body here is both gross and hilarious. Francis learns that this cow was no devil, she just desperately needed milking and was getting cranky.
You're not evil at all. You're just a lady with a little too much milk.
Have you ever been milked so hard that you started crying? Well, I haven't, because I'm not a cow. This was a super enjoyable episode. It doesn't quite make the leaderboard, but it does deserve to be near the top. Lois is on medication preventing them from having sex for a whole week. Oh no, how on earth will they survive? On the plus side, they discover how productive they can be when they have all this pent-up energy.
Hey, honey, where have you been?
I was up at 4 scouring the grout in the shower, and I thought, the flower market is open this early. Why not drive downtown and buy some fresh cut flowers?
They're beautiful!
It's a relatable concept, whether it be for sex or any other kind of distraction you can think of. Malcolm has a forbidden fruit too, in this girl who's in the same year as him but looks like she's in her early 20s. I looked up this actress and discovered that she's 45 now, meaning she was 25 in this episode, while Frankie Muniz was 16. Looks like he's the forbidden fruit in this scenario, you criminal. He's supposed to be tutoring her on math, but they quickly do away with that idea and get down to doing stuff they definitely shouldn't be. Her father is this overprotective military guy, so they have to be sneaky when he visits. Outside of the house, however, they can freely be an illegal couple. And here comes Stevie with another classic burn.
We get it. You're dating.
Stevie, how's it going?
Dad catches them in the act, but this only seems to spur them on to try harder. There's a bit that sticks in my mind, where Malcolm crawls along this disgusting cinema floor to keep out of sight.
This is worth it. This is definitely worth it.
Much to my surprise, they stay together by the end of the episode, which I believe is the first time we'll be seeing a girlfriend last more than one episode. It's good to see them trying out new ideas. The other plot lines aren't worth mentioning, it belongs in the middle of the pack somewhere. This is the episode where Hal gets obsessed with speedwalking, and this is one of those exceptions I mentioned earlier, where the obsession's more entertaining than it is frustrating to watch. He soon encounters a foe called Wheeler, an experienced speedwalker who leaves Hal for dust every time, and Hal can't figure out why, as he's been training obsessively, going as far as to eat a bunch of raw eggs with ground beef and a ton of other gross crap. Oh no. I really want to know if he actually just swallowed raw eggs and meat, because this is all one shot, we have no camera cuts, so there's no hiding what he's really eating, and this stuff looks pretty authentic to me. Later on, when Hal watches some tapes of Wheeler speedwalking, he realises that he's been cheating, and calls him out on it in front of the other speedwalkers. Malcolm gets kicked off the basketball team, and he realises that his argumentative nature keeps landing him in trouble, so he tries a new method of holding in his rage.
You know, you're not finished till you put those away and wipe down the counters.
Why don't I buff the floor and lick your shoes while I'm at it? Yes, ma'am.
Eventually, this suppressed rage leads him to developing a peptic ulcer, realising that it is healthy to let off the occasional bit of steam.
For your information, I just spent the past 3 hours on a gurney next to a guy who is still trying to smoke out of the hole in his neck.
The other plot lines are meh, although I did get a good gross out when Francis took off his cowboy boots.
If I hold out for a few days, maybe the fungus will eat the mushrooms.
Hal and Malcolm's storyline keeps this one above the middle. The guys visit Francis for some mal-bonding, and immediately they are blown away by Francis' developments into a responsible adult. But soon the boys start to realise that this maturity comes with discipline, and they start to miss the old Francis. To get the old Francis back, they buy a ton of fireworks, which they know he won't be able to resist lighting. Kinda selfish on their part, but if this results in Francis getting into more shenanigans again, I can get on board with the idea. The part where they watch the Komodo 3000 firework go off really impresses me. I checked each frame between the day and night switchover, and they did a great job of getting the actors in the correct position, and having the scenes match almost exactly to pull off this effect. It was cool to watch Otto and Hal bonding, and Otto actually comes out with some wise words for a change. He enlightens Hal to the truth about Francis, in that Francis always had good values within him, and these good values must have come from his upbringing, so Hal should feel like a proud parent. A fairly good episode, bumped higher due to that impressive night and day shot. It feels right to place it just above the last episode at number 20. Grandma's over to visit, and the family are eager to get her back on the coach home. But on the way out the door, she slips on a leaf.
Mom!
And because she's a detestable hag, she threatens to sue her own family for the accident, ignoring their struggling financial situation to get what she thinks she deserves. To make matters worse, Lois finds out the next day that the reason she's been feeling sick is because she's pregnant.
Pregnant?
Congratulations.
They go hat in hand to Grandma, expecting this news to make her reevaluate the situation and, you know, maybe drop the lawsuit. But because Grandma is pure evil,
you should settle. Mom? It's for your own good. If you can't keep your legs closed for 20 minutes, at least take good advice when you hear it.
Luckily, the lawyer finds out this household has no insurance, so he refuses to sue a family that doesn't have any money to take. So with Grandma realising she can't sue them, she finally agrees to go home. The boys didn't react well to the news of another baby at first, rightly arguing how much more strained things will be, but at the end of the day they come together and agree to make further sacrifice for the sake of the family. This episode feels like it exists to break the news of another baby, which happens to tie in with Jane's real life pregnancy. Outside of that, this episode doesn't really offer much.
You don't have to be a genius. You're sweet and thoughtful, and that's what counts.
With Lois now expecting another child, she imagines what life might have been like if she had girls instead of boys, daydreaming that they might squabble with each other less.
It's stupid.
No, it isn't, Mallory. You can tell her.
Daisy's right. You can tell me. How come you never say what's on your mind?
Yeah, you're always so quiet.
She takes the boys clothes shopping, a trip she always dreads because of the inevitable laddish antics, so she continues her daydreaming.
Look at this. I think I snagged it on something. I hate when I ruin my things.
In this alternate reality, Hal is a fat guy who lets his daughters have whatever they want.
You know how you like to make me happy?
Yes?
Well, there is the cutest little makeup kit at the clinic counter.
Oh, honey, no.
A part of me wonders if this manipulation dynamic they have has some deeper meaning to it. Like, maybe he comfort eats because he's always putting everyone else above himself, doing whatever he can to please everyone but himself. But then the other part of me thinks they just put him in a fat suit because it was funny to do so.
Brought everyone some cookies. Oh, they're gone.
Snap back to reality, ope there goes gravity, and Skinny Hal is searching desperately for the ideal Valentine's present, with the first idea being lingerie. But of course he doesn't search like a normal human being.
Can I help you? Don't do it.
Thank you.
He then stumbles onto the idea of a foot spa, but the guy in front buys the last one. He tracks him down to try and buy it off of him, but when he refuses, Hal steals the bag from him and flees the scene. I love that he tries this stealing tactic twice and manages to get it wrong both times. Back to Fat Hal and Girl World. It turns out girls aren't as perfect as Lois imagines. They simply have different kind of teenage tantrums. Back at home, Lois reflects on the day and sees that the boys do eventually come through and offer small glimpses of good behaviour.
Happy Valentine's
Yeah, happy
Day.
Valentine's Day.
We saved you the coconut ones because we know they're your favorite.
Thank you, boys. I love it.
I really like this episode. It was very imaginative and the Hal moments are iconic. Definitely holds value for repeat watches, so it's going to be up high on the list for sure. Malcolm and Lois go for a long drive to her sister's house to drop off some stuff, and on the journey Lois uses the opportunity to give Malcolm the sex talk. He protests, of course, because she goes into way too much detail.
Okay. So, on the night I lost my virginity, I learned something very important about relationships and trust.
But in the end, Malcolm starts to see the benefits in talking about intimate relationships so that he can improve things between him and Nikki. Yep, that's still going on. It's shocking, isn't it? Reese spends some time in a prison as a way to straighten out his life path, but he ends up mocking the prisoner who agreed to try and help scare him straight.
I just realized. You're in prison. You're locked up in here for life. What do I need to be afraid of you for?
There's a funny part at the end where Reese realises that the prisoner will be released soon.
Hey, I don't care if you get out. You'll never figure out how to find me.
Hal and his friends are performing in a barbershop quartet kind of thing, and Dewey keeps asking questions about the group's dynamic, which causes them to argue until they split. But then they get back together when Hal has to perform on stage by himself. The Francis storyline is pretty much that he accidentally killed Otto's favourite cow, and then fed it to him.
This is delicious.
The Reese story was the highlight for me, and that wasn't particularly special, so it belongs here on the list.
0 tolerance.
While Lois is staying with her sister, Hal is going nuts trying to control the boys. I think he says the phrase zero tolerance about 100 times.
Stop! No, we are at zero tolerance now! Do you hear me? Zero tolerance! I say zero tolerance. I mean zero tolerance! Tolerance to the 0 degree!
Malcolm gets caught sneaking back into the house late at night after seeing Nikki, so Hal upholds his zero tolerance rule and kicks him out of the house. Malcolm then spends the rest of the episode hiding up in Nikki's loft, where at first it didn't seem so bad because she was going to keep him company. But when he consistently ignores her problems to talk about his own, she reaches her own zero tolerance and dumps him for being selfish. So now he's pretty much stuck up here alone. At the ranch, Otto's piano-playing nephew has come to visit and torments Francis by playing tunes to match his movements.
Stop playing.
It's a silly, pointless B-plot, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it amusing. When Hal is handing out missing posters for Malcolm, a neighbourhood boy starts putting up his own posters for his missing dog. And this next bit of dialogue gives us an insight into how the community feels about the family.
I don't know your kid, but from the way my mom and dad talk, your whole family isn't worth as much as my dog.
Malcolm falls through the loft and gets discovered, but luckily Hal has learnt to chill out now on the zero tolerance stuff, so all is forgiven. Very much a middle of the pack episode.
Looks like we are going to need more towels.
I always like to make sure I give shout outs to funny opening skits, and this one where Alison forgot to do her homework is great.
Here's your book report. It's a guaranteed A.
Thank you.
Oh, I totally forgot to do mine.
No problem. Now we'll both get C's.
In this episode, Hal gets a second job while Lois is out of town, so he takes a job at a stereo store, where he tries his hardest to become friends with two slack-jawed idiots.
Hey guys. So when you're not at work, what do you do for fun?
Nothing.
Yeah, me too. Word.
Stanley from The Office makes an appearance as a customer in this episode, and I also just found out he plays the cop in Halloween Approximately. While Hal works the night shift, the boys have a new babysitter called Jessica, and at first the boys contest her authority because she's younger than Reese, but she's smart enough to trick the boys into good behaviour. It even works on Malcolm, who's supposed to be a genius. She uses his ego to trick him into spending hours talking about his superior brain.
It's getting late.
Is it? Oh man, the movie was over an hour ago.
Huh. Well, anyway, I'm glad to know how much smarter you are than me.
There's quite a funny story going on at the ranch, where Francis brings in some extra cash by renting out the ranch as a filming location, but he soon realises what kind of film they're making.
Excuse me, are you an actress?
Guilty.
I knew it! I've seen you in something, I know I have. What was it?
Dirty Girls Down Under.
Yes! No. No!
Otto and Gretchen naively remain excited about the movie, and there's this hilarious bit where Gretchen is cast as a maid.
Looks like we're going to need more towel.
And cuts.
I really like the relationship Francis has with these two. He always tries his hardest to protect them, and treats them with the same dignity and love they show him. The manager at the stereo store gets frustrated with Hal trying to impress these idiots, so he forces Hal to make a choice. Either work the late shift and earn his respect, or go to the idiot's party and get fired.
Guys, wait up!
There's a really unexpected and well done homage to Indiana Jones here, which I'm certain I can't play because of the copyrighted song. Again, we have to resort to using our imagination. Yep, enjoyed this one a lot. It's above average.
How do we know which one's a Komodo 3000?
Hal has an old friend over who's a bad influence for him, constantly talking him into doing crazy stuff, like breaking down a wall to build an extension for the baby, which in principle sounds great. But his friend is an idealistic lunatic who seems more like a Tyler Durden type character more than a real person.
Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need.
You're not being fair to the baby, Hal. I know. Come on, eye of the tiger. We create our own futures. I mean, we'll be okay as long as...
At this point, would it really be that shocking if Hal had an imaginary friend, just like Tyler Durden? Sorry to spoil Fight Club for you if you haven't seen it. It's Dabney's birthday today, and you see the creepy obsessiveness his mum has over him. For a birthday gift, she gives him a new hairbrush so he can brush her hair better.
Count down from 100. You boys can help. 100.
Oh, no. He eventually cracks under the pressure of being controlled and goes Rambo mode at paintballing. And we get this very funny line from Dabney.
I'm not your little boy anymore, Mom. I'm your little man. Oh my.
At the ranch, Gretchen is away, and Otto can't sleep alone, so he insists on sleeping with Francis.
Woo! This fur is so cold. Get me under those warm blankets.
How can you not love Otto? To make matters worse, Otto suffers from night terrors, and eventually Francis learns how to calm him down. As this ranking list grows, it's getting harder to place new episodes. Whenever I go to place a new episode to replace the placement of an old episode, I quickly go and re-watch the episode that's being replaced to make sure I'm making a fair comparison. And I say this just to give you an idea as to how long this project is taking me. Well, anyway, I can say with confidence this episode belongs just under the pilot episode. Not that much to talk about. It's not necessarily a bad episode, it's just kind of whatever. The family has a yard sale, and Hal finds his old pirate radio set, so he gets back on the air as a foil hat wearing conspiracist.
He said he'd returned. He couldn't be silenced. Kid Charlemagne is back on the air.
I do like the idea that some people out there eagerly await the return of a radio pundit who barely had any audience many years ago. Like there's some Generation X guy sitting there waiting patiently, listening to radio static in the hopes that one day his favourite pundit, Kid Charlemagne, comes back on the air to spread truth. There is one funny moment where the boys have flashbacks to remember the good times they have with the stuff they're about to sell. And when it's Dewey's turn to have his flashback...
Hey look, my baseball glove. Hey look, my baseball glove.
The ranch story is just stupid, but not funny stupid, so I'm leaving it out. And this episode goes down the list, but not aggressively low. Malcolm and the Krellboynes participate in an academic octathlon, with the Krellboynes wanting to cheat their way to victory. Malcolm opposes the idea, but changes his mind when he catches another class cheating.
That son of a...
I would go into detail here, but it's not all that interesting. Back at home, Reese is trying his hardest to get out of taking Allison to the dance, and instead of just being honest with her, he tries to get grounded.
Are you crazy?
No, just extremely disrespectful.
Allison figures out his intentions, but won't let him get away with breaking his promise to take her. And then she tells him as soon as the dance is over, she will break up with him forever. The nice part of this episode is the interaction between Hal and Dewey, all seen through the eyes of an ant, which I think is top tier creativity. As Hal tries to deal with this ant infestation, he struggles to get Dewey to admit that he loves him. That is until Hal almost kills himself with fumes, and Dewey steps in to save his life.
Thank you, son. You saved my life. I love you.
I love you, Dad.
The ant perspective is concluded with a finger squish. Again, good creativity. At the ranch, Francis accidentally starts a chain of arguments between couples, which eventually loops back round to him. That's it. That's the plotline. The ant perspective thing keeps this episode away from the bottom of the list. Oh, god damn it. Why? Please just stop with this lazy clip show highlight reel gimmick. I can at least say clip show number 2 has better character development, where we get to watch Hal and Lois writing their will. A very sensitive subject for most people, because it puts our morality literally on the table and makes us think about what we're leaving behind. We actually get a solemn story of how Lois felt like a useless mother when Francis was born, and Hal feels similar about his ability to provide. There is no funny conclusion to this because it's just not funny, but it's also not as depressing as it sounds, because you see them come together and work things out. I still would have preferred if this wasn't tied into a flashback episode, as it would have been ranked higher.
Who ordered the girl?
Lois needs to get away from the boys again, even though she only got back a few episodes ago, because she can't handle the constant stress.
Your mother is 9 months pregnant. She's stressed out enough as it is. She doesn't need all this screaming!
So Lois and Hal book a couples weekend away at some couples-only hotel, where instead of connecting, they argue pretty much the entire time. In one argument, Hal accidentally let slip that he lied about getting a vasectomy, and that was the only funny or entertaining part of their trip for me. With the parents away, Reese throws a house party, and he invites this shady bunch who turn out to be drug dealers. And yes, the drug is meth, and no, I'm not going to make any lazy references to Breaking Bad.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know, it's...
I am the one who knocks.
Malcolm panics about his house now being full of drug dealers and weirdos, because his date is due to come over at any moment.
Kathy, hi!
Hey!
Bring your girlfriend in here.
It's super uncomfortable how these clearly much older guys ogle his girlfriend. Dewey steps in and saves the day by telling on them to their parents.
You called my mommy?
Donnie!
And that's the end of that, really. It's going to go a fair way down the list. Hal becomes a feeder in this episode. He's intentionally making Lois fatter without her knowledge. It's so goddamn weird.
No matter how big and round and kickly you get.
I don't even know what to say anymore. When he gets caught in the act, Lois just looks at him like, "Oh, Hal, you silly goof." I would be force-feeding him sticks of bacon-wrapped butter with cocktail sausages jammed into his nostrils so he can't breathe without inducing calories. The main story in this one is that Malcolm develops a competitive relationship with this loser, whose only life quality is being good at chess. Malcolm takes pity on him and gets him a job interview at Lucky Aid to give him a chance of living a normal life. As the title of this episode suggests, Malcolm has a lot in common with this guy personality-wise, but he can't see the resemblance even at the end of the episode. The Dewey plotline is stupid and annoying. He just keeps doing weird things because he believes the baby's telling him to. And Francis' plotline is that he becomes a live nude model for a while.
See how I have captured the confident power of your torso, the sheer arrogance of your ass.
This was slightly less enjoyable than the previous episode.
Well, I'm having the baby.
This is a two-parter episode, but I'm going to rank them individually because they involve different locations and one part is better than the other. So in this first part, the family discussed the idea of inducing the baby early because it's grown much bigger than expected. And most people seem okay with this idea, except for Dewey when they suggest for the induction to happen on Thursday.
Thursday? This Thursday?
You can't do that.
What difference does it make?
Why is he reacting this way? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Lois suggests that Hal takes the boys out for the day while the rest of the family prepare the house. So Hal takes them to what he thought was going to be a car expo, but he got the date wrong and it's actually a wedding convention. But since he's already paid for the parking, he takes the boys in anyway. In this convention, we get my second best Dewey moment, just behind the balloon chase sequence. He walks around asking various people to hear his story. We don't get to see what his story is until near the end, but we do get to see clues of how each of these people will be involved in the reveal. Meanwhile, we see Malcolm asking permission to go to a prestigious school, as he's been offered full scholarship, giving the additional rationale of it being easier for Hal to finance the home without Malcolm there to run up more bills. But Hal selfishly says no, because he relies on Malcolm to be there to help solve their problems.
But we need you. The family is only a family as long as we all stick together.
Oh my god, Hal is such a shitty father. Who the hell would deny their kids a chance to go to a great school just to make their own lives easier? And then just when you thought Hal couldn't fail at being a dad any harder, we learn why Dewey is upset about the baby coming this Thursday.
Okay, Dewey, what is the big deal about Thursday?
It's my birthday.
It is not, you... Oh, God!
I love how Dewey stood up for himself in this episode, using his charm and intelligence to create a scenario where he can confront his dad without the issue being ignored, and in a way that might seem harshly exposing to people whose business it really isn't. But you can't say this public humiliation isn't justified. And now we come to the part of the episode that I love the most. Back home, Lois's mum has unexpectedly dropped by again, but this time she refuses to leave, forcing Lois to come up with a drastic plan. As Lois explains to Abe, her mum is a hateful bigot who has a real phobia of black people, so maybe he can help scare her away.
Oh, I see. Because I'm... You want me to...
I do it, but I'm not dark enough. I just annoy her.
I like how he seems hesitant at first, because he must feel a bit used here, just because he's black. But then again, he would be helping to get rid of a racist from the house, and that would also help out these people who have basically become family. So Abe and his other black friends come over, and they don't do anything aggressive, they just kinda toy with her.
So what you doing later on? 'Cause I like that wagon you dragging.
I especially found this bit funny.
Allow me.
Just as the plan seems to be working, Lois goes into labour, so Grandma sticks around. It's a real solid episode of entertainment, where nothing cartoonish or goofy happens, just solid writing of setups and payoffs. It's going to go in the top 5, and this may be my most controversial choice so far, because I haven't seen this episode being memed about or even talked about, and I think it's actually better than Family Reunion and Company Picnic, so I'm going to give it the number 4 spot.
Oh, I forgot how small they are.
Whenever there's a part 2 to an episode, it opens with Hal shouting the words,
"Previously on Malcolm in the Middle!"
I have no idea why they made this a thing. It's so needlessly aggressive.
"Previously on Malcolm in the Middle!"
Hal and the boys receive news of Baby being on the way, so they rush to get home. But Hal immediately crashes the car and ends up in one of those neck brace things. It's really funny that no matter how much diazepam they give him, the urge to get home wills him into getting back up.
I'm coming, Lord.
The boys sign up to a baby care class, vowing to try their hardest to be the best brothers they can be. It's a really nice moment which isn't undercut by any ulterior motives. They just want to do something good for a change. I do like the rare moments in this series where good intentions stay pure. It makes for a change in the audience's emotion towards his characters. I even feel slightly better towards Hal from the last episode, because this man is trying his absolute hardest to get home. At home, everyone from the last episode is still on the scene, and trying to keep Lois calm as they wait for an ambulance. Unfortunately, the ambulance can't get there on time, and the only person with any experience in delivering a baby is Francis, as he's delivered many cow calves on the ranch.
You can do this. You know that you can. Now you're going to put your hands inside of Mommy and take out this baby.
Even though Francis is slightly traumatised by having to look at his mum's vagina stretching open, this is a super sweet moment where Lois shows how proud of him she is. After all the fighting and fallout between these two, seeing this moment of love actually gave a little tear to my eye.
You can go vomit now.
This episode was more touching than it was funny, but it was still fairly entertaining. It's not going as high as part 1, but it still deserves a respectful position nearer to the top. I really wish this season ended with the previous episode, because Baby Part 2 felt conclusive, unlike this episode. So Baby Jamie is just like the other boys, in that he's a nightmare to look after with constant crying and soiling nappies. But as the family is already on a tight budget, they enrol themselves to the local church to get free daycare for Jamie, which allows Lois to go back to work. But the family are imposters, so they have to lie their way into the church, and then somehow keep up the facade. Reese comes to like his Bible study classes upon seeing some cool paintings depicting whatever this is supposed to be. The church reward the family for their membership by finishing the extension that Hal started, but the catch is they've painted a giant Jesus on the cross above the crib. I love this moment when Hal tries to paint over it, but he keeps catching Jesus' eyeline and the guilt overwhelms him. There's an interesting idea for a story happening at the ranch, where the tourism business is booming due to a UFO sighting, and Francis tries to keep the buzz going by fake calling in more sightings. I wish I had spent more time exploring this idea, because it's much more interesting than the daycare story. Ultimately, the family decide to leave the church, and just in time for Reese to crash through the stained glass windows. He was trying to get to the same height as the angel in the painting or whatever. It was kinda silly, and this really wasn't a great way to end the season.
Yes, master. I will be delicious for you.
Hal has one of his weird dreams and believes that if he carts the family off to Las Vegas, he will win a life-changing jackpot. On the approach to the city, Lois notices that someone called Boone Vincent is doing a live show there, and upon seeing his face, I knew this guy was famous, so I recognised him from somewhere. So I gave it a Google and discovered this guy is David Cassidy. I'll let you decide if it's a good thing or bad thing that I didn't remember his name. But now I'm just confused why this show felt like they needed to make up a name for him when David Cassidy already was a famous musician, and yet here he is playing the role of a famous musician.
She's keeping my baby. We're keeping his baby.
At the ranch, Francis falls down a well and finds that Otto is also stuck down there. Francis blames himself for failing at his jobs lately, with one of the jobs being to build a fence around this well to stop people from falling in. Otto is quick to remind Francis that he keeps him around because even though he makes mistakes, he works hard to fix them. It's an okay moment of connection, I guess, but I feel like this connection was already established. Hal finally finds the same slot machine from his dreams and admits to Lois that he cashed in his life insurance to pay for the trip. But that's okay because he's just won the jackpot.
Congratulations, sir.
Hey, what's this?
It's a coupon for a 2-night stay at the Carson City Breezeway Motel.
A very underwhelming opening to this season for sure.
No, we want to make them puke.
This is the episode where we meet Jamie's babysitter, who sticks around for future episodes, so I felt like it was worth mentioning, even though she's only in this episode for a brief moment. Other than that, we have a story of the boys looking after Jamie while Lois gets some much needed rest, and Hal goes out to buy diapers. Malcolm, Reese and Stevie end up ditching their duties when some girls randomly turn up and ask them to be their fake dates, just so they can get revenge on their boyfriends for standing them up.
You want to make them jealous?
No, we want to make them puke. See, once they see us kissing losers like you guys, they're never gonna live it down.
What I find really weird about this is that these girls treat the boys like they're disgusting freaks who they could never be attracted to. But what doesn't make sense about this is if Malcolm is such an unappealing loser, how comes he's managed to date all of these pretty girls? Surely these girls aren't part of the unappealing loser crowd.
Once they see us kissing losers like you guys, they're never gonna live it down.
When Hal goes to buy the diapers, he realises he left his wallet at home and tries to get away with not paying.
You can't take those, that's shoplifting!
Fine, then I'm shoplifting. What are you gonna do about it?
Vernon!
So Craig makes him work off the money he owes for the diapers. During his first shift, he forms an alliance with the other workers to rise up against Craig's power-hungry management style. It's not bad, I suppose. The best part of this episode is Dewey imagining that Lois and Hal have a secret, luxurious house underneath their crappy house.
Dewey asked for ice cream again today. I told him we couldn't afford it.
Oh, I wonder what he'd do if he saw our ice cream helicopter.
Not much else worth bringing up for this one, except for when the boys eventually put Jamie's needs before their own desires to make out with these hot girls. Oh no, now Malcolm will never know what it's like to date a hot girl. It's alright this one, but nothing special.
You don't know anything about what I'm going through or how I feel.
To protect Stevie from getting hurt, Abe is hiding the fact that Kitty filed for a divorce and is never coming back home. But then, when Abe seeks advice, he accidentally lets the news slip.
He's taking it pretty hard. Somebody should probably go over there and talk to him.
Stevie retracts into a depressive shell and loses energy for even the most basic of functions.
You don't know anything about what I'm going through or how I feel. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to conserve my remaining strength for breathing.
Despite Malcolm's best efforts to break him out of this slump, Stevie's mental well-being continues to decline, to the point where he doesn't even care to move away from the lawn sprinklers. In the end, Stevie and Abe share a really great moment, where Abe admits how weak he is, and apologises for not being as strong as he should be for a son who faces many challenges in life. The two other noteworthy storylines add some nice levity to balance out the emotions. The first is Francis and Otto working up the courage to kill a sick horse, but they're both so inept at killing that they almost kill each other instead. But then the horse chokes on a carrot and dies anyway. The other story is Reese accidentally coming into possession of Lois's old school diary, and he falls in love with this mysterious diary girl, not realising who it is until the very end.
What are you doing with my old diary?
This episode contained very little filler. Maybe Dewey wanting to be treated like a baby could be considered filler, but this doesn't distract away from the main story. It's not a groundbreaking episode by any means, but I really enjoyed seeing it again.
I will be delicious for you.
Reese is preparing a Thanksgiving dinner that he promises will be the best one ever, using his superior cooking skills. The family continues to question his methods, but they never argue with the results.
Oh my god.
When Reese slaps this disgusting looking monkfish on the table, Hal almost reaches his limits on believing this could be a good idea. But then again...
Oh! You know, that really shouldn't work.
Malcolm tells Lois that he wants to go to a party instead, given the family's disastrous Thanksgiving dinners. And he mainly wants to go because this girl is flirting with him. Yep, that's the kind of girl disgusting losers get, I guess. Right at the moment where things are about to get funky, he changes his mind, conscious that he doesn't want to abandon his family for the whole evening. But because he's had one too many beers, his return to Thanksgiving dinner ends up ruining Reese's hard work by throwing up in the turkey. Also, in this episode, Francis and Pyama are on the brink of divorce, and at first, Hal told Lois not to interfere, but as it turns out, Francis and Pyama thrive on defying Lois's wishes, so she uses reverse psychology to repair their marriage by pretending that it's a good idea for them to break up.
You can't stand to see anyone happy, can you, Mom? Come on, honey, let's go get my things.
They're out in the trash. Sorry, honey.
Pretty good episode, with the highlight being Reese and the monkfish. If the other elements were as entertaining as Reese's dinner prep, this episode would easily be in the top 10. But as it is, I feel like this belongs in the top 20 instead.
Yes, master. I will be delicious.
Mr. Harkerby forces Malcolm to secretly film Reese as a case study for his psychology assignments. But when Reese ends up oversharing, Malcolm quits because he would rather face being punished than continue to humiliate his brother. But then, because Harkerby is a massive douche, he decides to get his revenge by showing the footage to his class, making Malcolm look like the worst brother ever. But then Malcolm comes up with the genius idea of broadcasting everyone's embarrassing school files over the intercom, meaning no one can be singled out for having weird secrets.
David Abernathy. He wasn't on a construction crew this summer.
He was in theater camp.
This episode marks the start of the legal trouble for the company Hal works for. The CFO gets arrested for tax fraud or something. Point being, this legal trouble ends up involving Hal towards the end of this season. At the ranch, a snooty hotel critic is giving everyone a hard time, harshly criticising not just the hotel but also getting way too personal and also bigoted towards Francis and Pyama's relationship, which ends exactly how you would expect it to.
Otto, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. It was like someone else was punching him.
Yeah, it was me.
I love that this guy continues criticising everything around him as he's being carted off to hospital.
And never before has one seen such a grotesque ceiling.
A fairly average episode, where after revisiting a few older episodes again, feels like it belongs among the ranks of book club, but I'd rather watch this one again, so it goes just above it.
You're smoking? After all the times you lectured us?
Lois insists that Malcolm and Reese get some independence by getting jobs. Reese gets a job in a slaughterhouse and Malcolm is forced to work alongside his mum at Lucky Aid. He causes trouble on his first day by making a logical suggestion to improve productivity.
Shouldn't take you more than 2 hours.
That dumpster right over there?
Yes.
If I flatten them here, I could be done in like 20 minutes.
I like how this reflects so many jobs I've experienced before, where you see lazy people intentionally taking longer at their jobs so they can justify doing fewer tasks in their workday. But as Malcolm discovers, it's never worth rocking the boat, because your co-workers will resent you and your boss probably doesn't care enough to make changes for the better. During a break time, he discovers Lois has a secret smoking habit.
You're smoking? After all the times you lectured us? After telling us if we smoked you would kill us before the cancer did?
But after a long, honest discussion, Lois explains that she will never act accordingly to her own rules. In Lois's parenting mind, it's do as I say, not do as I do, reflecting every parent's wish for their children to grow up and be better people than they were capable of being. The rest of the episode isn't as interesting, but it's funny watching Hal form a kind of baby Olympics with the other dads, competing to see which baby produces the heaviest diaper, which baby can sit up the longest, and the grossest game of all, which baby can produce the most drool.
Aiden wins again!
Knew I shouldn't let you have that cracker.
I liked some of this episode, but it's mostly forgettable.
I will be delicious for you.
With the company going deeper into legal trouble, Hal has been given forced vacation with no pay, which is awful timing considering it's almost Christmas. But Hal has a plan. He's going to sell Christmas trees, and when the boys agree to pitch in and help out, you can see how much it means to him.
You boys would actually go into business with your old man? I never dreamed anything like this would be possible.
Malcolm figures out the amount of trees they need to sell to make a profit, and Reese comes out with this amazing line.
With what we spend on trees and truck rental, we'll be in profit once we sell tree 67. Then let's just sell that tree first.
At Lucky Aid, Craig gets bitten by a squirrel when helping Lois with the decorations. Lois insists they hunt down the squirrel to make sure it doesn't have rabies, because if it does, Craig would need to have very painful injections in the stomach. This storyline ties in with the Christmas trees towards the end. Back to the Christmas tree business, the nearby church doesn't appreciate the competition, as they sell trees too, but when Hal refuses to move his business elsewhere, the church send over homeless people to put off customers.
This look infected to you.
So they try selling trees outside of their own house, but get shut down by the police for not having a permit. And so with no place else left to go, Hal stashes the trees inside the house. When all seems lost, having just fell short of making a profit, Hal sells one last tree, making the boys rejoice for making the tiniest margin of profit.
As Christmases go, this one was pretty good. Nothing on fire, no arrests, and hell, we've made a profit.
Lois arrives back home with Craig and the squirrel, ready to call animal control to have it tested. But the squirrel has escaped into the trees. The homeless guys are recruited once more to find this squirrel, and that's the end of the episode. As we know, I'm a sucker for Christmas episodes, but I do have to be fair here and give this episode the same level of critical thinking. And my analysis is, it's an okay story, but it was lacking anything special, and certainly wasn't as good as the first Christmas episode. The whole neighbourhood throws a block party every year when the family go on holiday, but this year the trip is cancelled and they come back home early, catching these neighbours in the act.
Well, we came out this morning, the sun was shining, people started talking, it was a spur of the moment thing.
The banner says 5th annual.
Malcolm is rightfully alarmed to learn how much his family is hated in the community, whereas Hal and Lois have accepted it and try to make the most out of it by attending the party anyway. The neighbours end up cheering for Hal and Lois as they take part in this sausage eating contest and wipe the floor with the competition, and the crowd grows a sense of emotional connection and forgiveness for this family as they watch Hal and Lois double end the last sausage. I feel like I need to blur this, and then I'm just going to go ahead and delete this episode from my hard drive. The audience may be crying happy tears, but it doesn't make me want to cry from anywhere else except my peat. Speaking of sausage juice, Francis is tasked with enticing the ranch bull to provide its seed, but Otto accidentally switches out the suntan lotion for the pheromones, and he becomes the bull's bitch. Yep, that seals it. I'm deleting this episode from my hard drive. But yeah, I simply can't deny this episode was funny, so it's gonna go about here on the list.
Yes, master. Yes, master.
Malcolm is in charge of editing the school magazine and faces pressure to publish a story written by these two girls. Upon reading their submission, Malcolm actually loves the story and is excited to publish it. Unfortunately, this enthusiasm isn't shared with the principal, who doesn't approve of the dirty language included in their story.
The construction worker yelled out, "My."
Outraged by this censorship, Malcolm calls in the help of a lawyer-type guy who threatens to sue the school, which forces them to choose between publishing the magazine or cancelling all extracurricular activities.
If any of you wish to find the student editor, Malcolm, and thank him for this, you will find his class schedule posted outside my office.
Malcolm agrees to not publish the school magazine, but determined to still share the girl's story, publishes his own independent magazine and distributes it outside the school grounds, which means the school are powerless to stop it. It's an okay story which is accompanied by an okay ranch story. Basically, Francis teaches Otto how to waltz so that he can finally dance with Gretchen on their anniversary, but Otto finds out that he's only able to perform this dance when Francis is the dance partner. The funniest story is with Hal, who's basically being sexually harassed by his boss. Oh boy, that sentence came off wrong. It's a comedy. We're not supposed to take these stories seriously. Instead of doing what most men would do and just play along with the flirting, Hal gets all panicky about it and tells Lois to get her advice.
It's just if she flirts with you again, just don't burst her bubble.
You can make me flirt with this beautiful woman, but you can't make me like it.
I can make you do anything I want.
You're right.
Oh man, Hal is such a cuck sometimes. Anyway, the situation gets resolved when the boss is made aware of his mental conflict, and she reassures him that he's not going to be fired from his job from turning down her advances. Remember that Hal's company is in real legal trouble right now, so you can understand him panicking about losing his job. A slightly disappointed episode considering the title. I thought the boys were going to find an actual naughty magazine in a bush or something, and then fight over who gets to keep it. But for real, the episode is okay. It swims in the sea of averageness with so many other okay episodes.
Yes, master. I will be delicious.
Hal basically gets swindled into buying a hot tub, which the family definitely can't afford, and Lois refuses to get in out of principle.
These jets are great. I couldn't hear a word she said.
Naturally, the boys fail to upkeep the tub, and it forms a layer of algae. Hal, being just as stubborn to admit defeat, gets in to prove the water's still good.
See? Absolutely perfect.
This ends up with Lois feeling depressed that she's always the fun killer, so Hal tells her she gets to make the next fun decision for the family.
We are going to have ice cream on the good china.
Wow, that's so cool.
At the ranch, Otto keeps getting into accidents because he feels guilty about stealing Gretchen from a man who's due to come visit the ranch very soon. But luckily, this suave German gent, who's still in love with Gretchen, gets knocked away and then struck by lightning. So he's out of the picture for good. The other storyline is Malcolm driving around Jamie's babysitter, and he gets caught up in an argument between her and her ex-boyfriend. I just looked up her name because we'll probably be mentioning her again. Her name is Polly. Polly and her ex are in an argument because she stole his father's ashes. It's a complex story, not worth getting into, but it's funny to see Malcolm resolve the conflict by throwing the ashes out the window.
Give me the ashes!
I will not! What are you doing?
That was unexpected. The hot tub conflict and gross visual of the green algae is the one aspect of this episode that stuck with me, elevating the episode's position slightly above the previous episode.
At my age, if he has his teeth and is good in bed, why wait?
Lois's mum Ida is getting married to this Chinese guy who she met on a cruise, and the family are delighted at the idea of her moving to China when she's married. This is one of those rare episodes where every storyline is equally as fun to watch. Malcolm is hiding a tongue piercing from the family, but when his tongue swells up due to an infection, he tries to hide his lisp by avoiding S words.
Hey Malcolm, what time does the parking lot close? 6, 6:37?
Military time, that'd be 1900, Dad.
Dewey gets fed up of Reese constantly destroying his stuff, so he pretends that Reese has vanished after wishing he would disappear, and he shows a good amount of determination to keep up this trick.
Here, Dewey, put this on the table.
What was that?
At the ranch, Otto has hired some murder mystery actors to spice up the atmosphere, but as Francis rightly predicted, these guys are just super annoying.
Who would have guessed that I would have been murdered by none other than...
That's it. We're checking out.
I really found this part funny, especially as Otto allows it to carry on, feeling guilty that these are starving artists who are just trying to hold on to any chance of getting a paid acting job.
Oh, Edward, the game's up. Yeah, we done it, and we do it again, Governor.
The over-the-top character acting really gets me. I think I might actually be mentally slow, or maybe I'm taking too many judgment-clouding pills. Speaking of drugs, it turns out that Ida has been drugging the Chinese man, and when the family plan to call her out on it, she drugs them too, turning them all placid towards each other, giving them both the benefit and exposure of them resolving their conflicts and Malcolm revealing his tongue piercing.
I pierced my tongue. I've been hiding it because I knew you'd go psycho.
I'll show you psycho. When we get home, I'm gonna pull that thing out with a pair of pliers.
The drugs wear off and Mr. Lee, that's his name by the way, realises who he almost married and rightfully runs for the hills. This episode was a really good time. It doesn't belong near the top, but it's going to get a respectable placement. Man, this episode makes my balls soft. It's an episode where Malcolm tries to prove to Lois that he can play softball, and he keeps getting distracted by different things, like yet another pretty girl who's flirting with him. Francis has also come down for a surprise visit. He's trying to prove to Lois that he's not lazy like she thinks he is.
Apologize! I am not going to apologize for something that I said that's true.
Yeah, I have to side with Francis on this. Calling him lazy doesn't make a whole lot of sense, considering that he's more hardworking now than ever before. But I think the show just wanted to highlight his compulsion to win arguments here.
Lazy? I think not. Now, I am not leaving until you apologize.
I would say the highlight of the episode is Hal stealing a job interview when he overhears his co-worker on the phone. He soon realises the job he's interviewing for is for some secret agent type deal, so naturally he gets paranoid about the organisation he stumbled upon. A below average experience with this one.
Everything in my life has led up to this moment.
Lois's sister comes to visit, and Lois feels uncomfortable with the extravagant gifts that she gives the boys, giving Dewey a cotton candy machine and the other boys a Mustang.
You're kidding! Thank you. I never believed anything Mom said about you.
Everything in my life has led up to this moment.
Lois calls it how she sees it, which is more her sister showing off her wealth, rather than simply being kind. Later on, Lois gets a call from her sister's doctor, who explains that she's going to die without a kidney transplant, and he had no idea that Lois existed before she picked up the phone. Obviously, this gives Lois mixed emotions. Shock at the news her sister is dying, but also betrayal that her sister would lie and say she was an only child. Lois confronts her about this, and it's clear that their long, complicated history has ultimately caused this situation, which I'm not going to explain all of here, but basically she holds a grudge against Lois for stealing her boyfriend. Lois manages to trick her into accepting the kidney, and we get a really heartfelt connection between the two.
And this is the scar I got from the kidney I gave you because I love you. Don't you tell me I don't love you.
The other parts of the episode are Francis being overthrown as a leader in this Girl Scouts group. Yeah, not interesting, move on. And shortly after receiving their Mustang, Hal forbids the boys to drive it and takes out the engine to ensure they can't. But Reese comes up with the genius plan of rolling the car downhill so they can at least arrive in style.
Hello, 24-hour party people!
Only problem is, of course, when they need to, they can't also leave in style. Apart from the Francis bit letting this episode down, this isn't too bad.
Delicious.
This episode kicks off in an unexpected way, with the family all in a state of ecstasy as the waiter brings over their favourite pizza.
Luigi's Pizza is so good, it not only brings out the goodwill that's buried deep inside of people, it momentarily creates goodwill that isn't even there.
Oh man, I would do sexually unusual things to this pizza. When they go to pay for this delicious meal, Lois discovers they've been adding a service charge to the bill for many years, so feeling betrayed as a loyal customer, Lois goes full Karen mode.
There's a notice right here.
That piddly little sign, that's what you use to justify it?
Is our car on fire? I think I hear sirens. We better go.
You put up a little sign that nobody can read, and that gives you the right to steal? Where is the manager?
The rest of the family know all too well where this is going, as Lois's outbursts have caused them to stop going to many places they enjoy. There's this really funny moment where the guys get excited about getting to go again, as the manager calls Lois to apologise. But then this happens.
So what kind of refund are you giving us?
What?
I figured we overpaid at least $300 over the years.
The guys can't handle their pizza cravings any longer and end up sneaking in a delivery to eat in the garage. Malcolm is missing out as he's decided to mingle with a girl's parents to try and get their approval for dating her. It's not as interesting or delicious as the pizza story, so let's get back to it. After stuffing their faces and feeling slightly disgusted with themselves, the guys sit on the sofa in a food coma.
That was the taste of evil, son. Gooey, delicious evil.
But then Lois arrives back home with some pizzas to say sorry.
There's cheese inside the meatballs.
This concludes with Reese accidentally giving away that they've been sneaking pizzas in the garage, so the game is up. A pretty solid episode, and I know I skipped over most of it, but Malcolm's other family part wasn't bad either. But because we've already seen this other family idea play out in the episode Malcolm Babysits, I feel like it's fair to place this episode just above it.
We still can't live in a place like this.
The opening skit is super cute and reminds me of my childhood.
He wants a trampoline for his birthday.
That's so cute, but we can't afford that.
It makes me wonder if kids still do this with catalogues, or do they just make Amazon wish lists now? I used to love getting those thick boy Argos catalogues and drawing circles on the toy pages to indicate what my entitled ass wants each year. In this one, Reese is in major trouble for an act so despicable that it's never even described to us.
Your father just found out what Reese did.
What'd he do?
Your brother.
Oh my god.
But you know it's a bad one because Hal enters a stage of rage where his words have to be translated.
Pop! He wants to know how you could do something so horrible. And think you could get away with it?
So he gets kicked out. But instead of suffering for it, he rents out an apartment, expecting that his wages will be enough to keep him afloat. Something of which has become a utopian dream for many people nowadays. Much to everyone's surprise, he appears to be flourishing. Everything in the apartment is new and tidy, and he seems a lot happier now.
We still can't live in a place like this.
Yeah, I can. They're having a move-in special. First month free. It's only $3.75 a month. Utilities included.
But when Hal and Lois discover that he's been using a credit card to pay for everything and doesn't understand the consequences of credit card debt, they abruptly bring him back down to reality.
How can you spend that much in 10 days?
Well, you know, I got that new convection oven, and that made the refrigerator look kind of shabby. You're gonna drag me all the way home?
Well, we're taking your ear there. If the rest of you wants to come, that's fine too.
The other storyline is that Malcolm is helping a dumb jock write a personal application so he can go to a good school. And Malcolm takes pity on him when he claims he doesn't have any deep thinking abilities.
You know what? I'm gonna say something, and you just say the first thing that comes to your head. My earliest memory in life is blue.
The story doesn't go anywhere, but it was nice to see Malcolm encouraging this guy to think more of himself than just some dumb lump who can throw a ball good. I consider Reese's apartment story to be an iconic moment in the show, so it's going to be high up on the list. But the episode overall is lacking that top 5 quality that can be found in the current rankings, but it definitely deserves to be in the top 10. We have another disgusting food-based opening skit, where the family keep ignoring the healthy option in the fridge, which leads to this disgusting moment.
Brownie?
Lois is going to take Malcolm to look at a potential university, but before we go there, we have yet more sad news for the talented young Dewey, when Hal refuses to buy him a piano.
It's very cute, Dewey, but we can't afford a piano. Can't afford a piano. Can't afford a piano. Can't afford a piano.
I I thought I'd get this part out the way because it ends like some kind of Dr. Seuss cartoon, and I don't like it. Stop this nonsense, please. It doesn't make any sense. At college, Lois can't help but cause drama, ensuring Malcolm will never want to show his face around here again. She gets into this power struggle with the resident advisor, who's basically like a hall monitor.
The snack bar is closed.
You're denying my son candy?
Mom, it doesn't matter. I'll just go down to the next floor.
Use of the vending machine is a privilege, not a right.
Eventually, Lois sees that her interfering is not allowing Malcolm to grow, so she allows him to take control of the situation. And I'm sure this temporary lending of independence won't last past the end of this episode. There's a kind of funny scene down at the ranch where Otto is running a daycare and accidentally gets the kids drunk. And I think these kids did a great job acting drunk.
I'm not just saying, man. We should totally have played it.
It's one of those episodes that I'm not bothered about seeing again, but it's not the worst.
Oh my god, they're killing each other!
Abe develops a crush on Polly the babysitter, and they start dating after Hal sets them up.
That woman fell out of the sexy tree and hit every branch on the way down.
Abe, you dog! Why don't you ask her out?
I really do love the connection these two have. It's always felt genuine to me. As it turns out, Polly isn't just her name, she's also polyamorous. Craig and Abe realise that they are the other guy in her romance triangle, and they go to a vicious war where only the victor shall emerge from the bloodshed.
Oh my god, they're killing each other!
Polly decides to step away from the mess she created, but out of this selfish act comes a new formed friendship between Craig and Abe, as they then go out on the pool together.
You son of a bitch.
In the background of all of this happening, Dewey claims that he has a lucky shirt, which Malcolm says is ridiculous because there's no such thing as luck. But every time he tries to argue his case, the lucky shirt strikes back.
You know what, Dewey? Look this. This proves nothing.
This ends with the boys fighting over the shirt, and in doing so catch Jamie. This proves to Dewey that he was right all along. But yeah, it doesn't really prove it, does it? Because there's no such thing as luck. I'm sorry to be real for a second. I know this is a family show, but let's grow up a little bit, right? Luck isn't real, Santa isn't real, and this lucky shirt isn't real. The last part to mention is Francis being mocked by his Mexican co-workers for appearing soft in front of them, with Francis clearly being dependent on Pyama to get through a workday. Pyama eventually takes pity on his manly struggles and makes him a sandwich to show subservience, but then he pushes it just a little bit too far and she threatens to stop having sex with him.
No, honey, wait! I'm sorry!
A pretty good episode, and I found the Craig and Abe conflict resolution to be really satisfying, so I'm putting it up reasonably high on the list.
Where your position as you move out.
Malcolm and Stevie are working hard to create a new enzyme, which would be their ticket into a good college, but the tests keep failing to produce results. That is until Reese comes along and offers to help. See, while they were out of the room for a moment, he somehow achieved the new enzyme, but annoyingly he doesn't remember how he did it. So Reese retraces his steps until they discover that him throwing a ball against the wall knocks asbestos into the test tubes.
We have asbestos in our ceiling! We have asbestos in our ceiling! We have asbestos in our ceiling! Yay.
Even though the boys made this breakthrough discovery, they get nothing for it apart from a pencil case. And isn't that just depressing? The other story is Dewey selling candy bars for his school. I'm not entirely familiar with this scheme. It's not something that happens in British schools. But if Dewey sells enough of this candy, he can win a prize. Or should I say Hal wins a prize, as Hal is the one who imagines what life will be like if he owned moon shoes, or maybe even a go-kart. Yeah, it's more Hal silliness. It's just not very funny in this example. I like the experiment part, so I'm not going to rank it too harshly here.
So the school thinks I might be a genius too?
The family go out to dinner so they can break the news to Dewey that his school wants to test his IQ. Malcolm panics, not wanting Dewey to be put in the Krellboyne class like he was, and end up being bullied for it.
Do not poison your brother. He is an entirely different person than you are, and he is not automatically going to have the same experience.
While this conversation happens, Hal notices Craig playing on a Dance Dance Revolution machine and wants to try it out for himself. And of course, he only plays it once. Just for a laugh. It's a fun activity that he only tries once. There's no need to get obsessed by this. Just have your fun and put it down, Hal. Well, shit. At least Lois finally acknowledges this to be a repeating pattern.
Oh, God. I just got him to stop the ice sculpting.
Now, there's no denying that it is funny to see a fully grown man playing Dance Dance Revolution, a game that's meant for tweens, but that's really as far as the joke goes. I suppose I can give extra points for Hal becoming so obsessed that he imagines dance steps controlling his conversation. My point overall being that this wasn't as funny as I remember, and that might upset some people to hear me say, because I know this scene is somewhat iconic within the fandom, but I'm just being honest. The more important part of this episode is Dewey ending up in the special needs class when Malcolm insists on sabotaging the test.
You have to trust me. I'm the good brother. I'm the one who cares about you.
We see Dewey quickly becoming the class leader, as he sees the poor quality of life these school kids have, and he marches them into stealing the Krellboyne's equipment so they can finally do something stimulating for their minds. This special class storyline carries on into future episodes and plays an important role in developing Dewey's character, and so for kickstarting this Dewey story, I give the episode some credit. Overall, it's not awful, but it's not great either. When I think about Hal's gimmicky dancing, it reminds me of the roller skates episode, and then I remembered I preferred the roller skate dance. It was definitely much funnier than this, so this episode belongs just under it.
Yes, ma'am.
Lois gets a call from a lady who tells her that her father Victor had a secret other family and that this lady is her half-sister. So the family travel all the way to Canada to meet them, and they discover how nice this mysterious family are, with the boys having a lot in common, and Lois is looking at all the happy memories in their photo album. A happiness which was unfelt in Lois's experience having Victor as a father, which naturally makes her question why their experiences were so different. The whole episode is basically Lois uncovering the mysteries of her dad, only to discover that he's not her dad at all, which of course makes Ida look like a total a-hole for hiding this information from Lois.
I was 80% sure you were his.
What?
This storyline is of course a bit more in depth, but I found it kind of boring to sit through. On the funnier side, Hal vows not to break his promise of attending Dewey's race, where he has failed to show up for every other school event. Did I say funnier side? I meant slightly less depressing. How this concludes is quite funny, however, where Hal accidentally blinds himself, but still determined not to break his promise, attends the race anyway, and then he ends up running blind into a crime scene.
I did it! I did it! I did it! I did it!
Not an episode I would care to visit again, so it's going near the bottom of the list.
My drill sergeant helps me learn. I'm just a lowly worm.
Treating these two episodes as one, for the same reason as the company picnic episodes. After Reese catches his girlfriend cheating with Malcolm, Reese reaches his breaking point.
I just want you to be happy.
And runs away to enlist in the army. I gotta say, your heart breaks seeing him get played like this. But then you get to feel a sense of pride seeing him transform into this obedient soldier. So aside from the cooking, we get to see him flourish at another skill in life.
I just did it exactly the way you told me to. Remove laces, pull tongue forward, apply polish, pull tongue backward, buff, replace laces, repeat.
After Reese initially struggles to follow orders, he realises the simplicity in following orders. It's simple to do if you just switch off your human emotion side and simply become a programmable machine.
Oh my God. A soldier like you comes along once in 1,000 years.
The other storyline is the conclusion to Hal's company's legal troubles, with someone pinning the blame on Hal, making him look like the guy who was siphoning money from the company, none of which is true, and Hal goes through a lengthy court battle trying to prove his innocence, but struggling without sufficient proof to prove his innocence. That is, until Malcolm notices that all the photo evidence claiming he was doing illegal acts were all captured on a Friday, and Hal has proof to show that he skipped work every Friday, so he could do the kind of wacky things that Hal likes to do.
And finally, August 22nd.
Well, I was chosen to be a junior trainer at Oceanland.
Back to Reese. His outstanding performance leads him to lead the first training exercise, where he successfully overpowers the opposing team.
I suggest you surrender. If not, I have enough flour packed in this barrel to bake 500 cakes.
All right, don't fire.
What the hell?
This victory earns him the right to be deployed to Afghanistan. Congratulations? And the second episode ends with Lois reading the letter announcing his deployment. I would go into more detail with these two episodes, but there's quite a lot to unpack here, which speaks for the amount of meaty story within these episodes. It's a good chunk of quality meat that I could chew on for hours, but I won't do that. Instead, I'm just going to say with confidence, Reese joins the army belongs in the top 5 for now. The character development for Reese holds a lot more significance than anything that happens in Company Picnic, but it doesn't have the same emotional resonance as Baby Part 1 for me, so it's going to sit proudly in the middle of these two. The moment Reese lands into combat, he flees the battlefield, making him a coward, a traitor to his country, a disgrace to his unit, but also kind of smart. Back home, the family are worried sick, not knowing if Reese is still alive, with Malcolm feeling the most guilty for causing him to run away. This guilt intensifies as time goes by, with Malcolm trying to counterbalance the bad act with the good act of caring for the elderly, willing to do any job no matter how gross.
How about trying to give Mr. Skouras a sponge bath?
Oh my god, I can almost smell him through the screen. Lois pleads with the drill sergeant to release the information on Reese's location, something of which is highly classified. But when he realises how much he has in common with a constantly yelling and bitching mother, the sergeant decides to look the other way so she can take a peek at Reese's file. Reese is making his way in a direction that he thinks is homebound, but he's actually blindly wandering through deserts and suffering from heat stroke illusions.
I don't think I can move.
You have to move, Reese. You have to get home to your family and friends and your country.
His luck is about to change, however, as he's just spotted a nearby train station that will take him to... well, he doesn't quite know. But Lois manages to find him somehow.
What in the name of God were you thinking? Look at you! You are filthy!
Malcolm and Dewey appear to be almost in a state of mourning as they somberly pull off a prank involving dirty diapers. A prank so foul they wish their brother Reese was there to witness it.
I wish I could have been here to see it.
Me too.
Reese!
You're not dead!
It's quite nice to see the brothers share this brief display of love for each other. It maybe could have done with some tears, or have Malcolm give an emotional apology, but instead, this reunion is wrapped up within a few seconds. This episode was a really nice way to open up this season and close off the previous chapter. Some parts of the episode were very creative, and the pacing had a good flow to it. It goes high up on the list.
The stamp goes on the letter, not the mailbox.
Dewey is due to be transferred back to having regular class, and the Buseys don't take the news very well.
Please don't go. We need you, Dewey. It's gonna make the eyes stop following us.
Now I've got to address the whole Busey name thing, because just like the Krellboynes, I had no idea what this name meant. After doing some research, it appears the name Buseys, the name for this special needs class, is a derogatory reference to the actor Gary Busey, a man who is well known for his mental health struggles, which feels incredibly mean-spirited by today's standards. But we should bear in mind this show was made in the early 2000s, and mental health wasn't treated with the same level of dignity and respect that we do today. So I don't believe the writers would have had any malice in their hearts when naming this group. It was simply the case of Gary Busey being labelled as a crazy person, and these kids were made to be stereotypically crazy people for the sake of comedy. On a lighter note, going back to the episode, this is the one where Hal becomes friends with the greased up bodybuilders, and it's still just as funny to watch again.
My teeth fell down the drain again, and my fingers are too titanically muscular to fit through the little metal stripes.
Well, maybe we can punch the concrete around it into dust and loosen the bars.
Hal steps in to balance out their brawn with brain power.
He did it! 3 cheers for the scrawny guy!
They form a friendship, with Hal sharing elementary levels of wisdom on basic life skills.
And remember for next time, the stamp goes on the letter, not the mailbox.
Is that the thing firemen use?
No, that's a hydrant.
And the bodybuilders soon become Hal's minions, willing to help him out in any way they can, such as towing his broken down car. Back to Dewey's story, the Buseys have run away from class, unwilling to continue being there without Dewey as their leader. So they all hide up in the trees and remain hidden for a good few days. One of the bodybuilders ends up accidentally knocking one of the kids out the trees, and that's how they get discovered.
Does this mean I'm a daddy?
This dumbass line really made me chuckle. Dewey then selflessly decides to start acting crazy so he can be put back in the Buseys class where he's needed.
Dewey, what are you doing?
I've got so many feelings running through my head, and I can't get any real straight.
A solid episode for sure, although I'm not 100% sure if I like these Busey kids yet. Their presence in the show comes off as a bit annoying to me. The whole Busey kids running away scenario painted Dewey in a really positive light, showing that he's a good-hearted lad. This episode's not a favourite for me, but it's a good amount up on the list. Definitely belonging in the top 20 for now. Malcolm and Lois enter a disagreement about the racist implications of this standee, with Lois insisting that the man being a black janitor called Slappy is a stereotype, and Malcolm's stance is that he's simply following instructions, and he doesn't really see it as a big deal.
This is completely racially insensitive. It has no place in this store.
But Mr. Kushel told me to put it up.
When Lois looks for validation with Hal's black friends, they respond in a way that demonstrates how white people take more offence on the behalf of black people than black people actually take offence.
First we picked their cotton, then we have to solve their moral dilemmas for them.
It's probably the saddest sight of all when racism impacts on white people.
This is a completely offensive, false image of African American men.
Now, as a whitey myself, I can't speak on the actual impact of this if this fictional scenario was turned into a real-life dilemma. But placing myself in their shoes, I'd like to imagine I'd feel the same way these guys do, in that I would laugh at it and move on. And I like this demonstration of people not being as easily offended as the media would have you believe. In real life, most people are rational, level-headed people, and unfortunately it's the vocal minority who take the spotlight and create this perception of representation for the entire group they're defending.
It's probably the saddest sight of all when racism impacts on white people.
The other plot line is Hal being at war with the garbage man, as he refuses to take this gigantic cat tower that Lois made him throw out.
I call it Catmandu.
We can't afford a piano.
With the power firmly on the side of the garbage man, the trash on the lawn gets way out of control, and their solution is to steal a garbage truck and dispose of the trash themselves, which goes just as well as you might imagine with no training on operating the controls. I enjoyed this episode. It's nothing top tier, but it's slightly above average. Dewey has an assignment to write an essay about why Hal is his hero, so to take notes he watches Hal build a tribute to Remember Pearl Harbor, a project he only seems determined to do just so that he can continue this feud he has with a neighbour, who is always one-upping his displays.
He did it to me again.
The final conflict is well directed, with clever choices to make it seem like the birds are bombing the neighbour's display. Jessica returns in this episode, seemingly just to torment the boys and play tricks on them. In a cruel yet funny and genius move, she convinces the boys that the other brother is secretly gay, and convinces them to be supportive of the gay brother's love for musicals.
Wait. I'm not gay, you're gay.
No, I'm not. You are.
She said...
I still remember the feeling I had when I first saw this scene. I felt nothing but annoyance for her. But then I realised she grows up to be Hayden Panettiere, and all of a sudden, all is forgiven. But for real, she does add a different kind of comedy to the show by constantly being a nuisance to the boys. The Pearl Harbor stuff kind of felt like a lesser part of the episode when it was supposed to be the main focus. The episode has that middle of the pack quality to it.
Kitty Carnarvon?
Kitty is back on the scene, and Lois protests the idea that she should be forgiven after abandoning Stevie and breaking Abe's heart. But with Abe so desperate to have structure back in his life with the woman he still loves, he accepts her back no question, and he resents Lois for having a problem with it.
I've been there for you, day after day, month after month, through all the dinners and the tearful phone conversations, the parent-teacher conferences for Stevie. For God's sake, Abe, I'm your friend.
Lois is 100% right in her position, and the flimsy way in which this disagreement with Lois is resolved leaves me less than satisfied, and we're going to come back to that in a minute. Stevie is preparing a speech for his Good Boy Award or something, an event the family agreed to go to before Lois fell out with the Carnarvons. This event is all about celebrating politeness, and I love the name they give these opening performers.
Thank you, sir. Please, Aladdin Jam Master. Thank you.
Stevie's speech was pre-recorded to cut out the dead air caused by his speech impediments, but Reese got a hold of this tape and made some edits of his own.
It means so much and requires so little to take a moment to kiss my butt.
Speaking of Reese, he's doing something really gross in this episode, where his skin is peeling after being severely sunburnt, and he becomes attached to the idea that by keeping the skin peeling intact, he's essentially creating a new Reese. In the end, his skin pet gets sucked up by the vacuum.
I need a few minutes alone with the vacuum.
At the award dinner, Lois listens in to this old guy giving a speech about forgiveness and decides that it's in everyone's best interest that she simply apologises for saying anything about Kitty's return, and by doing so she resolves the conflict. Now I think this is a very big missed opportunity for some character growth with Abe. Would have been amazing for him to eventually stand up for himself and really lay into Kitty to let her know the devastation that her actions caused, and that her coming back means she's going to have to make it up to them in a big way.
Son, what your mother did to you was horrible.
So this is why I feel like it was kind of flimsy to simply have an all is forgiven moment instead. It's a very interesting episode, but in my opinion, somewhat of a wasted opportunity. This is the most depressing Christmas episode yet, and I don't like Christmas being depressing. It's the one time of year where I don't feel like a disgusting pig for eating my entire body weight in cheese. Oh yeah, and also being with the family's nice. But this family seem to have a worse Christmas each year, with this one being the first where they are so desperately broke, they resort to making each other a gift rather than buying one. But then Hal feels so ashamed of his creation in comparison to Malcolm's that he pretends his actual present is at the end of a long car journey, giving him enough time to think of a better gift idea. Joining in the being broke club, Francis reveals that he was fired from the ranch, which really bums me out for a couple of reasons. The first is that I will greatly miss Gretchen and Otto being in the story. The second is the connection Francis had with these two being thrown away without any kind of emotional goodbye. It later turns out that Malcolm paid for his gifts using a credit card, so Hal steals Malcolm's credit card to pay for an expensive ski trip as his present to the family. Wow, what an a-hole.
Hal, this is the low point, isn't it? We're not going to sink any further, are we?
What are you talking about?
We've stolen our son's credit card.
Merry Christmas, honey.
The one enjoyable part of this episode was seeing Lois enter a road rage war with another lady in this parking lot.
I don't know what happened. I just lost control of myself.
That was amazing, which is more that can be said for the rest of the episode. It's low on the list for me.
Son of
Hal is stressing so much about what to get Lois for their anniversary that he starts sleepwalking, and Reese takes advantage of the situation by convincing Hal to do nice things for him.
I think you're gonna have more success if you can relax, make me a BLT with avocado, and open up a bag of chips. Then you can sit at my feet and purr while I eat.
At school, Dewey notices a bully nominating 2 of the Busey kids to be student presidents, which the bully believes will be humiliating for them. But then Dewey comes up with this genius move.
I just figured since you're so interested in the democratic process, I'd nominate you to run for school president too. What? They're gonna be humiliated. The only thing more humiliating would be losing to them.
The bully kid basically pisses his pants on stage, desperate not to be viewed as a loser, which leaves the other 2 kids still in the running. Up until now, I've not introduced the Busey kids by name, and that's because I don't like them. But in certain cases like this, I guess I have to. So this guy holding his arms up like he's riding a chopper has a condition where he believes he's always riding a motorcycle. Or maybe he is a motorcycle. It's not being too clear for me. But let's just call him Kawasaki. Kawasaki realises he doesn't want to be part of the politics game and drops out to allow this girl to win. It's not a great story, but I do like the joke where Kawasaki deliberately triggers himself into a delirious meltdown, just in time to mess up his own speech.
And I say to you, son of and I promise to
Lois ends up using Reese's mind trick control to put the perfect gift idea into Hal's head, so he can finally stop stressing. There's also a story about Malcolm being accepted into this program to travel to Europe with all expenses paid, but then he takes up learning the guitar and the story just kind of forgets about the trip for some reason. I don't know, maybe it gets picked up in a future episode. I'll be forgetting about this episode the second I finish editing this review. Lois struggles to get Jamie to eat his peas, and the 2 enter an episode-long battle to outsmart each other. At one point, it starts to feel like a legit horror movie. The boys find an old diving board and bring it back home to do something cool with it. Only problem is, they can't think of an idea worthy enough by Reese's wishes to do one last reckless act before he matures into a young adult. This isn't going to be the last reckless act though, is it, Reese? There's a part in this episode that super bugs me on a technical level. Listen to the sound editing for Jamie crying here.
If you just give it to him for just a couple of minutes, he'll get tired of it.
You're right. I guess I was just feeling that if I gave in to him, he'd see it as a sign of weakness.
That's the sound of 2 crying babies overlapping each other. This is shoddy editing, and I hope you know how disappointed I am in you. The one part I like about this episode is Lois looking back into her past when she had to deal with Francis to remember how she managed it back then so that she can apply the same methodologies now. This trip down memory lane haunts Francis when he remembers what happened to his favourite bear.
Fire is dangerous.
Mr. Puzzles! Yeah!
Thank you, Francis.
When the boys eventually conjure up a worthy idea, the diving board collapses under Reese's weight, and this was all just a big waste of time. Yep, I feel it too, boys. It's better than the last episode, but not by much.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
Malcolm and Reese blackmail a guy online into helping them win betting money from horse racing. And with this extra income, Malcolm spots a cruddy looking car for sale.
But he is happier when we...
Whoa! Oh, jeez, are you okay? Trying to finish what got started?
I swear Stevie has the best lines in this show. This car becomes Malcolm's new obsession.
Yeah.
And he wastes all of their betting money on new parts that the car chews up and spits out. The wake-up call moment is when he almost gasses himself to death in the garage. It's not a terrible story, but nothing that memorable. Equally as mediocre is Hal cutting Lois's hair so unexpectedly well that rumours spread and he becomes the neighbourhood stylist. It's kind of funny when you see him turn immediately camp just to fit the stereotype. There's a nice scene where Craig is giving advice to this kid who's being bullied at school, Craig recognising that they've had similar experiences, which would make Craig look like a good guy in this episode if it wasn't tied into the fact that he's sleeping with this kid's mum. I'm running out of ways to say that an episode was average.
Can you believe these cows actually think we're on their side?
The guys return to Monk upon seeing a beautiful blonde with tiggle bitties advertising a strip club. And later on, when Lois insists the boys go and find something to do, they decide to vandalise the billboard.
What are you writing? I want Reese. Come on, you know she's thinking it.
A spray can rolls away and nearly hits Lois, who is conveniently nearby, buying the world's largest pack of toilet rolls. The lights come on and the boys are essentially cornered, but Malcolm comes up with a plan to pretend that they are protesting for women's rights.
What? We've come up here to make a difference in the world.
There's a really clever reason written into the story as to why the police can't get these boys down. It's that the police commissioner is trying to win an election and doesn't want to lose votes from the women supporting these boys' cause. There's some really clever back and forth between the boys and Lois, showing that she's getting increasingly desperate to get them down, and the boys interpret her bargaining as her showing a rare sign of weakness. After a while, Malcolm and Dewey come round to the idea of taking this protest seriously and start to empathise with the feminists, whereas Reese has a more cynical take on the reason why these women are rallying.
Every woman down there is just here because they're jealous.
Of what?
Of the fact that they're not hot enough to be strippers. Believe me, in their heart of hearts, every woman wants to be her.
There's also some really good creativity, with Reese dreaming that the billboard girl comes to life. I'm sure this part's going to be too spicy for YouTube's pearl-clutching algorithm to handle, so best we keep it blurred.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
Lois comes up with an idea to give an interview, stating that Dewey has diabetes, which forces the police commissioner to finally step in and take action.
It's nice to see someone who cares about principles more than they care about the life of a little boy.
This is one of those rare episodes that contains no B plotline, and I think the execution of this singular storyline was fantastic. It belongs in the top 10, but it's not quite good enough for the top 5. Number 7 feels right, as I believe it's a smarter episode than Family Reunion.
It's a panic attack, like that time in the laundromat.
Dewey falls in love with opera and begins writing his own, using an argument between Hal and Lois to base the story on.
Don't be hysterical, you always get hysterical.
It's called having feelings, you should know. You're an expert at faking them.
All the sources I can find online tell me that for the most part, Brian and Jane actually did these vocal performances, which I'm sure you'll agree is pretty great. How lucky were they to have two actors who can do their own attempt at opera?
Don't be embarrassed.
We get the first Jamie storyline that I actually enjoyed too, which is also its own kind of opera, with Jamie falling in love with a baby across the road, sharing nothing but glances with each other, only to end in tragedy as he sees another boy has stolen his love. Malcolm and Reese take up street luging and form a rivalry with a guy who turns out to be Stevie. Stevie wins the final race but comes in too hot at the finish line. Looks like he's the one to finish what God started. Nah, he's fine. Just a broken top half of his body to match the bottom half. I like this one quite a lot, especially the ending where Dewey showcases the opera at a school performance.
Wow, everyone we know is here.
I hope Dewey doesn't embarrass himself.
Position 25 might seem quite low, but we do have a lot of classic episodes to contend with at this point, and this position just feels fair to me. Hal struggles with making any decisions in life after a childhood trauma when deciding to pick between a petting zoo and a clown for his birthday.
Both?
But then, Hal is forced to make the ultimate decision of a man having his life support turned off or kept on.
There's extra pudding if
Frustratingly for the audience, we never get to find out what decision he makes, and instead we get Hal and Lois breaking the fourth wall to brag about Hal being proud of finally making his first decision.
Would you mind walking me through it one more time, step by step, just so I understand it completely?
Honey, no, it was so exhausting. I don't think I'll talk about it ever again.
The secondary storyline is the boys coaching Craig on how to stand up to his bully, only for them to discover that the bully is his dad. Craig has always resented his dad for trying to get him to lose weight.
Father? Ha! You pretended not to know me at the father-son picnic.
Sorry, I wasn't swelling with pride while I watched you suck the butter off other people's corn cobs.
Didn't enjoy this storyline too much, but the opening to Craig's interaction with the boys gave me an unexpected laugh.
Hey boys, what do you say the four of us have a giant tickle party?
Why don't you have a seat? Go ahead and take a seat.
Man, if this season doesn't have any top 5 episodes, I might pull the plug on myself. Hal and Lois punish the boys' bad behaviour by making them build a tiki lounge, which the boys are forbidden from using after working hard building it.
Congratulations, boys. You did a fantastic job. Now, if you set 1 foot in here, I will cripple you.
What?
With Hal and Lois finally having time to have a decent conversation, they realise they have differing views on the afterlife. Lois doesn't believe in heaven, and Hal can't tolerate that, so he spends the whole episode guilting her into saying she does believe.
I've changed my mind. I do believe in heaven.
I knew it!
What a douche. Mr. Harkaby once again blackmails Malcolm into doing something so he doesn't get graded down. This time it's taking part in a charity group and it's boring. I'm placing this episode in a place that definitely does exist. 107th. Ida, in a surprising act of heroism, saves Dewey from being hit by a car and ends up losing a leg doing so. Dewey, overcome with guilt, rings the hospital and somehow convinces them to send him their collection of severed legs so he can try and identify which one belongs to Grandma. It's pretty grim. Even grimmer so, a dog gets hold of the leg and eats it.
He's gonna finish the whole thing!
While Ida recovers, she forms a bond with Francis in their mutual frustration at Lois's bossiness. But in the end, Francis gets Lois to apologise for his rough childhood, and they make up. The other storyline is that Hal gives Malcolm and Reese the same idea for a prank, but the problem is neither boy will let their guard down so the other one can attempt the prank. They don't sleep for days, and their nerves are shredded down to the point where they glue their own faces to the floor so the other one doesn't get the satisfaction of doing it. Not great, let's rank it and move on. I haven't mentioned the cold openings in a while, mainly because they weren't worth mentioning, but this one made me laugh. Reese is trying to inhale the stinkiest object they have in the house so that it prepares him for the smell Hal left behind in the toilet.
What about the old boot that Possum gave birth in? It's on the garage.
Perfect! All yours.
It's a simple joke, but I loved it. And I thought it was a good idea to lighten the mood, because this next scene is kind of effed up. So Hal has a flashback to a moment where Lois collapses drunk on the bed naked. So Hal decides to take a picture of her and then keep the picture hidden. I don't understand. You see your wife naked plenty, based on how often the show has you porking each other. So why would you need to take a picture? Also, was consent not a thing when this episode was made? You could just ask her for the picture, Hal. I'm sure she'd be up for it. After all, she was willing to double-end a sausage with you, so she seems pretty much up for anything. One of the Busey kids, called Chad, is sleeping over with Dewey so that Dewey can give him a sense of normality. But Chad's OCD ends up being a nightmare to deal with, and he causes controlled chaos by rummaging through the house, insisting that everything has to be paired together, including the naked picture of Lois with Lois.
Ah! What is it?
This storyline was better than Malcolm and Reese's, where they get upset that no one at school told them about a skip day, so they get their revenge by trying to scare the students while they hang out in this abandoned building.
Are you guys trying to scare us?
What are you, 12?
This episode has weird vibes to it. I did laugh at how the picture was discovered in the end, but the rest of the episode was kinda lame. Putting it near Lois's makeover episode, as that's on the same level of creepiness.
No motorcycles ever!
It's Francis's 21st birthday, and Hal completely forgot that he promised him a motorcycle trip, a promise he made to Francis many years ago. I really like how over the top he makes this promise.
And nothing, and I mean nothing, can ever undo this promise!
Boy, sure like to nail things down, didn't I?
Hal knows full well that he must keep the promise, but he also knows full well that Lois will be mad, so he tries to ease her into the idea gently.
Remember before he was born and I had that Harley day?
No motorcycles ever! You do not talk about motorcycles.
Oh my god, that was intimidating. I'm a little freaked out.
No motorcycles ever! You do not talk about motorcycles.
The next morning, the bikes have arrived, but Hal specified that he wanted them to be delivered somewhere else, as to not make Lois aware of what's happening. Francis panics as they try to make a sneaky getaway and accidentally guns it through the house, and the two disappear for a while. But what confuses me about this premise is that if Francis was anticipating on not being in the house for the weekend, why would he have brought Pyama along, knowing that she doesn't get on with Lois? It seems like kind of a dick move. Pyama ends up having it out with Lois to try and understand why she's so mean to her, which leaves Lois gobsmacked and apologetic.
No one is as useless as you think I am. My focus should be on hating my husband and planning revenge, not worrying about whether I belong here.
I'm sorry. You deserve better.
Thank you.
On the road, Hal and Francis are also bonding, but Hal feels put out that Francis never told him that he attends AA meetings, feeling like he's failed his son. Which, yeah, you did fail in a way. Now, I don't want this review to get too depressing, so let's move on to the funny stuff again. The boys back home are scared to leave the house, where a bully is waiting to kick their ass. Trouble is, they don't actually know which brother this bully wants. Dewey is the first one outside, and he does get to beat him, but still the bully waits. Reese goes next, gets a beating, but still the bully waits, meaning it must be Malcolm he wanted most of all. When the bully loses patience, he comes inside and realises he had the wrong house all along.
Where's that house with the ass bag who works with handicapped kids?
Oh, that's Eddie Jeffers. He lives in Comstock.
But Dewey and Reese still feel like Malcolm should have been part of this experience. Hal and Francis deliberately injure themselves so that they can pretend they faced consequences for motorcycling to please Lois on being right about it being dangerous. Finally, another good episode to rank. I was starting to get concerned. The bonding moments outweighed the comedy, but the comedy was good enough, and combined, it's going to go in the top half at least.
What are you doing in there?
You know how I love a gross food-based cold opening? Well, in this one, Dewey and Reese desperately want snacks to watch a movie with, but there's nothing in the cupboards. So they resort to their own version of trail mix, which is a collection of whatever they can find under the sofa cushions.
Good movie.
Yeah.
Yep, a little chunk of sick surfaced while watching that. Reese gets a job as a pest exterminator, and instead of getting rid of the box of caterpillars, he becomes attached to them, nurturing them until they hatch into butterflies, an event which at first seems magical, but then he gets freaked out by the amount of CGI in the room. To me, the only good part of this episode, aside from the trail mix bit, was Malcolm discovering there's a guy living inside a Lucky Aid. He became suspicious after someone left a candy wrapper and the exact money value for the candy bar late at night. Craig stupidly suspects it might be a mouse.
A mouse that left the exact change?
I played tic-tac-toe with a chicken at the county fair, and it beat me 8 times in a row. Don't shortchange animals.
Hey, they stole that joke from the Simpsons movie.
I was tricked by an idiot.
Hey, I know how you feel. I was beating tic-tac-toe by a chicken.
I played tic-tac-toe with a chicken at the county fair, and it beat me 8 times in a row.
Everyone takes pity on the guy living in the shop. Even Lois, who was initially going to call the cops until Malcolm convinced her not to. Did someone say middle of the road episode? Lois visits Grandma Ryder, who is preparing a St. Grotus Day festival. I already looked up St. Grotus Day festival in case you're wondering, and yes, it's made up. It's supposed to be some kind of Polish, Slavic celebration, I guess. Ida and her grumpy old friends are very funny in this. They continually bitch at Lois for making the Grotus Day tart wrong.
Don't blame yourself, Ida.
She was born rotten. That's why the goat refused to breastfeed her.
Even when Lois agrees to start again, the old girls make their own tart, expecting that she would just do it wrong again. This insult sends Lois over the edge.
But I worked for days.
Oh, sorry. I know you'd rather be at the disco, shaking your backside at a bunch of drug addicts.
Let's celebrate!
To make things up to her mum, Lois agrees to take part in their traditional dance. It's funny to watch Lois doing this dance, but funnier to watch a one-legged Ida doing the dance. More so, it's just nice to see these old ladies and Ida finally giving Lois some praise for something and having a good time instead of being miserable. I have some personal connection to this idea, and so it gets extra points for my ranking. There's also a part about Reese bonding with his dad by watching VHS horror movies together, and even though Hal doesn't enjoy the movies, he tries to carry on for the sake of their relationship. I won't expose my past too much here, but let's just say I heavily relate to this. Even though it's not written to be deep, it kinda hit deep. The other storyline in this is Malcolm struggling with his music interpretation assignment, and he seeks Dewey's help as a musical genius. They get into an argument where Malcolm deafens Dewey for criticising him. Dewey later sets up a trap to deafen him back in revenge.
I can't do it. Guess I'm just a better person than you are.
When they both get their hearing back, Malcolm is finally able to appreciate music. Not exactly a revolutionary message. I've seen this same idea play out in other media, but it's still enjoyable. This is a strong episode for me. Not quite strong enough for the top 5, but just under the top 10 feels right. Quick side note, watching this, I couldn't help but imagine them trying to do the same dance to that meme song, Rush E.
E. It means nothing!
Hal attends a work seminar to listen to a motivational speaker, and it's just occurred to me that I forgot to mention that Hal gets a new job at the end of the Busey's Runaway episode. Hal inadvertently becomes the new motivational speaker after the first one makes everyone feel like trash for not living in the moment or whatever. He has no idea what he's talking about, of course, but the most important thing is that he sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
It means nothing! You've all got to be the drivers of your own car.
He ends up inspiring someone to try and take his job, so he freaks out and quits the gig. There's a really bizarre subplot where Lois catches Dewey seeing another mum, and she treats it like he's the husband cheating on her.
She was just so nice. And there was cake.
It'll be a long time before you get any cake around here.
I wasn't expecting any.
But the funny part at the end is Dewey getting a tattoo to show his commitment to the relationship, and Lois doesn't know whether to be mad or flattered. Funny, but still strange as hell. The more memorable subplot, however, is Reese befriending a pack of stray dogs and starts to live as they do. I liked it when he starts barking at the postman.
What do you want? Huh? What?
Then he gets caught raiding the chicken coop, and the police help him get back to reality. I'd happily watch this episode again, but I'm not in a hurry to. We have another great cold opening, but this time it's not about food. It's about Lois discovering a dirty magazine and coming up with the idea of pasting a picture of her face on the models to deter Reese from doing the deed.
2 kids down, 3 to go.
But what if he carried on fapping though? Malcolm is forced to take a stilt walking job from an old man, who begs and cries for Malcolm to let him keep it.
Sam, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Well, that's nice and depressing. Hal accidentally runs up an extortionate phone bill with an adult chat line, so he buys Lois some expensive shoes to counter the anger she will feel when he breaks the news to her. But this leads them into revealing many horrible secrets to each other in a game of bitter one-upmanship.
I lost my wedding ring 3 years ago. This is part of a lawnmower.
Your Aunt Lucy isn't angry with you. She's dead. I just forgot to tell you.
But in the end, they team up to direct their anger towards Dewey and Jamie. What did they do this time, you ask? Well, Dewey followed Jamie to find out where he kept finding treasure, and it turns out it was the neighbour's house.
See? That's the ringleader. They've been stealing stuff from my house all week. Every 2 years they have another baby just so they can fit through the window.
There's a fairly amusing subplot where Reese signs up to multiple clinical trials and puts himself in a drug-fueled daze where he ends up riding a police horse. Going back to the Stilt story, the old guy returns on the scene to get his revenge on Malcolm. I don't really understand why he keeps blaming Malcolm when Malcolm had no say on the decision. But he chases him across the parking lot and Malcolm attempts to use shopping trolleys as roller skates, and he splits himself apart like a pair of new chopsticks. I've seen better episodes this season, that's for sure. Lame episode. Nothing interesting happens here. Basically, the Buseys take their teacher hostage and the principal threatens consequences. But then Dewey discovers they've been selling these lanyards that the Busey kids were forced to make, which is basically slave labour. So the teachers agree to drop the punishment if Dewey keeps quiet. The one part I kind of liked was seeing Ted from Scrubs. He plays the role of president of the neighbourhood committee, a position that Hal takes over and is then chased out of when one of his ideas for the neighbourhood comes across creepy and weird. Something about starting a Hug Your Kids Day campaign. I don't know, let's rank this one and move on. When looking at the lowest part of this list, I can't possibly rank stock car races below this one, because the stock car episode actually made me laugh at least once. The boys fill out an application for Lois to be in a pageant, something that was meant to be an inside joke to poke fun at her, but then Reese mails in the application and she actually gets into the competition. At first, Lois seems like a fish out of water, with all of these MILFs still doing what they can to remain attractive. Reese comes out with such a savage line in this scene.
Look at all these old broads trying to look hot. I mean, don't they know we're done with them?
Whoa. Mr. Harkaby is here, picking up the scraps that this savage lion doesn't care for.
Darlene Fisher, green sweatsuit.
I mean, as scraps go, kind of eating like he's a king of the vultures here. That's some prime scrap. Lois subverts the expectations of the judges by being real and honest about motherhood, rather than talking about world peace and whatever else pageant women talk about. The other contestants resent Lois breaking the game, so to speak, and even though Lois has been nothing but helpful and respectful to these women, they decide to sabotage her by convincing her to wear a crown, which is a real taboo in pageants. Lois almost walks out of the competition, but Hal reminds her that she's a champion at dealing with petty squabbles and revenge plots against her, something she deals with all the time at home. So she shouldn't let these bitches get the better of her. Back in the game, she gives a winning performance of a whistle song that the crowd goes nuts for. This was a really nice way to end the season. Lois treating these people with respect, even though she's the underdog, is a nice message about not being a dick to people when you're trying to make it to the top. It's not the most amazing episode in the collection, but it's a solid finish to the season, and an episode that's just shy of being in the top 20, which means this is the first season without a top 5 placement. Can the final season do better? Let's see. Alright, final season time. If you're still here and haven't yet given this video a like, what are you doing? Go hit it right now, man. Come on. And if you comment telling me that you like the video, I'll give your comment a heart. Well, I'll give your comment a heart regardless. I just like being told I'm a good boy. Alright, let's do this.
This ends now.
Malcolm and Reese get caught hitching a ride to a Burning Man festival, and instead of punishing the boys, the family decide they should all go, which to the boys still feels like a punishment, but they manage to sneak off upon arrival, leaving Dewey behind to keep the parents company.
Well, then I guess it's up to you to help me set up a protective perimeter around the camper. We'll need about 40 rocks, at least the size of bowling balls. I'm sorry, son. You snooze, you lose.
Reese realises that Burning Man is his sanctuary, as he's allowed to do whatever comes to mind here, and the people here will celebrate his liberty. He learns this after seeing this guy spraying his dead friend's ashes around.
He always said he wanted his ashes scattered here kind of as a way of spreading the spirit of Burning Man to the people and the family he loved.
Oh, gross. Malcolm finds a less destructive type of freedom in hooking up with some hippie cougar lady.
Okay, she's almost as old as my mom and obviously crazy as a loon. So why am I so turned on?
Oh, gross? Double question mark? To impress this woman and convince her that he's not just some logically minded science guy, Malcolm dives into the idea that he can experience a spiritual rebirthing process through this ridiculous gauntlet of pillows and whatever else. But she sees through the attempts and feels like he's still the same guy deep down. But he did manage to plough her, so all in all, I call this a success. Reese is also feeling heartbroken at the idea that Burning Man has to come to an end with the ceremonial burning of the man. And in his attempts to stop the stopping of the festival, he accidentally burns down the RV that Hal borrowed from a friend. I give this episode a lot of credit for being quite different. It was nice to have an episode almost entirely take place in a different location from the standard neighbourhood, and the family got on well together for the most part. It's just got like a totally different energy, man, you know? As special as this one is, it's not the tippy top of my list. Gonna place it just under Hal Quits at number 10. Hal forgot to pay the health insurance, and now the family are completely unprotected, causing Hal to go into freak-out mode, as the boys seem to struggle to go even a single day without injuring themselves, and Hal, being Hal, goes to extreme measures to prevent anything bad happening. I love this moment here where Hal gets so caught up in putting all of the dangerous stuff in a pile that he doesn't realise that Jamie's right in the middle of it.
Oh, there you... Oh, come here.
At Lucky Aid, the staff are forming a union, and Lois suspects Craig is acting as an informant against them. But the reason why he's acting suspicious is that he's preparing Lois's 10-year work anniversary party.
Here she comes now, our Lois.
Back home, Hal is the one who ends up getting injured, and he confesses to the boys about the insurance situation, which explains why they can't go to the hospital right now. Luckily, the boys are friends with a back alley doctor who will happily fix Hal's dislocated knee.
You're gonna need about 8 cc's of... Grab it!
Hey, look at that.
Kind of a forgettable episode, but nothing offensive.
You're mine.
Stevie typically gets a free pass from Reese's beatings, but Stevie pushes his luck by constantly ripping into him for being stupid and intruding on his space. So Reese tells him to prepare for a fight.
This Friday after school, we're gonna go somewhere private, and I'm gonna beat you so bad your wheelchair is gonna need a wheelchair.
Just before this conversation, we see Abe telling Stevie that he's been accepted as a test subject for biomechanics or something. Important information that plays into the twist of the Stevie v Reese showdown later. Hal catches Dewey smoking and pleads with him to quit, going as far as to strike a deal where he will quit drinking coffee if Dewey quits smoking. They both end up being so irritable with withdrawal that they tease each other's addiction.
The smooth, wonderful taste of betrayal.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm in flavor country, baby.
The other plot line is Lois being advised that if she wants Jamie to start speaking, she has to be the one to speak more to him. And this ends up with her using this method as a way to vent her deepest inner feelings, like it's some sort of therapy session. The trick works and Jamie says his first 2 words.
Shut up.
While Lois's story does give some nice character exposition, it's the least entertaining of the plotlines. The funniest part of this episode is Reese numbing the lower half of his body in an ice bath, just so that he can beat Stevie on a level playing field. But then Stevie rocks up wearing this new mech suit that he got for being a test subject at the Institute, and he terminates Reese.
You're mine.
This This episode has that classic feel to it, but the Lois plotline weighs it down slightly.
One snake.
It's finally actually Halloween time for Malcolm in the Middle. And just like Christmas, I'm a sucker for Halloween stuff, but I'll try to remain calm and rank this one just as fairly as the Christmas episodes. So the boys are on this haunted street tour, and they find out their house is a murder house, something of which Lois knew all along, and Hal reacts badly.
Well, of course I'd have this reaction. I don't like murder. Maybe that's something you should know about me.
Well, it's always something with you. You passed on that one house because you thought the doorbell sounded gay.
Ding dong. Classic. I mean, that says it all, doesn't it?
Malcolm is too sick to go trick-or-treating, and Lois comes into the room to lay down some rules for Dewey and Reese, and it's pretty funny.
No eggs, no stink bombs, no matches, no catapults, no mace.
Fine.
No water balloons, no spray paint, no gasoline, no shaving cream, no toilet paper.
Wouldn't even think of it.
No ladder, no compressor, no soup.
You told her!
I did not!
With Malcolm staying inside, he decides to amuse himself by researching old newspaper articles about the murder which took place in the house, putting Hal on a heightened level of freakout mode, which starts driving Malcolm crazy. So he ramps up mocking the spirits to show how foolish Hal's superstitions are.
I hereby summon all ghosts and goblins. No. Come phantoms and specters from the gates of hell. Thou art hereby invited.
He's kidding!
Swallow this house into the bowels of hell!
Little does Malcolm know that Jamie has crawled into the vents to eat a big bucket of candy and gets all messed up looking like a headless corpse.
That was Jamie, wasn't it?
Meanwhile, out trick-or-treating, Reese and Dewey egg an old man by mistake, who relentlessly chases them for the rest of the night, until he eventually traps the boys in this gross-looking mattress.
Have you boys learned your lesson yet? Ha! You stupid old man, I'll never learn my lesson.
There's also an amusing storyline with Lois getting upset at the other Lucky Age staff for slacking on the rules just so they can celebrate Halloween, with the biggest laugh for me being Craig creepily looking for a customer's childbirth photos.
Boy, call me a prude, but these pictures of Mrs. Keys giving birth are not as sexy as I thought. Well, that one's not bad.
I enjoyed this one quite a lot. It's definitely an episode of Malcolm that I'd return to watch on Halloween.
This ends now.
This whole episode was a surprising trip down memory lane. I remember loving each of these things within the episode, but I didn't realise all of these moments belonged to the same episode. Starting with a special mention to this cold opening. It's Jamie demonstrating that Reese is no smarter than your average dog.
Give it.
Where'd it go?
I believe I said very early on that I didn't think I had seen much of the later seasons, so if you remember me saying that, we can both call me a goofy goober for not remembering that I had definitely seen this episode. The first storyline is Jessica staying over because her home life is trash and once again has become a nuisance for the boys, but then she teaches Malcolm about manipulating Lois to get her to treat him nice for a change. All he has to do is be open with her emotionally.
What's the point of hauling around that giant head of yours if you can't retain a few simple facts?
Hal. He gets enough pressure from school without his family piling on.
This backfires on Jessica as Malcolm latches onto everyone for emotional support. He interrupts Jessica and this Asian dude as they're about to get freaky in the sheets.
No, we'll talk about this later.
It was horrible. I tried to explain that getting close to her started off as a way to use her, but it turned into something real.
I mentioned that he's Asian for a good reason, which we'll see later. Hal celebrates his victory over getting rid of a beehive by enjoying their honey.
Is that a bee?
That is how you know it's fresh. You won't find any bees in your store-bought honey, I'll tell you that much.
But he made the mistake of leaving one vengeful bee alive, and it terrorizes him for the rest of the episode. It gets to a ridiculous point where they enter a road rage battle, and I love every stupid second of it.
This ends now.
The final storyline is Reese having beef with a dude from China, so he tries to ship himself over there to beat him up. He gets Dewey's help to make the journey happen, but Dewey, being smart and cunning, knows his trip will fail, and he decides to trick Reese into believing he's en route across rough seas and equally rough weather.
Hey! Why don't you learn how to fly this stupid thing?
With the Asian dude frustrated that he can't slam his fists deep in some puss, Dewey enlists his help to open the crate, and he gets to slam his fists into Reese instead.
Ugh. Hey, quit it. I don't speak Chinese, jackass! Alright.
My heart wants me to place this into the top 5, but I have to use my head and say while it is a very well put together episode, it's just not as monumental as what's currently up there. It does deserve top 10 however, and it's a clear winner over Billboard at number 7.
This ends now.
Malcolm gets paired up with a girl who he expects will just let him do the actual work, as she's perceived to be just a pretty face. But it turns out she's actually really smart, and asks Malcolm to keep it on the lowdown so she can remain in the popular crowd.
I don't get it. Why do you need me to be your partner?
Maybe I think you're cute.
They become an item, but she hides the relationship from her friends for the aforementioned reason. I want to take a moment here to point out that every one of Malcolm's girlfriends has looked older than him, especially here where he's standing next to her friends. Maybe they should have given him a box to stand on so he doesn't look like he's a victim of grooming. Back home, Lois is stressing at the idea that Reese will never move out, and she has a really funny dream where her and Hal are getting really old, and yet he's still living there.
You can't treat your father like that!
Shove a cork in it, you crazy old hag!
So she kicks him out, again, and he starts living rough in the back garden. But then he helps her recover from a back injury, and all is forgiven. Back to the Malcolm story, the hiding game carries on until Jessica vents her frustration at the situation and convinces Malcolm that maybe the girl he's best suited for has been in front of his face for a while now. But nah, she's just joking, apparently. But then double psych, not really, and she kisses him.
Yeah, nothing. Good night, Malcolm.
What a bitch. This episode had some funny moments, but not that many.
This ends.
The gimmick of this episode is that we have a singular story retold from the perspective of a different person each time. So every 5 minutes or so, we rewind back to the start of the blackout to see the story from Malcolm's perspective and then so on. And although this gimmick makes the episode feel like an hour long, I do appreciate the effort that must have gone into stitching everyone's individual timelines together. I won't go through each individual perspective, but instead focus on the main joke of the episode. Hal won 2 Kobe beefsteaks and entrusts Reese to cook them, being the only one qualified.
It lives on beer and ice cream, and right up until the moment of slaughter, its rump and thighs are massaged by geishas.
It should be eating us.
Seeing as there's only 2 steaks, they will have to keep it a secret from the rest of the family, who will instead be eating prison grade steak. And then for seemingly no reason, he complicates matters by promising the other steak to Lois. None of this matters though, because Hal accidentally drops the steaks, and each of the little flags with their names on gets mixed up. Before this mix-up event, Dewey overheard Reese talking about putting sleeping pills into the family's food, so he deliberately avoids eating the steak, and Reese accidentally doses himself as well as the rest of the family, not knowing about the mix-up earlier. There's one other funny part where Lois is telling Francis how good Hal is in bed, and goes way over the top with the analogies.
He is like a skilled general invading a country. He doesn't just launch an assault by sea, he uses paratroopers and columns of infantry. Honey, good for you. Get it all out.
I can see this being an episode that people would enjoy more than me, but I admittedly have a short fuse when it comes to repetition. I cannot stand things that repeat too much. It makes me irrationally frustrated. So you can imagine my suffering with this episode. It is well constructed and the mix-up of the steak gave me a good laugh. So all things considered, I'm going to place this one near the opera episode, as I have a similar level of appreciation for the work involved. But the opera one isn't a repeating torture for me, so it's going to go below it.
I've been waiting to get you alone, you miserable scum-sucking piece of garbage.
Reese's army buddy Abby has come to visit, and Malcolm convinces Reese that she's into him, which at first doesn't sit well with him as she's always been a buddy to roughhouse with.
Go! I've been waiting to get you alone, you miserable scum-sucking piece of garbage.
Little does he know, Abby isn't into dudes, she's into Lois. Abby does what she can to help around the house, including giving Lois a foot massage, which gets a little weird with Lois basically orgasming. And don't worry, I'm not going to play the audio for this, as the orgasming just intensifies as Abby gets a little too deep with the massage.
That's a little high. I'm sorry, did you just make a pass at me?
Ma'am, forgive me.
Before Abby skips town forever, she reveals to Reese that she's gay, and the relief washes over him knowing he has his buddy back. The other story is that Hal gets jealous of Lois's new orthotics because they're replacing Hal's job as a foot massager, and this makes him feel useless around the house. So he tries all he can to get them off the scene, using ridiculous overkill methods like using a blowtorch, instead of just, you know, putting them in a bin down the street or something. I liked seeing Reese have a real friend, as he's kind of seemed friendless in this whole show, which is really kind of sad when you think about it. And you know what? This episode overall isn't too bad.
You'll like this candy. It's really good. Come on, just hop in the car.
Mr. Harkaby is making Reese dance like a monkey in front of the class because he keeps getting questions wrong.
Monkey dance! Monkey dance!
How has this guy not been fired yet? As horrible as this humiliation is, it was pretty funny when Reese was beaten by a class hamster when Mr. Harkaby made him compete for a pop quiz. It is still heartbreaking to see Reese so beaten down again though. Mr. Harkaby says he'll stop the humiliation if Malcolm promises to stop doing so well with his grade point average. Why does that matter? Well, Mr. Harkaby currently holds the trophy for having the best grade point average the school has ever seen, and Malcolm's getting pretty close to beating it, and Mr. Harkaby's ego simply won't allow that to happen. Malcolm brings him down a peg or two when he discovers that he missed gym class, which actually lowers his GPA. Not sure how Malcolm would be able to obtain this information and the school not already be aware of it, but whatever. Mr. Harkaby attempts to take gym class again, giving Reese an opportunity to get some payback, and man was this satisfying to see.
You call that a monkey dance?
The weirdest / funniest part is Hal trying to get Dewey hooked up with a girl he likes, but Hal gets way too invested in this and he starts to come off like a predator.
Come on, just hop in the car. Come on, give me a break. Don't you remember your first love?
That's all there is to it, but it was worth mentioning for that moment right there. Fairly average, not much else to say about this one.
Oh my God.
What is it?
It's a check for Malcolm for $10,000.
Well, we all know where this is going. It's picture day for Malcolm's yearbook, and he goes in looking all scruffy because he thinks it doesn't matter. Then when he sees everyone else looking sharp, he demands for his picture to be retaken, and he pesters the photographer until he agrees to do it, only for Malcolm to still be unhappy with the end results.
What did you do to me? I look like a freak!
Kid, that's you. That's what you look like.
Back home, Hal, Lois and Dewey argue over what they should be doing with Malcolm's grant money.
We're not wasting the money on a boat.
It's not wasting, it's investing. A boat is a moneymaker, Lois.
Reese has the more entertaining story in this one. He's got his job back in the meat factory, and while delivering to an old people's home, he hangs around for a while and enjoys the care home lifestyle.
This is pretty sweet. Man, it's true what they say. Old age is wasted on the old.
The greedy bastards back home agreed to give Malcolm the money, but they spent too much and only give him under half back.
You guys aren't gonna believe it. I got a McClellan Fellowship grant for $3,857.
There's a slight moment of comedy at the end, seeing Malcolm piss away this large amount of money by buying an expensive photo shoot. Other than that, a mostly forgettable episode.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Another noteworthy cold open. A simple joke about not wanting to do the dishes.
Look, sooner or later, someone's gonna have to do the dishes.
It amazes me that we've had 7 seasons of this, and they haven't run dry on ideas. But then again, The Simpsons is on its 32nd season, and somehow still doing new sofa gags. So I shouldn't be that impressed, right? Dewey is travelling with Hal and Lois to a piano competition, but Lois manages to upset the airport security despite Dewey's pleas to make the flight on time. So they get held back, and Hal and Lois act like they couldn't care less about not making the flight on time. To make matters worse, Lois accidentally breaks Dewey's fingers, and then Hal says he's going to get ice, but instead hangs out in the special members club that he managed to sneak in earlier. Yep, Father of the Year right here. Back home, Ida is looking after the boys, and she brought with her a wife for Reese. But in order for Reese to bag this wife, he must go through a tradition of beating another boy at a series of competitions. Seeing as how Malcolm is the only other boy around, it has to be him. These competitions were quite fun to watch, with Reese winning the first two, which were based on endurance skills.
So now what happens? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out why there's a dog in here.
Grandma, what are we supposed to do?
Just get out.
That's it?
That's it.
And then the last round is Malcolm winning on the intelligence round. Ida calls off the wedding as Reese didn't win all 3 rounds. But then Reese proposes anyway, knowing that with marriage he gets sex. So the pair run off to Vegas to get married. Weird how he doesn't notice that this is the same girl he shared driving lessons with, except for the fact that her name and accent are different.
Do you realize you are driving 20 miles an hour on a freeway? Hi, I'm American girl now. I have iPod. I wear thong.
Oh yeah, and Dewey comes home having lost the competition, and that's the end of that storyline. The Reese and Reduca part saves this episode from being low down, but it is still average.
Ends this now.
Hal gets obsessive, again, about getting in contact with as many college recruiters as possible for Malcolm, but it soon stops about Malcolm getting into a good college, and starts being about the free merchandise the recruiters give him. With these colleges so desperate to get Malcolm, they treat Hal like they're competing for a date, like it's an episode of The Bachelor or something.
Perhaps this will convince you.
Oh, Vince.
And I guess that's kind of funny. Dewey visits Francis in his new apartment, which is an absolute hole, and he's also got some fresh AIDS on his chin. Oh, I've never been more repulsed in my life. Nothing that important happens here, it's just Dewey witnessing his older brother kind of failing at life, but he does get a job managing a band at the end, so he's not a complete loser, I guess, just a slight loser. The better storyline is once again Reese and Reduca. They seem to have a pretty decent marriage, living in the family's garage. But then she cheats on him, and that's the end of the marriage, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because it would have been cool to see this play out a bit more. Their dynamic was quite fun to watch.
Why do we have to get a stupid green card anyway? I hate studying, it's so boring.
Shut up and look at my breasts. This is the kind of thing that will be on test.
There is one notable joke in this episode that I really liked. So after Reese takes food from the family fridge, Reduca makes him buy it all back. And because Reese has got Reese brains, he doesn't think to give them the groceries back as whole units. He instead opens the food and drink up, eats the amount that he doesn't owe, and tips away the amount of Mountain Dew that he doesn't owe. It's so stupid, but it so perfectly sums up Reese, and it really made me laugh. This is better than the previous episode, with the exception of the Francis part. That kinda sucked.
But now there's the Pizzazzler! It'll change your life!
Lois and Malcolm are sick with mono, so they have to quarantine together. And during this time they build a bond together watching shopping channels, and take up a hobby called pizzazzling, or whatever this monstrosity should be called.
How about if I do your hair?
Only if I get to do yours too.
Dezille!
I can't decide if this is funny or weird. With Lois sick, Hal goes out looking for something to do and gets invited to a neighbour's luau, but he can't quite figure out why they've never heard about all these parties before. And as it turns out, the neighbours don't have a problem with Hal, but they simply can't stand Lois. And when he learns this, he defends her honour like the simp he is. I mean like the good husband he is.
My wife happens to be the most wonderful, amazing, beautiful woman in the world, and I don't care to eat with anyone who thinks otherwise.
No doubt, the funniest part of this episode is this woman falling in love with Hal, believing that he's now single, even though he never made any attempt to make a pass at her. And because Lois is his entire universe, he's completely oblivious to this woman falling in love with him.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to do this.
Just say goodnight.
Good night, Hal.
Good night.
It's not a bad episode at all, and I really liked Hal in this episode. Kinda steps it up a bit for me, so just above the average section feels correct.
Why aren't you throwing yourselves on my coffin and begging to be buried instead of me?
This episode was pretty good. So Hal's dad dies, and he feels nothing because they didn't really have a relationship.
So now a relationship that was totally meaningless and trivial is over. It's hard to get too upset.
That same night, he has a nightmare where the boys attend his funeral, but don't seem to really care either.
Why aren't you sad? Why aren't you throwing yourselves on my coffin and begging to be buried instead of me?
Seeing Hal in this mortician's makeup is kind of freaky, but also kind of funny. Hal goes full force in giving the boys all the attention and ice cream they could ever dream of, which at first was nice to see, but Reese and Dewey take advantage of the situation, getting him to max out all the credit cards to buy them gifts.
Wow, Dad! You bought the whole store! Nobody's got a better dad than us!
Malcolm tries to reason with him, explaining that Hal doesn't need to go to these measures to earn their love. But then Malcolm gets swayed to the dark side when Hal offers to buy him a car. Hal unexpectedly starts to feel grief as he's about to sign the purchase agreement, as he's using a similar pen to what his dad had.
I loved him.
Malcolm has a moment to shine here by showing some humanity towards his dad. But nope, just sign the contract, Dad. Luckily, Lois comes along just in time to give Hal the support he needs.
I lost my dad.
I know.
This episode has a lot of meaning to it. While not being the most fun or memorable episode, it deserves some respect, and respect it I shall, by placing it near the top 20. Oh, and also George Takei makes a cameo in this, and it's pretty funny.
May I have some water, please?
Sorry, my parents aren't home. But you could use the hose out front.
Delightful.
Hal and Lois attend Francis's 1-year sobriety celebration, and Lois finds out that Francis blames her for his drinking problem, dragging her name through the mud every meeting instead of being willing to accept personal responsibility. To be honest, I find this alcoholic angle weird, because outside of him mentioning the alcohol problem in the motorcycle episode, he's never shown any signs of being an alcoholic. We never see him drunk or even drinking. And in his big celebration speech, he claims that he put his wife and brothers through hell. But again, we never saw it, so I don't really understand why this was made a part of Francis' story. Lois rightly calls it out for how it is, that Francis has always needed to pin the blame on someone else, rather than looking inward. A point proven correct when as soon as Lois walks out the door, he turns the blame towards Pyama.
Yes, you? Who else could it be? Why didn't you tell me I wasn't an alcoholic?
How am I supposed to know? You seem messed up to me.
So, was the alcoholism real or not? Well, I don't know, and it doesn't appear to matter now. On a more positive note, back home, the boys are planning on using Hal's car to go on a prank rampage, but they refuse to listen to Dewey's wishes to go to the arcade. So Dewey hides the key, then says that he swallowed it, causing the other boys to go to drastic measures to get it back.
This stuff is so powerful, she had to eat it in the bathroom. The recoil is gonna put you to the ceiling, little man.
Wait, what?
Shut up, Dewey! That's not the end I want to be hearing from.
But right at the moment before the boys are about to sift through Dewey's poo, they realise that he never swallowed the key. If this part wasn't mildly amusing, this episode would be a contender for the worst. But it's no clip show, and at least the convention episode didn't annoy me. So this AA episode is going to go between these two.
Release your anger. Only your hatred can destroy me.
Reese is nervous for his blind date, but then when he opens the door...
Enjoy your day, Reese.
Well, sure, she's a step down from Raduca, but word on the street is this pig is loyal, so don't write her off just yet. In all seriousness, next to him finding out that his girlfriend was cheating with Malcolm, this is the most horrible thing that's ever happened to him.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
When Lois approaches the school to have them deal with this, she sees a poster mocking Reese, and this insult was like slapping Mama Bear in the tits with a thorny twig while you're kidnapping her cub. It's gonna end in a bloodbath. The first victim is Emma Stone, who opens her locker to find all of her dolls have been beheaded.
No!
Yeah, you really shouldn't be this upset. What are you, like 19, 20 here? Lois targets the next girl, pranking her parents to pretend that she's a hotel, confirming a honeymoon suite for their daughter.
What's this? Oh my God.
That is not mine.
After this point, we get an unexpected emotional break from Lois, realising that she's behaving just like Reese would, and that maybe the reason why he was targeted in the first place is because he's always the one pulling horrible pranks on people, which I suppose is something we should keep in mind before we feel too bad for him. Reese convinces Lois that she should finish what she started, meaning the heart-to-heart she just had was pretty meaningless. But this is a comedy after all, and I guess we're gonna get what we came to see, which is this kind of stuff.
Direct hit.
The episode is average, but it's a good average. Hal breaks his tooth on some candy-covered popcorn called Fiddle Faddle. It's an American thing. And his dentist friend Trey says that he will take care of it. But after he fixes his tooth, Hal is then handed a bill when he believed that Trey was going to fix it for free. During a heated debate over the misunderstanding, Hal rips out his own dental work in protest. He spends the rest of the episode stubbornly trying to live with the pain rather than getting it fixed. There's a bit that makes me cringe right down to my bones, where Hal protests so much that he wants to experience the ultimate pain.
Give me that glass of ice water! No! No! I hope you're happy! Hal, stop! Think about it!
There's two other storylines to talk about here. The first is Lois learning how to ride a bike, with Reese being her teacher. There's some cool camera work here when Lois feels like she's much higher than she is, and is scared of falling. But other than that, this story isn't much to talk about. The last story is that Dewey and Malcolm find a new mattress, and they can finally get a good night's sleep on a mattress that isn't stained and lumpy. And while they both live in luxury for a while, Malcolm becomes too comfortable and essentially becomes stuck, not wanting to leave his new realm of solid sleep and sweet dreams. I've got to admit, this is making me sleepy as I type this, so we better move on before I slip into a coma. The ending is pretty funny, where they kidnap Hal and force him to go to the dentist, and when the police pull him over, they explain the situation.
It's cool, officer. You see, we tied him up because he's got a painful busted tooth, and he refused to let us fix it.
Okay, drive safe.
Thanks.
Look, I know what you're gonna say, and I'm not touching this conversation. It's a fine episode. Hal's broken tooth stuff was a fun ride, while also being grotesque to watch. This is my best estimation as to where the episode should go.
This ends now.
Hal, Lois and Malcolm are at a shopping mall, and Malcolm gets distracted by this dancer girl and immediately signs up for dancing lessons in the same class. It turns out he's quite a natural dancer, and when the teacher tries to pair him with the best female dancer, his penis yanks him in the direction that he wants to go more, and we'll find out the consequences for this later. Hal and Lois see there is a competition to win a truck, and Hal loses immediately because he's an idiot.
Hello? We got our first loser. Ha! Idiot. Number 2. Ah, damn it all to hell!
Lois remains strong as she psychs out the competition.
I'm sure it's nothing, Cheryl, but you'll probably feel better after a doctor's taken a look at it.
And we'll see how she does with this competition later. Back home, the boys accidentally break one of Hal's trophies, and while looking for a place to hide the evidence, they find a bomb shelter. They end up trapping Hal down there to avoid being in trouble, and Hal discovers that this bomb shelter is the perfect man cave. It has booze, a TV, and naughty magazines from the 1950s. Lucky guy just found the gold mine for uncovered wrists and triangle bras. Malcolm signs up for the competition, and while he's having a blast grinding with Blondie, he sets his sights to the bigger ambition of winning the competition for real. So he decides to settle down his hormones and team up with the less attractive one. To his surprise, dancing with this girl builds a lot of chemistry, and they start to catch feelings for each other. And all the while that he believed he was settling, he discovers that she felt she was settling too, and for some reason he can't handle this insult when it's turned against him. So naturally his ego ballses up this potential girlfriend.
I can't believe you think like that.
For God's sakes!
No, you're no prize.
And their story is over. Hal is caught having a good time being alone in the shelter, but before the guys can argue, Lois arrives home with a brand new truck.
Did you hear what I said? I said I won the truck!
Oh my God, the truck! We won the truck!
I quite like this episode. Of course, it's not going to be up in the god tier quality, but it's going to be in the top half for sure.
Oh, no!
ever going to do?
Malcolm is due to visit Stevie in hospital, but he feels anxious about going because historically they have avoided talking about Stevie's illnesses, just so they can instead focus on doing normal friend stuff. Malcolm does eventually visit him, and the way he talks to him perfectly reflects the feelings I just talked about.
Well, if you think I came down here to feel sorry for you, you've got another thing coming. Glad you didn't die. See you when you get out.
I told you he'd come.
The part I remember most about this episode, which means that we have another season 7 episode that I forgot I'd already seen, is Hal getting into a territorial dispute with a kid and their toy boats.
What do you think you're doing?
I think I'm sinking your boat.
But then Hal gets his revenge using a modified update.
Oh, no! What am I ever going to do?
What about this?
Another storyline is Dewey being mad at Lois for forgetting to buy him baking soda for his science project. When he gets an F as a result of this lackluster parenting, he gets his revenge with Lois experiencing tiny little inconveniences in her day. This doesn't really go anywhere though, it kind of just gets left unresolved, so moving on. The last story is Reese getting a new job as a cold caller, selling air filters, finding a natural flair for being a blood-sucking leech that no one wants to hear from.
No. Don't put Mommy on the phone. Just get her credit card.
His biggest moment comes from talking a guy out of ending his own life, and all the while still managing to sell him some air filters.
I just saved your life and now you're questioning me?
Look, I'm sorry, I was just saying...
Every minute I'm talking to you, the price is going up. I want those numbers now, do you hear me?
There's not a lot going on in this episode, and I don't know why the boat scene stuck in my memory so much, because it really wasn't that great. It's a lower middle kind of placement.
Order in the court. Let's behave like animals, people.
Reese tries to impress a vegetarian girl, somewhat of a massive challenge considering his love for meat, and also working in a meat packing factory.
What's new and exciting down at the old meat packing plant?
Tons. They have me back on the floor where all the action is.
Wait, I thought he was in telesales now. Whatever. He wants the girl, but isn't willing to give up meat. Understandable. So when preparing for their picnic date, he hides meatballs in his tomatoes and staples bacon into his hat. A terrible idea for many reasons, including the park being filled with extremely hungry dogs that near on rip off his dick trying to get his pork chops. That same night, he has a nightmare about being held accountable for the murder of all the meat he's consumed over the years. And I've got to say, this scene is very well done.
Order in the court. Let's behave like animals, people.
Your Honor, the defendant is charged with 63,428 counts of murder.
The guilt is strong enough to make him quit meat for at least the rest of the episode. And he apologises to the veggie girl with the good gesture of setting some cows free. Back at home, Dewey and Hal get locked into a game of life that Hal modified to be more reflective of the harsh realities of real life. All just to teach Dewey the lesson that life is hard.
Well, Dewey, looks like you pulled another debilitating depression card. Back to the lockdown ward for you, my friend.
It predictably ends with Hal gloating that he won, which wasn't supposed to be the point of him modifying the game. It was to stop Dewey having too much fun with the board game, because that's not how real life works, I guess. At Lucky Aid, Malcolm convinces Craig to stop letting Lois take advantage of his good nature. He's doing this for his own selfish reasons, of course, because no one really cares what Craig needs. Basically, Craig offered to cover Lois's shifts, and Malcolm was banking on her not being home so he can sneak off to a rock gig. Craig decides the only way he can stop her taking advantage of him is to run away forever. But when he attempts to go on the road, he gets run over by the cows that Reese set free.
Oh, Craig, don't be ridiculous. You're not going anywhere.
Why? Do you need somebody to paint your lawn or mow your house?
It nicely ties together, which I'll give some credit for. The actual court of animals judging Reese was obviously the highlight here, and the episode overall is very watchable. It may be a few years before I'd bother watching again, but it will happen. It's prom backwards, because Malcolm and the other outcasts are too counterculture to bother with the typical prom, so they organise their own dance called Morp. They try their hardest not to do anything that's typically associated with the prom, like no dressing nice, no fancy hall, just a dingy basement with hangout chill vibes, some janitor's mops, some cookies, and a few rat traps. Which reminds me, have I plugged my Discord yet? Become a basement buddy today. Their basement hangout, unlike mine, ends up not being as cool as the idea of actual prom, where everyone eventually flocks to after the cool kids come along and apologise to the lead nerd girl. Also going to the prom is Reese, who's been hired by this girl to be a perfect gentleman, a job he takes very seriously, to the point where it appears that he's falling for her to make this a romantic experience to remember. But as soon as his time's up, he clocks off like nothing happened.
But what about us? And all those things you said?
Well, if I want to make a career out of this, I've got to satisfy my customers. And I think I did. Tell your friends.
And isn't that just the perfect Reese moment? My favourite storyline is Dewey, who is angry with Lois and Hal for never celebrating any of his birthdays, after he notices that his Precious Memories photo album is empty. He gets his revenge by stealing Hal's wallet and sending them on an Easter egg hunt to get it back. And by the time they've met all of his demands and gone to all of the locations, they have unwittingly dressed up and prepared for a birthday party.
This isn't for me. It's too late for my childhood, but it's not too late for his.
Jamie?
I really like that Dewey shows how much he cares for his little brother here. It's nice to see one family member consistently trying to be nice. Well, if you ignore the time he tried to steal Malcolm's money. All in all, I feel like this project of mine has proven that Dewey is the best developed and greatest character in the entire show. It's a really good episode. The morph thing isn't perfect, but it's only a slight markdown.
This ends now.
Because it's the last episode. As it's the final episode, I feel like we have to see the cold opening.
What'd I miss? There was this big flash, some fire shut out, and now he's just coming to.
Oh, for God's sake, Hal! Pay the money and get a repairman.
I am not wasting good money when I am perfectly capable.
That was a nice, clean joke with no gross food stuff either. Here we are, Malcolm and Reese are graduating from high school. Feels like only 4 hours ago they were fighting over toaster waffles while Hal stands there naked in the kitchen getting a full body shave. So now we have Malcolm going to Harvard, with the family worrying about how to pay for it. And we also have Reese becoming a school janitor and moving in with Craig. I think all things considered, these two boys ended up in the best possible place. We get quite a humbling moment of the boys chatting about life moving on, and it's here they realise they can finally get rid of something called the nuclear option, which is evidence they've kept of the worst thing they've ever done.
This is what made sure that no matter how bad we screwed each other over, there was always a limit.
So this is evidence of them faking a cancer diagnosis for Lois. Wow, that's a cool prank, guys. Reese learns that the only way he will get to keep his janitor's job is if there's an impossible mess to clean up. So he gets to work brewing the most ungodly concoction in this barrel, including a dead skunk, eggs, and the waste bucket of a construction site portaloo. Before we see the results of this mess, I want to give this episode some credit for including so many people into one episode and doing it for the finale. They are all gathered to be a part of this special day, and it feels like the actors coming in for one last bow as a curtain call to their performance over the years. We have one last conflict between Lois and Malcolm to remind us that life isn't fair. She turns down a lucrative job offer on his behalf, insisting that to progress in life he needs to take the education route. And she gives reasons for this, which we'll cover in a moment. They all hop into the truck that they won a few episodes ago. Oh, where's it gone? And Lois tells Malcolm that they should air their problems before they set off on their journey. But then sploosh goes Reese's yuck bucket.
I'm so sorry, Jamie. I didn't know I had you hanging upside down until that last layer of gunk came off.
This sends Malcolm over the edge, and he rightfully lays into Lois, asking why the hell she insists on making his life a living hell, and why wouldn't she let him become a millionaire with this job. Her excuse, you ask? She wants him to become president of the United States, because he would be the kind of president to look after the poor families for a change.
We've been getting the short end of the stick for thousands of years, and I, for one, am sick of it. Now you are going to be president, mister, and that's the end of it.
For a final argument, I find this less than satisfying, and it's nowhere near as heartwarming as I would have hoped for. But this argument certainly is consistent with the themes of the show, as depressing as that may be. At the awards ceremony, there's a nice callback to a shot we get from the first episode, except this time no one wants to be near Malcolm because he smells. This final speech he gives is quite nice, and I'll recite it here for you because it gives some nice parting thoughts. I would use the original, but YouTube doesn't like anyone using long, uncut clips. So here we go. Most of us have been dreaming of this day for years, the day we leave childhood and achieve independence. But even if we move thousands of miles away, there's no escape. Our families are coming with us. They'll be with us forever, in our habits, our gestures, and in the choices we make. So we'll never be set free, but we'll never be alone. And that was a nice speech, performed less professionally because I'm not an actor. Malcolm in the Middle ends with a sequence showing each person in their current place, with Reese and Craig getting along well as housemates, Hal and Lois finding out she's pregnant again, Jesus Christ, and Malcolm working as a janitor to pay for his tuition at Harvard. As far as ranking this final episode goes, I'm sorry to say I don't believe it's the best episode, but I think it would be fair to rank this within the top 10, because sure it wasn't the finale I was expecting or hoping for, but it was instead a cold reminder of how little life can change at its core. Even though we have all of these big events taking place in life, we remain pretty much the same people at the end of the day. So again, this episode is not the cream of the crop, but it feels right being number 7. That feels fair. It's going to hang around in the shadows of the spotlight on the top 5. So you know it's nearby, but we have these top 5 to recognise as special. And now for some final words from me. This has been the most incredible project to work on. I'm exhausted, and yet somehow I've never felt more determined to keep on working. I'm still working full-time in a career while also doing YouTube. I'm a father and a husband, and trying to be all of these things successfully is a real challenge. But you know what gives me that homely feeling when the world seems like it's unbearably heavy to manage? Is sitting down and watching a TV series with family and friends. And I hope in some way, my work here can be considered your escape from the world for a few hours. If you subscribe right now, you're going to see what's coming next. It's the series that people won't stop requesting me to do. You know what it is, and it's going to be on this end screen when it's uploaded. But in the meantime, I just hope you carry on watching, and carry on watching TV series and movies with me.